live. Welcome, everybody. We are here with the part 3 of the Trading Foundation Mastery Series. I hope everybody's had a good week. It has been a spicy one. We got some pretty wild news with the trade stuff with Canada there. There's some other headlines floating around that I haven't even had a chance to wrap my head around. So what we are going to focus on, luckily, is evergreen here. It doesn't matter what kind of crazy headlines we get. We are going to be building on our previous couple weeks of webinars here and fleshing out our system. So we talked about how to kind of frame these systems, and last week we got into the details of how to enter and exit based on some basic technicals. So this week we are going to hone in on a simple framework for any kind of trade. So essentially a 3-step trade setup, and we're going to be talking about reversal plays, continuation plays, everything in the middle, and how to assess which kind of market condition each one will be best for. So we've got some good stuff here. I'm going to hop right on in. There we go. Alrighty, folks. My monitor also died last night, so I'm using one screen today. So forgive me if I don't see your questions immediately. I'll be trying to flip back and forth as much as possible, but bear with me, and we'll get some good stuff out of this, I think. So, like I said, 3-step trade setup here. Simple framework for any market condition. Let's go. Real quick, homework check, guys. If anybody did analyze 10 different charts using the 5-step checklist that we developed last week, I'd love to hear about it. You can go ahead and throw that in the comments, throw that in the Discord. We can get some discussion going. And you're more than welcome to always hit me up throughout the week. I do my very best to get to each and every one of you, because I like seeing what you're working on, and I like learning from you guys too. So just throwing that out there. If you guys did the homework, gold star from Professor Steve, and yeah, show me what you got. Moving on to the real meat and potatoes here. Here's what we're going to learn today. We're going to be talking about a 3-step systematic approach to every trade. You can employ this, and you should be employing this on every trade to help evaluate whether it's a trade you should be taking. Because if you're anything like me, before you had a rigorous system, it was very easy to psych yourself into trades that you probably wouldn't have taken in retrospect, looking back on them. So I think it's really important to kind of understand what you're looking for before you enter that trade, and to really have some actual metrics about how to gauge a potential setup. So we're going to learn that. We're going to learn when not to trade. Like I say, that is a big skill in and of itself. Just letting setups that don't feel A+ to you just pass you by. Not only is that valid, that will really increase your win percentage and your profitability overall. So I think that's another really crucial element to this whole system development process. We're going to be talking about some consistent exit and entry timings, and how to kind of develop that so it's not like a fluke when you really nail an entry or an exit. It's just part of your system and easily replicable. You can take it from one trade to the next. So going off of that, we're going to build confidence through repetition. Like I said, this is just going to be something that hopefully, if you keep practicing, will just become ingrained in your trading habits. And just like anything else, it's really important to develop the right habits. I don't know if we have any guitar players out there, but I was self-taught, and I didn't really realize for like the first 5 years that I had some really bad habits. And then I spent the next 5 years kind of unlearning those habits. Whereas if I had just started off with a strong foundation, I would have been off in a much better place overall. So I think this is widely applicable, and nowhere more so than trading. So that's what's on tap for today here. Getting right into it. Let's talk about the problem. So why do traders struggle with execution? What is it that's preventing us from succeeding on a regular basis? Well, I think you can really break it down into 4 kind of major parts here. The first is when you see the setup, but you just don't know if it's actually time to enter. Maybe it's less you're scared to enter, and more just the confusion of I see where I think it's going, but I don't know the path there. So I don't know the optimal place to get in. So I think that's super important, and we're definitely going to talk about that. The next one is fear-based. That's when you just are like, I know what I'm looking for, and I think this is it, but I can't pull the trigger. And you'll get this a lot if you've taken some bad trades, especially if a couple back-to-back, and it'll scare you out of taking the good trades. So I think it's really important to work with this fear. It's completely natural. Every trader gets it, but it's really essential to not let it rule your next trade. It's really essential to try to reset between trades and to really just take each setup at in a vacuum, so to speak, on its own. So we have those two. Those are very important. And the other one is just everything feels confusing and different. So this might apply to you if you kind of trade around multiple different systems and bounce back and forth. And if you don't have a few kind of like bread and butter plays, your go-to plays, go-to setups, then you can find yourself feeling like, well, maybe this was a valid entry for this one setup, but it's not for this, and it's hard to transfer your abilities, your skill set from one setup to another. So I think that just honing it down to a few setups that are really reliable, and then just really hammering those, because these are setups that still appear multiple times a week, often multiple times a day. And because of that, you can still get a lot of trading action and practice without having to dabble in a bunch of different things that maybe aren't as high probability. Maybe they don't suit yourself as a trader. So I think that's a really important aspect that's often not talked about. And the last thing, the last thing here should say, let's see, let me check my notes here. Okay. All right. Like I said, I'm working off one monitor here, and looks like I had a little bit of an error there. I think there were only three that I really wanted to talk about. These are the ones that jumped into my mind. So we're gonna pretend this doesn't exist and just plow right ahead. Going on to the solution here, it's a universal three-step framework, and I think it's really important to like I said, systematize every aspect of this. So what we're going to be talking about is in just on its own, how to identify each setup. What are we looking for in particular? And then when do we actually enter it? When do we pull the trigger and really execute that trade? So those are the first two. And then the last is obviously management and exiting. And I kind of combined those because I think it's basically the same thing. When you're managing a trade, you're exiting at least part of a position. And obviously, when you're exiting, you're closing it completely. So whether you're managing it in terms of taking profits or you're managing it in terms of stopping yourself out, both are essential and both are tied to the same skill set of just exiting a position. So we're going to jump into each one of these in detail. We've got setup identification first. And that is essentially when your job is to scan for potential opportunities. And the whole thing that you should be focused on here is, does this match my trading plan criteria? So we talked a bit in the past couple webinars about what that trading criteria is. And I think we're going to get a little bit more in depth today. You'll start to kind of be building on these previous concepts and getting more granular, getting more focused. And like I said, this is a step-by-step process, and you're building something that you can take with you no matter what markets or stocks you're trading. It'll always be equally applicable. And so essentially, I kind of boiled it down to the basics of my trading strategy and what I'm looking for. So I'm looking for support and resistance interaction. I want to see how prices respond to key levels. I want to see what is developing in terms of trend lines. Is it testing a multiple trend line in the same way that it is a support or resistance level, and kind of coiling under it, cooking it, or rejecting off of it? That'll definitely inform my trade, my bias, and whether it's a valid setup. A chart pattern development overall. So how the whole chart is progressing, and if a small consolidation break could lead to a bigger, more sustained move, essentially. So I'm much more interested in trading cup and handles, for example, than just like a 1 or 2 day consolidation that does break, because even though that's a valid, you can call that a flag breakout, if it doesn't have the context of a larger setup behind it, I'm just less inclined to take the trade and less inclined to kind of give it that A plus, all systems go, rating that I really need to size up and take an aggressive trade. So on top of those, it's just about volume, building or declining. And you just want to see you want to see an accumulation of buyers, assuming you're looking for a long, or an outpacing of sellers compared to buyers if you're looking for a short. So those, I think, are pretty key factors in identifying a setup. And I've just been told the audio broke. Let me try to fix that. If I could get a 1 in the chat, if you guys could hear me. I see you guys. DJ 2 a.m., little buddy. Audio's good here, according to my man DJ 2 a.m. All right, I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Sorry if it cut out there for a second. Awesome. Good on YouTube too. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. So, moving on to the entry confirmation. This is where your job is essentially to wait for that green light signal. So, we have the setup. We've identified that it looks like a potential long. And now our job is to essentially pull the trigger here. So after we're going to run through this, we run through the steps. I'll pull up a trade that I took today, and we can talk about all these same things and kind of put them into action. But first, I want to walk you through these 3 steps so you kind of get an overhead view of what we're looking at here. So we're looking for that green light. We're looking for when it's ready to pull the trigger. So usually it's going to be a specific catalyst like volume above average through a key level. Something like that is a very common setup for me, or a breakdown and reclaim of a key level, again with that volume confirmation. And these are some of my most basic setups that I take multiple times a week, and I have a very high consistency rate with them because they're not super advanced. They're relatively basic, but they're just very effective and they're easy to identify. So I don't need to be like playing 4D chess and seeing into the future and thinking about all these different contingencies. I just know, hey, I've seen this setup hundreds, if not thousands of times before, and I know that very often it plays out. So I'm gonna trust the process, trust my system, respect my stops, and respect my take profit targets. And overall, if I keep doing this day in and day out, week in and week out, sometimes you don't get a setup every day, but then I'll be consistently profitable. So moving on to management and execution. And again, this is just kind of the overhead view look here. We are going to be talking about how to maximize profit from the move and essentially extract the maximum amount of gains that we can out of any given setup. So this is where it's really important to have a plan and stick to it, because as a stock is moving in your favor, it's so easy to move the goalposts and just say, hey, I think that we can kind of push this a little bit more than I would have otherwise when I took the setup. And essentially it kind of warps your perspective on the given setup. So it's super important to be diligent, and you're looking for essentially the initial stop loss to protect your gains, to protect your capital, and then profit targets to lock in gains and give you a cushion that you can build off of. And then trailing stops if your winner is really running, because you just don't want to give back a large percentage of that runner, and partial exits to reduce the risk while holding a core position. So if anybody's traded with me, I'm huge on core positions and trading around them. So for example, today, my only real trade was essentially buying the afternoon dip into power hour about 2 hours before power hour. When we started to bottom there, we were bottoming into a key level that I was really looking for, basically previous all-time highs. We were seeing a bit of exhaustion in the seller's volume. The seller's volume was decreasing and they could not push the price down. And we were seeing that mixed tape action where before it was just straight red through the news catalyst. And then it started to kind of chop. It started to base out, and it wasn't perfect. It bounced a good amount, then it undercut that, bounced again, undercut that again. So I know a lot of people did get shaken out, and my core position was underwater for part of the time. So I think it's really important to kind of have contingency plans. For me, it was, hey, if we close a 5-minute candle under that first swing low where I identified buyers and I took a long, then I'm out and I take a small loss because it wasn't that big of a difference, between the first low in the afternoon and the second low. But it was really important for me to have that parameter and to keep watching those 5-minute closes. But luckily today they did post bottom wicks in that area. The thesis that was a legitimate buy zone was intact, and we did eventually get the range break and then a nice explosive move up to VWAP, which was my exit target there. So in that process, though, I was holding the core. The core was a bit red. It started to show another incentive of bottoming. I added a little bit. It popped up, and I went to break even on the trade, and then I took that add off. So I was trading around that core position. And I think that's a really, really useful skill. I think that'll really help you guys in the long run. And it also just really helps you put yourself in the mindset of being a nimble trader and not being this all or nothing. It has to hit my stretch goal or else I'll just let it go red. It kind of helps you with that execution paralysis that you can often get, especially if you're watching a setup for a long time and you really have a lot of conviction. If it doesn't go the way you expect, it can be really hard to pull the trigger and either get out of the trade or just, take a bunch off at break even and reassess, say like, okay, this was high confidence, but now the way it's acting, it's not, so I should size down. So that kind of ability to pivot, I think, is really cultivated with these kind of trading systems where you're trading around a core position, you're getting in and out, you're essentially getting more screen time, more practice, more muscle memory being built up by taking these partial trades around a core position. And then the biggest thing for me is that it really helps prevent FOMO or fear to shake you out of a trade. For me, if I was fully sized on the first dip, where I said, hey, I think that there's good upside, good risk reward to the upside, but I'm not 100% sure that we're bottoming yet. I might be early. So if I was full size, that would really scare me to be down what would be a significant amount on a full size position. But if it's like a third of what I really want, then all of a sudden it's an opportunity to add in as long as it acts right. Um, let's see. So yeah, we've got that kind of basic premise there, and we'll get into the exact execution. I'll pull up the chart in a bit, but I just wanted to kind of lay it all out there. I think these are the three essential steps to any trading system. So going forward, let's talk about the different kind of setups that we can apply this framework to. So the first one is the breakout strategy. Everybody's favorite, right? We all love trading breakouts. So the first step is to identify a consolidation pattern. And that's just because, hey, if we want to catch an explosive move, there needs to be a very tight consolidation process, right? And that's just kind of basic physics. So, if there's low volatility, eventually that will shift. There will be basically a consolidation is a price reaching equilibrium, price reaching an agreed upon target between buyers and sellers. So you have a big move and then it starts to tighten up. And that tightening up process is essentially the market saying, okay, we think this, we're all coming together, we're deciding collectively that this is fair value at the current moment. So you have the consolidation, and then eventually something's going to change, whether it's just, buyers will outpace sellers, whether there's a specific catalyst. But either way, basically that equilibrium will shift. And so what our goal is to identify the consolidation so that we can get in right before that pivotal moment where the volatility starts expanding and we get price expansion. So that's why we're looking for a consolidation. We are looking for this consolidation near key resistances or supports, essentially near a key level. So it's really nice when we have a surge up to a key resistance and then we just coil right underneath that, right? We're basically saying, okay, here's the logical place for sellers to step in, but they're not able to reverse the initial move up. All they're able to do is to sell into it, and then buyers step back in, and then they sell into it, buyers step back in, and they keep doing that little dance, and they essentially create a consolidation pattern. So we really like seeing that near a key resistance, or if you're trading the other way, a key support, and you're essentially looking for that tight range and decreasing volume. So I want to talk about why the decreasing volume is so important. Decreasing volume in that consolidation essentially shows you that there are shares running out at this level which the market has decided is fair value. So essentially think about it at a store, right? There's they get one shipment in and everybody loves whatever it is and they buy it all up. And then, if you're a savvy businessman, you're probably going to say, hey, for the next shipment, I could increase the price, and probably people are going to buy more. Or, on the scalping market, for sure, people buy it up at fair market value, but the demand is greater. So they're able to mark it up and see that price expansion. So just in the same way, it's just the stock market is like any other market, right? It's just buyers and sellers. So if we are at a level, a key resistance in particular, and there's decreasing volume, but price is holding, what it's telling us is that there are fewer and fewer people that are willing to part with their shares here. There are more and more people saying, hey, it's a bargain here. We think it's going up. So why would we sell here? So naturally, there will be an imbalance of more buyers to less sellers. And over time, when there are no shares left, essentially at this price level, the buyers will start bidding up the price and paying more and more and more. So that's why the decreasing volume is very important. And when you see that decreasing volume in conjunction with a consolidation pattern, it's a real good indicator of this move being close to breaking out. And one more thing just to talk about, I know I'm getting a little in the weeds here, but there's a concept called a trigger bar. which is essentially at the end of this consolidation pattern, you will get a very, very small bodied candle. And it also will be combined with a very short or a very low amount of volume on that candle. And, in this context, I'm referring to a daily chart, but this happens just the same on everything down to a 1 minute chart. It's all the same concept, and it all happens, because of the same underlying principles. So these are some of the things that you're looking for this breakout strategy. And so next step after we identify that is to wait for the volume to break out above the resistance. And essentially you want the price and the volume to confirm together. And I know, guys, I keep saying it because it's so, so important. No matter just about whatever we're talking about, we need to see volume and price action moving in tandem. So that looks like a big breakout stick, a nice green candle through the consolidation, taking out a previous one of the previous lower highs, and essentially breaking that tightening pattern and expanding through it. So we look for that, and then we essentially are going to target a measured move up. So what do I mean when I say a measured move? A measured move is essentially exactly what it sounds like. Sorry, I'm just getting a chance to hop over and check the comments. I am not the keeper of the free accounts. That is something to discuss in the Discord. We do a lot of events. We just had a really fun event where we gave out a ton of free accounts. We all traded together. It was a blast. And okay, now I'm seeing that Tim already replied to that. Sorry, I'm just playing catch up here. This one, yes, I will absolutely show on a chart. I'm just working off one window this week, so it'll be a little bit disruptive to switch back and forth right now, but I promise we're going to talk through an example, and I'll be answering questions live there as well. For this third part, the measured move, essentially what we're looking for is we're going to measure the size of the consolidation pattern, and then we're going to extrapolate that up. So say a stock broke out from $10 up to 15, and then it's trading between 15 and 13, and it's consolidating between there. When it breaks 15, I'm going to be looking for a $2 move up because that's the size of the consolidation pattern. There are also other ways that you can do measured moves. For example, some people will do the entire length of the flag pole. So that initial $10 to $15 move, and you could target $20, an additional $5. And it's also really important to just remember that no one measured move will always work. So it's always important to watch what price does $2 up, on that measured move of the consolidation break. And then ideally shoot for the larger move. But it's also just, it could be a level where sellers step in and beat the stock back down. So that's why we take partial profits at these levels. And that's why, over time, the system is more consistently profitable than being very stubborn about a very specific exit level for every single strategy. So in some ways, this is universally applicable, but in others, one of the facets that's universally applicable is that you have to be flexible and play each chart individually. So for example, we're never going to not wait for the volume confirmation, but we're not always going to take all of our profit right at the double the consolidation level, but we are always going to watch there. So give me one moment to reply here. Okay, and moving on, I want to talk about reversal strategies. So we talked about the breakouts, and now we're going to talk about reversals. A reversal strategy is essentially getting in on a stock when it is starting to reverse, a major trend, or any trend, I guess you could say. But, we really like catching the major trend reversals because they obviously offer the most explosive risk reward there. So the first thing is to identify oversold conditions, and you're looking to do these into major supports. So just like for breakouts, we want to see price consolidating under a resistance, and we're looking for action to break above this. But that's when we're looking in the context of a breakout. So in a breakout context, we are expecting the stock to go up and break a range. For a reversal strategy, we are expecting a stock to hold a range. So when we're expecting something to hold a range, we're looking for oversold conditions at major supports. So for today, the trade I took today in the afternoon is a perfect example of this. So on the intraday chart, we were oversold and we were coming into a major support in that previous all-time high, and basically also an ATR projected move down. So what I'm saying when I say that is, if the stock, if SPY were to fade like it did, what is the area that mathematically it is considered oversold on a short time frame, and what is the area that I should be looking for that reversal to occur in? So using these tools and basically noting the seller exhaustion on the tape, I was able to kind of identify this oversold condition and identify that it was at a significant support. So that was informing my bias for taking this trade. So then we're going to wait for the reversal candlestick pattern. We want to see something like a hammer, something with a big bottom wick closing near the top of the candle. A doji is often acceptable because that's essentially showing mixed tape, which means equalizing buyers and sellers, whereas previously we were seeing sellers outpace buyers. Then the last thing is also my favorite, which is an engulfing pattern. So an engulfing pattern is when the previous candlestick down gets reversed and the next candle or a following candle breaks above the top of that one. And what that shows to me is that we didn't have buyers until we reached this zone, and then we had enough buyers to counteract the weak sellers. And that to me shows an inflection point, and as essentially is a very highly reliable sign of reversal. So we did see today in that afternoon, we saw a 5-minute engulfing candle, and it's not always super clean, right? Because these patterns can take some time to kind of shake out, and we're always at the whim of buyers and sellers. So if another seller steps in, we could flush out that previous support level and then need to reclaim it. So we did see the 5-minute engulfing candle get swept out, but then we continued to see these low volume sells followed up by higher volume buys. And that's a really good sign of saying, okay, shares at this level are being transferred from shorts who are taking profit to longs who want to play this reversal. So we have identified oversold conditions, and then we're waiting for a bit of a confirmation in a form of a candlestick pattern that is inherently bullish, one that is showing that within a period of time, the buyers are outpacing the sellers for the first time in this case, like a couple hours. So after that, we want to target a previous resistance level. So basically the high of the range or VWAP or anywhere where there were sellers previously, then price came down, flushed out, and now we want to come back up and retest that. So we are going to put our stop loss below the support that held. Today it was like 611, I believe. And then we are going to be targeting the previous resistance level, which was VWAP, where we started selling off from. So that is kind of the framework of a reversal strategy. These are one of my favorites. I think that they are a little less reliable and a little bit more advanced, but they just, there's something that feels so good about catching a trend as it's reversing. And so I really do love to trade these. And I think that my love for them essentially is going to make me more focused, make me see them jump out at me more. And because of that, I think I have a better win rate on reversals than maybe the overall. And, there's definitely strategies that I underperform in too. So I think this is part of just kind of knowing what works for you. I'm going to switch over and see if I have any questions here real quick. Metin, I'd be happy to. Oh, Tim is already on it. Tim is killing it as usual. Awesome. So moving on, let's talk about when we apply these different setups to different conditions, right? Different market conditions. So in a trending market like we're seeing recently, we're essentially focusing on continuation patterns. We need the market to prove to us that it's not going to keep going up, because fading the trend is a bad idea unless you have very specific metrics like we talked about with the reversal. So if we don't have those conditions, then what we're essentially looking for is to continue playing the upside in a market that's trending up. And so then the best way to kind of capitalize that is look for pullbacks in that trending market. So I was talking about the setup today as a reversal pattern, and it was intraday. But on an hourly chart or on a daily chart, this was just a small pullback into key supports. And then that's where we're looking to continue the move long. So that's super key, I think. We're going to always be looking to play continuation unless we have a valid thesis as to why that might be changing. So that could include anything from seeing a lot of flow coming in, especially risk reversal flow, which is when, for example, you might sell puts on a stock and then use the capital that you acquire from selling the puts to buy calls. If you see a large number of those types of orders, that's a good sign that smart money has reason to believe that the stock might reverse. Maybe it's as simple as like we talked about, declining, weakening sellers into a key level. That's always a good thing. And then we could expect to some extent a bounce off of that. And once you get in the green on these reversal plays, you can very easily just put your stop at break even. And hey, if you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're right, you catch this huge move from a very, very crisp entry. So that's what we're looking for in trending markets, which is what we are in. Despite the shaky price action today, we're definitely still trending up by all metrics until major levels are lost. So we got to expect that. But how do we trade ranging markets? These can be really tough, right? So I think that it's important in these markets to set up or to focus on these reversal setups. So these are my favorites, and that's why I do love ranging markets. Most people hate them. They just want a straight trend, but straight trends often psych me out because I'm like, I can't keep going. And then, classic rookie move. It can always keep going. But ranging markets are when the kind of the bumper rails are on in the bowling alley, so to speak. Things are kind of being guided through mean reversion. They're kind of digesting a previous big move. And because of that, for me at least, it's very manageable, very predictable price action quite often. You will see a lot of moves catching at kind of extreme levels or, intraday, like essentially like ATR targets or Camarilla levels, something like that. And then they will fade those and you can take those trades back to VWAP and then it'll often overshoot VWAP. And then you'll see the tape start to shift again. And then you can take it right back to VWAP again. And you can get a lot of actually good trades in a market that may close completely flat from where it opened. So I think that it's important to have an understanding of both setups because, there's always going to be days where we're ranging. There's always going to be days where we're trending. And if you're only a trend trader, if you're only a range trader, then you're just going to be sitting out a lot of the time, first off. And also it's going to be harder for you to pivot and know when to take profit and call it quits on a trending setup, for example, because you're simply not as aware of these signs of reversal, these signs of ranging, of us entering a ranging market. So because of that, I think they're both really important. And for ranging markets, you focus on reversal setups and essentially bounces back to equilibrium. So there's also the factor of volatility. If you're in higher volatility setups or higher volatility market conditions, you're going to need to adjust your strategy. You're going to need wider stops because there's going to be more whippy action, more stop runs, more volatility, of course. And because of that, you're going to need to compensate with the wider stops by taking smaller sizes. So I know a lot of people don't like doing this. They like trading the same size no matter what. And they're like, well, if there's high volatility, I'll just make more money. It's like, that would be nice. But overall, it's really important to remember your max exposure, how much max exposure you have on. And if you're able to identify that we are in a high volatility regime, you need to respect that and you need to size smaller. And it's not it's one of those rules that it's like, the ones as a kid where you're like, yeah, well, mom says so, but you don't really believe it's true until you feel the repercussions yourself. And then you're like, okay, maybe mom was right. So I think that you probably won't trust me if you haven't experienced this, but if you have experienced this, you're like, he's got a point. So just, it never hurts to size down as volatility is increasing and you will make the same amount of money or more on these big range expansion moves, even if it's a smaller position size. And hey, on the reverse side with low volatility, if we are in a low volatility regime, you can size up. You still have to respect your stops, of course, but you are allowed to put more capital to work because the capital will not get as far in terms of you will get less, obviously less of a dollar move or less overall of a move. So you need to compensate with a little bit of extra size. And because of this, the lack of volatility, you can also run tighter stops. So that's really what allows us to take on a bigger size. I'm not saying go crazy, but I am saying that the lower the volatility, the more capital you can have in any given trade, because your stop will be much tighter. So also another thing, in low volatility, remember, like I said, we were looking for that consolidation for the breakout setup. This is the type of setup or type of a market environment where you're looking for breakouts. And so that's another thing. A lot of people don't like low volatility situations, market conditions, but for me, they're great, because that means that right around the corner, we're going to have some real explosive moves, and we have a chance to get a head start on that and identify them before they make those explosive moves. So yeah, I think that's a decent breakdown of how we can adapt to any market condition and use these kind of templates, these cookie cutter strategies, in a way that isn't so cut and dry, in a way where we are the artists applying the right tool for the right situation. And I think that's where a lot of the skill comes in, because to be honest, none of these systems that I'm describing are incredibly advanced. I think just about anybody can learn them and learn how to trade them. The key is to identify when the time is to pull the hammer out of the toolbox, when the time is to use the saw. That's a bad analogy, but it's good enough. You get what I'm saying. There's a right tool for every condition, essentially. So we've talked about when to trade and how to identify that, but how do we identify when not to trade? So some critical filters that I think are super key here are essentially, let's see. I'm sorry. I think okay. I'm working off a draft here, apparently. So ignore the words. I'm just going to talk you through this. When not to trade. So the critical factors are essentially when things aren't working. So if you expect something to happen in the market and there's just unpredictability or volatility, then that's a really good indicator that you should probably not trade and wait to see the conditions develop in a way that is more manageable, more something that you understand better. So that's really important, essentially, to to have a good grasp on what you're seeing on your screen, because if you don't, that's when you can get into trouble, and that's when you kind of move the goalposts. So that's a really big thing. Another thing is just if you're not seeing, how when you're in a setup and just one thing feels off. So it doesn't have to be the market is total chaos and you don't know what's going on at all. Obviously, don't trade that. But it could also be, hey, 3 of these criteria for a setup are hitting, but I'm not seeing any volume following through, for example. So that can be a really key one, where the chart looks good, but then you look at the volume and it's like something's just off. Or maybe you're playing an extension breakout play and you think that it could keep going, but you're not seeing the velocity on the candles anymore. You're starting to kind of feel that shift, that rounding top occur, and you still are making higher highs, but each push feels a little bit weaker. It feels a little bit more like there might be some kind of reversal brewing. And often we pick up on these things subconsciously. So it's not necessarily something that you'll notice, at least early on, as a conscious thing, but you will probably have a bad feeling. And you probably know when you get that bad feeling that it's often time to just shut it down and let the trade or let the setup continue to progress and develop into something that is more solid. So often, if you don't trust these kind of gut feelings, you'll be caught up into things like fake breakouts or fake breakdowns. And these can be really painful, right? Because the move that you're looking for eventually does materialize, but you simply aren't around for it because you already got your emotional capital and your actual capital burned by being in at the wrong time when there was something missing from the setup. So those are the 2 biggest ones for me. Another thing is trading around news. If there's a bunch of news catalysts, unless you're really confident in the outcome of the news, it is much more highly reliable over the long term to just wait for the news to settle. So there's going to be a big move, and then there's going to be consolidation, and then you can play the break from that consolidation, ideally in the same direction of the news. So that's just something to consider there. You don't have to take every trade. You don't have to trade on FOMC days. I know there's a lot of people who really love it, but I never really understand it because there's just so much less predictability on these kind of binary news days. So for me personally, I like to trade the aftermath of that. I will, fade the extremes of these move back to VWAP, and then I'll wait and see which direction it breaks away from VWAP, something like that. or, there's many ways to do it, of course. But in general, I think that it's just really important to not trade if things don't seem conducive to high probability trading. So yeah, news, just feeling off in general, or just not knowing to what you're seeing on the charts. Those are the best times to go outside and do something else, So moving on to your personal setup checklist. Again, this is not the right draft. So I'm going to hop back into this here. I'm just gonna talk to you here. So your personal setup checklist is going to be pretty simple. The first thing is that we are going to have to identify that setup, right? So is it a market condition that's trending up? The first thing is to identify what market condition we're in. Are we in a uptrending market? Are we in a sideways moving consolidation market? And what are we going to do for each of those? So this is like a flow chart here. So if we are in a trending market, we are going to be looking for continuation plays. If we're looking for continuation plays, we're going to be looking for pullbacks to get long in for the most part. Because very often, sorry, lots of things popping up on my screen. There we go. Very often, the trend is up, right? The markets are in general bullish. In general, we want to see price expansion. So the most common setup is going to be pullbacks into key supports. So first thing is to identify the trending market. Second is to identify those key supports. Third thing is to set alerts at or near those key supports. So you're not getting in early. You're not getting overly zealous and jumping in too early. You're waiting for the trade to come to your level. And then you're going to essentially figure out what your actual entry point is. Usually that's going to be a reclaim of a key level. Either price comes down and it consolidates into the key level, or it undercuts the key level and reclaims it. So these are the two most common situations, and these are going to be your entry parameters. You need to see a reclaim of that key level, or a slowing of selling, and essentially that trend reversal happening into that key level. Once you have the level that you're looking for the breakout, or for the setup, whether it's a breakout or a reversal, you're going to be taking the position, of course. And then your next checklist item here is, when you take the trade, you need to know where your stop is and where your exit is. So your exit is always going to be under your key support. Ideally, you've already had that fake breakdown in the reclaim. I really want to focus on that in particular, because that is, for me, a requirement. Some people, it's not. For some people, if it's just coiling above that support and they start to see that upturn, that's enough for them. For me, I've gotten burnt enough times that I'm fine with missing some setups and just waiting for them to flush out all the people with their stops right under there and pop it back up over the key level. When you get that, you have a very high probability and common sense place to put your stop. You're going to be putting your stop under that fake breakdown, under that liquidity raid, and you're going to be setting your target on a measured move to the upside. For intraday trades, very often this will be VWAP, or it'll be a level that we broke down from initially. So you can look at the volume profile for this. You can have a high volume node up above, and you can essentially, be down at the support, and you trade sideways for a while. You swipe under, you reclaim, and then the volume profile is going to be a B, right? We're going to have this high volume profile node up here, and then we have the high volume profile node down here, which we are consolidating in. And then you can take that trade from one to the other there. So that's kind of your basic checklist. The very last thing is, of course, to respect your system. We know what we're looking for, and we're going to have to respect these stops and these take profit levels if we want to do this consistently, day in and day out, and be consistently profitable. So moving on, we have our setup checklist. I would like to hop back in here and just talk about a few more mistakes. Somehow this slide ended up in here when it was supposed to be before, so we'll just go over them again because they're really important. You don't want to skip step one. You don't want to enter without the proper setup. Step two is rushing and not waiting for that confirmation. And step three is, if you're ignoring step three, you're basically saying, I like the setup. I'm just gonna feel it out. We're just gonna vibes trade this thing. And it is not the best way to go about it. As somebody who does like vibes trading, I have to check this in myself and say, no, I had a plan. I'm going to stick to the plan, even if things are developing a little differently, you know? So you got to have your exit plan, and you got to respect your exit plan. No goalpost moving. That's what really kills traders. And the last thing is just this time is different syndrome, as I like to call it. Um, you know, we always want to believe that, we are right at the precipice of some major event, some major regime change, some major shift. And I think that this is very prevalent in trading. Everybody thinks this is the big breakout. This is the big move. And because of that, you can find yourself in very sticky situations. So just keep a level head and remember, you don't need to fortune tell. Everybody wants to be a fortune teller and predict what's going to happen next. All we need to do is be analytical and trade what we see. And if the setup is there, we take it. And if it doesn't work, we don't beat ourselves up because we respected our rules. And that's just the game we're playing, right? So know this time is different syndrome. That's that's really key. So you stick to the process, and it works when you work it. If you don't stick to it, it won't do much for you. So how can we measure whether we're following this framework that we've set for ourselves? This is what I like to track weekly. You can add things, you can just focus on the most important ones, but this really helps me gauge whether I am trading my plan. So the first thing is really important. What percentage of the trades that you took followed all three steps? Hopefully it's 100, but realistically, we're all human, and even I sometimes will break the system. And the most beneficial thing I can do when I break the system is keep track of them, because I have numbers, and it's very clear that if I stick to the system, I do better. And seeing those numbers, start to materialize day after day, week after week, it really helps you kind of form a conviction that's required to have the diligence to trade a system regularly. I think all of the best traders do have a lot of diligence in following their system, and they definitely all have a system. So that's really important to see what the reward is for following it. And that reward is a higher percentage of winning trades. And so that's also what I just talked about here, point two, that win rate compared to when you're comparing a completed framework trade to just a random one, it'll be very significant. For me personally, it's like a 20% difference. So for me, it's always worth it to stick to the system. Sometimes I'm human. Sometimes I see something that's just too good to pass up. But, more often than not, I wish that I had just only traded the actual system. So the other thing is you can measure the average risk reward on these framework trades versus the others. And you'll find that you will have a much smoother equity curve. You will have less outliers of big wins and big losses, but you will be making more money overall. And I think that's what we should all be kind of striving towards, because the big wins and the big losses, they're just not good for your mental, and they're not good for being a consistent trader. Big losses obviously hurt. They make you scared. They make you do things that you probably shouldn't. You'll get shaken out of trades before they hit your stop loss, and then you'll see them rocket off, and then you'll chase them when they're too high, and they'll come back on you, and you'll get scared and sell again, that kind of thing. And then on the other side of the coin, if you're hitting a massive winner, congratulations, of course, but it does induce euphoria. It does kind of affect your thought process going into the next trade. And so here's a little bit of unsolicited advice that really helped me. When you get those big wins, take a break, enjoy it. Go buy yourself something nice. Go, or treat yourself to, enjoying a hobby that you like, because you just paid for time to do whatever you want, right? And the biggest thing for me is when I started doing this, I started noticing that I was giving back far less of those big wins in the following week. And I was usually able to continue the momentum, because not only did I have a big win, I didn't let it get to my head too much. I said, hey, I got lucky. That's awesome. And I went and had a really nice day or week, and that's, I think, a lot more conducive to continuing to compound your account, as opposed to that kind of gambler's instinct we get when we hit big and we want to double down again. That's what really, really kills traders. So that also leads right into the point 4 here, your emotional state, calm versus stress trading. you will perform far better when you're calm. So anything we can do to keep you in that calm state and away from the stress is ideal. Often, when you follow this setup, you'll notice that the trades aren't that stressful. And the biggest factor for me is that you already have defined your risk. So you can literally walk away from your computer and just say, hey, let the chips fall where they may. I have the stats to back up that this system will work. If it doesn't this time, I won't take it personal. I can move on and not be beating myself up with the woulda, coulda, shouldas, because hey, that's just, like I said, the game that we play. So first off, I want to, well, not first off, we're almost at the end here, but for the slide, I want to talk about how we can integrate this with the previous weeks and what we've talked about there. So we talked about how to kind of frame a system in general, and then we talked about specific technicals that can help us identify these entries. And now we have more of a kind of cohesive step-by-step process using those technicals, using the overall framework. And like, what does it look like? So week one, we talked about how you must only trade the frameworks that match your plan. And week two, we talked about using like support and resistance and trend analysis to identify those identify those setups. And this week, we're talking about execution and a systematic approach to that execution. So we're just basically eliminating the guesswork. So that's kind of where we're at. We're about halfway through with getting you to a point where I think even a beginner trader could have a cohesive system that's fleshed out enough that they can take it to whatever asset class that they might be trading and have good success with it if they stick to it. And again, that's the big part. You got to stick to it. I know it's hard, but that's where the real hard work comes in. So next week, we're going to be building off of this, and we're going to be talking about position sizing. And then following up with that, we're going to be talking about psychology. So the position sizing next week will be really key because we talked a little bit about it this week. I'm kind of trying to do that, like tease concepts and then really expand on them. So we talked about how in high volatility environments, we're going to be trading smaller size. And we talked about in low volatility environments, how we're going to be trading larger size with tighter stops. The tricky part is that's still pretty abstract, right? Like, what is wider? What is a big stop? What is a small stop? Is it the same one stock to another? It is not. And there are some really handy tools that we can look into in depth next week. And that will really help you dial in exactly where those stops should be and how to manage risk and how to manage the size of a position. So that's what's on tap. After that, we'll be talking about psychology, and then we'll be wrapping the whole thing up in a nice finished package with a bow on it for you. So that's what you have to look forward to. But I just want to touch on the keys here again. Step one, setup. What are we looking for? How do we identify it? And what are the specific criteria that we need to hit to take a trade? Step two, the confirmation. Basically, where do I enter? You enter when the trade setup confirms. So we talked about that as well. And that's obviously a very key component. And I think probably the most important one is management, or at least the toughest one, because this is where emotions are a much bigger factor, I think, because you're already invested, both literally and emotionally, and you're more prone to kind of sway the setup that you did in the previous two steps in this third step and kind of counteract that progress that you've set up for yourself, that success you've set up for yourself by letting your emotions get in the way. So when you exit and how you manage the trade is very key. And the big thing is just when you loop all of these together and, kind of keep expanding out and loop them into the other concepts we've talked about, in the same way that we look for confluence in a trading setup, multiple factors combining together to inform a bias, these multiple factors that we're talking about in these lessons will help you build confluence towards a successful trading career. So, like I said, next week we've got position sizing made simple. If you stick to these, you will never blow up again. Usually blowups happen because we don't stick to rules, though. So, your mileage may vary, but these will provide a very nice framework to pragmatically approach every trade and to manage your bankroll in a way that will be most conducive to compounding it going forward. We'll be talking about the 1% and the 2% rules, and we will be working with some position sizing calculators as well to show you in action how I use these tools to help me throughout a trading day. So I don't have to spend all my brain cells doing a bunch of math on how many shares of this small cap I can buy if it has this projected move in X, Y, and Z. So some useful tools and all of that. And that's what we have to look forward to. So I'd like to take any questions real quick, and then we can do some live charting as well. And sorry, guys, I see the chat's been popping off here. My boys, Mike, Talk, Wellington, appreciate all of you guys. I've been flying blind here, so I've been flying blind. So yeah, we are going to take a second here. I'm going to get some water, and then I'm going to be going through all these questions. I think I see. Yeah, Tim, you're my hero. You're starring questions. Perfect. All right, so we're going to start with those once I get back in just a second. All right, folks, we are back. We are hydrated. We are ready for some questions and some answers. Let's get into it here. So, can you show the chart? Yes, we're going to be getting to that next. I'm just going through these in order. We're going to be getting to that right after the questions. We'll walk through the setup I took today, and any questions, any ways you guys want to connect it to this lesson. We can talk about all that good stuff. So Mike P saying he hates range trading. It's hard for me. I get that. I think it's just me as a person. I am a little bit of a doomer, I guess you could say. I always expect things to kind of not work. Not always, but I just expect things to take a little bit longer than they might otherwise. I always expect things to kind of revert back to the mean. I guess I'm that classic nothing ever happens meme, they actually modeled it after my face, glasses and all. So it makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. Okay. Sorry. I'm just checking in with Tim there. All righty. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, Mike's talking about the bumpers in range trading. Absolutely. So yeah, it really is like bumpers because when you're in a range, you're usually in positive gamma. When you're in positive gamma, that essentially means that all moves are muted. They're usually to the upside, but they're muted. And so what that means is that there are going to be more algorithms coming in and basically capping gains and capping losses and keeping things in a tight range. So I think it really helps to have these kind of visual metaphors, like literally, okay, rails up, we are selling at VWAP, we will fade the reversals and we'll take them back into that equilibrium there. So yeah, I'm always a big fan of these kind of metaphors because that's what clicks for my brain at the very least. My boy Mike saying he cuts his size in half quite a bit depending on certain variables. Absolutely. So something I love to do is add in if I was early but not wrong. I never add in if I was wrong and I just feel bad about it. That's how you really dig yourself into a hole. But if you have your emotions in check and you're not taking too big of initial position, you're able to assess that and you're able to basically add in. And then when you get back to break even or get back to VWAP, that equilibrium, you can take that right off. And I had to have a shift in my mentality from looking at it like, well, man, if I just held that second ad, I could be up twice as much, and shifting that to, well, the downside of that is catastrophic. And the upside to taking this off is I'm just paying myself. I'm just sticking money in my pocket. I'm just pulling money out of the ATM that is the market, and I'm funding my bankroll for the next high conviction trade. So I think it's super, super important to trade around those positions. Mike likes when it consolidates because it tells him that it's priming up to go somewhere. Absolutely. So the longer the base, the longer the space. The more everybody gets so sick of a stock that's just range trading day after day, week after week. I'm sitting over here rubbing my hands together going, man, when this thing moves, it's going to move. And the longer I keep it on my radar, the more impulsive traders it's going to fall off of theirs. And I'm going to get an even better opportunity. And then I get all of those impulsive breakout traders to rush in like the cavalry, and get my back when the trade starts to work. And I can just ride those guys and their momentum up and quite frankly use them as exit liquidity when it's time to take profits. So really good to just think about what cohort of traders are in at any given time. And when you have consolidation, you are trading with long-term investors and smart money. When you're in a breakout trade on like a meme stock or something, you're with gamblers. So I'm not saying don't gamble. I gamble every day to some extent or another, but I take very calculated gambles. We are informed gamblers here in the market. I will never tell you that it's not gambling, but I will never tell you that it's flipping a coin either. If it is, you're doing it wrong. So Mike abandoned all his rules on Tuesday after going red in the pre-market, but then he dialed back in around lunch after his appointment. Okay. You were pissed and you started revenge trading. So yeah. So the emotions, it's so easy for them to start affecting you, right? And once they do, it's really hard to shake. So for me personally, I know myself enough to know that I get emotional. I'm an emotional. You might not be able to tell, but I get pretty emotional at times. So when I feel that inside of myself, I just say, hey, I know that I'm not going to be making the best decisions. Probably the best idea is for me to take a walk and recenter myself and get back to the place of being the trader that I know I can be. Because when I'm trading on emotions, I am handicapping myself severely. And, we wouldn't take a trade if we knew there was a big seller hammering it down every time. We wouldn't take that long. So being at the whim of your emotions is kind of like a seller in its own regard. It's a negative influence on the results that you're looking for. And because of that, we just need to avoid it. We need to be out of the market when that quote unquote seller is there, right? When that emotional pressure is on you, figure out how to fix that. Usually it won't be through the market. If you're revenge trading and you get a big win, then you've got a whole other problem on your hands where you might just give it back because you're swinging from one emotional extreme to another. So great point, and good on you, Mike. You sound like a very self-aware guy who can recognize this. So VSync starring his own comment. We're going to move right on past this. We don't need to get into my politics. That's no fun for anybody. Mike P, 2 pips below the last low at the beginning for me until I started making profit. Then you adjust it. Okay. So yeah, it is important to dial in and see what works for you. So it sounds like, Mike's talking in pips. So we know we got a pro futes trader in the house here. Whenever you hear pips, you better listen because that guy knows what he's talking about. And of course, he loves VWAP because he knows what he's talking about. And daily anchored VWAP is great. Also, I love the 2-day anchored VWAP. That's super cool. You can be like our boy Michael Noss, CMT, and trade from the 1-day to the 2-day and play those mean reversion, highly consistent moves there. Those are always good plays there. You can see them every single day. You'll get a whole list of potential setups on your scanner. You can wait for them to trigger. You can just start stacking those consistent gains. Absolutely. All right, my boy Talk saying, Steve, depending on your trade time frame, what indicators do you adjust? Great question. So in general, I'm like many people where essentially I start out with a lot of indicators and think the more information on my screen, the better. And then I've really kind of honed that in. And so honestly, most of the indicators I use, I don't adjust them very much based on the time frame. So in general, I always have the 200 moving average on my screen. I always have the 9 EMA and the 20 EMA. Those are my short-term trend indicators. The 200 is a more substantial trend indicator. Besides that, things like ATR I use very frequently, and that's always, an intraday calculation. It looks back through a certain window of trading days, and then it extrapolates what the potential moves are on that given day. In general, I don't really change that much depending on time frame, to be completely honest with you. And I think that might be an ideological thing on my part, where I think that the market is very fractal in nature, where I see the same setups and the same market mechanics happening on a 1 minute chart or even a 1 second chart. If you really want some adrenaline, you watch that 1 second chart and you just see, it's crazy seeing the same formations that you see on those low time frames up on a daily or a weekly chart. So for me, I really am a firm believer of, as above, so below, so to speak. If these patterns are functional on a low time frame, they'll be functional on a high time frame. If these indicators are work on a low time frame, they should respond on a high time frame. I think it's more about stock dependence. So I give indicators different weights on different stocks just based on what they're responding to. So if I see a buy program on a stock off the 20 EMA on the 1 minute for like an hour, I'm going to keep buying it off the 20 EMA until it stops working, until that buy program turns off. So that doesn't mean that every stock in the market is doing that though, right? So I think it's more important to remember that these are all guidelines and tools to measure what is actually happening in a given market, in a given stock. So I think it's much more specific on the stock than the time frame. I don't know what this means, but I am later, so so pray for me, boys. Talk is a turtle trader, best used for long-term setups. Okay, interesting. So I actually don't know a ton about turtle trading. I know there's the book. I know it's a very established system, but we'll have to talk more about that later because I hear a lot of good things. I know a lot of very successful traders call themselves turtle traders. I just think it's a cute name. So I'm pro turtle trading, but I don't know very much about it. It has been quite some time, and I am in search for a holy grail setup, which would give me returns of 70%. Wellington, you and me both, brother. You and me both. I think everybody's looking for the holy grail, and I think that's why they call it the holy grail. So what I would say is mean reversion and shooting for less extreme targets and just taking these kind of base hits that appear very regularly, like returning moves back to VWAP or these fake breakdowns. Those are my two biggest plays. And they work very consistently. I don't have the numbers on hand. I would say over 60%, 70 plus maybe is pushing it. But you run enough of these and you will compound very regularly, because it doesn't even matter if I have a 50% win rate, because with a 50% win rate, if my risk reward is 3-1, that's money in the bank right there. And then anything on top of that is just the cherry on top, right? Kathy asking a very good question. Next Friday is 4th of July. That I was I was thinking it was Saturday. Shoot. So I will have to double check. I will have to double check on that. I will let people know in the Trade the Pool Discord. Yeah, I'm not sure. Is the market closed? Is the market open? I guess we will see. So we're gonna say I'm gonna say no for now, but we will do something on Discord that day and on the 3rd after the early close. So it sounds like market is closed. Apologies, guys. I've been on vacation and then had some family stuff that I had to deal with. So I'm a little bit out of it. You can probably tell this was not as polished as usual, but I see 88 people here, and that's the number right about when I first checked maybe an hour ago. So I really appreciate you guys for sticking with me here. And it's only going to get better from here. So thank you so much, guys. Let me hop over into the live questions and we will talk about anything I see there. Okay. Yeah, I did just get confirmation that the market is closed and it's a half day before. So safe to say no webinar on Friday, but we can probably do it Thursday. I got to double check and make sure that's okay. But if at the very least we'll have a Discord thing going on, I'll be there. We can talk about whatever you guys want to. and it'll be a good time. Okay. Bear with me 1 second here. Okay. Wellington saying he's been studying. Okay, I've been studying ICT setups, and your breakdowns are very helpful. Thank you. I see a lot of other content creators with their own strategies, sometimes even downplaying ICT methods. Yeah, I see that too. I think a big part of it is that Michael, the creator of ICT, he is very, very opinionated and he is very, very dogmatic. This is somebody that I've probably watched over 100 hours of content with. I've worked with his system extensively. He is in some ways an amazing teacher, and in other ways, very, very polarizing. So I think a lot of people try to distance themselves from these concepts. Another thing is, I think that this might be a hot take. I don't think he invented these concepts. I think that that he has a very articulate way of defining them and kind of isolating these kind of more generalized market like generalized concepts of the market. So for example, he will say order blocks. I might just say this is a zone of support, right? And I do use his rules for order blocks, not dogmatically, but I absolutely do use his system very regularly. And I have nothing bad to say about the system outside of grain of salt with everything, I think. So it's interesting seeing you basically mirroring my thoughts on that. So, and I do just want to clarify, what we'll be doing on Thursday, the day before, is the general Discord event. Nothing crazy special, but it'll be a lot of fun. It'll be very informative, and I will be there. That's all I can guarantee. Also, on Friday morning, it sounds like we will as well. Oh no, Tim is memeing on me. Let me see what's going on here. I can't see the bottom of the meme because of our boy DJ 2am. Where's his comment? All right, let me hide that. Oh, that's real. That's real. So hopefully top picture, but worst case, bottom picture. There's nothing wrong with ramen and candles. That's great. All right. Okay. Let me scroll on back up here. What's up, Tyler? Good to see you. You are late, but that's fine. We've recorded it, and you're just in time for questions if you got anything. Mike P saying politics suck. I agree. Let's never talk about politics. That'd be a win for me. Okay. So today's trade, Talk saying, like today's trade, we went up on no real news, kind of like a battle that's going your way. Sometimes it's a trap. Exactly. So that's where, I'm not sure if this is what you were referring to, but what jumps to my mind is when I was talking about when something just isn't sitting right with you. And often it's that grind up where it's like, yeah, we're going up, but there's not the real oomph. There's not the volume, and there's no catalyst. Often that means that it is going to be reverted on a catalyst that will take people by surprise if they don't have that kind of spidey sense tingling that maybe says, hey, I'm going to lock in gains here. I'm going to wait for this to settle. And so, yeah, I'm totally with you. I'm like I said, I'm pretty jaded. I'm always looking for traps. I think the market is incredibly efficient at separating us from our money. So, so yeah. So look for opportunities for the market to screw you a little bit. And often those are the best opportunities to go on the other direction there. So like I said, for me, I didn't catch the move down. I wasn't even on my radar, but I didn't like the price action in the morning, so I wasn't long either. And then I did make my money and catch the long off the low of the day to VWAP. And that's where it's like you can kind of filter out the lower probability stuff and just wait for your fat pitch. For me, it was a fat pitch. It was slowing tape, slowing selling volume into a key support and into a key ATR range. And I had a clear target up ahead. And I said, hey, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to send it though. So what else do we got here? Yeah, Mike, the 2-day VWAP is very cool. Check it out. I think you'll like it a lot. And if you need more advice on that, Michael Noss, he's just an absolute repository of information. That dude is a walking encyclopedia about trading. He uses the system every day, so I'm sure he'd be more than happy to answer questions or talk about it on stream. Catch him every day on Trade the Pool, and yeah, that's his spot. He's trading those systems live every day. Mike saying he uses the 9, the 20, the 50, the 200. That's exactly what I use. Sometimes I wonder why I even bother with the 50, but then it still responds a good amount. So I keep it on there. I don't have a problem with a few extra lines, but yeah, these are excellent to have on your chart. Personally, I like the EMAs for the shorter ones, the 9 and the 20s, because they're more responsive. And I like the simple moving average for the 200, but that's mostly a preference thing. Okay, my boy Robot, he's got the 6, the 18, and the 180. Interesting. So this is probably, I feel like that's something to do with some kind of fib ratio or something. I used to trade a 6, an 18, and a 27, I want to say, and that was pretty cool. But same basic concept here. He's got his 2 short-term ones, a 6 and an 18, a 9 and a 20, essentially the same thing. They're telling you the same thing. And the 180 is essentially a longer term 200. So yeah, totally with you. Again, this is very preferential. For me personally, I have a whole system built on 27 EMAs on every time frame projected onto whatever time frame I'm trading on. And that's just been trial and error over the years. That's what I really think is very responsive. So I keep the basic ones on my screen, and then I have a whole other indicator suite of this 27 EMA that I very regularly trade off of. That's we can talk about that too when I go over the trade that I took today. So good stuff there for sure. Tyler Smith saying it's a wild market. Lost on Hood today when that news hit. Yeah, that was tough. I think Tim actually made money on that short. So blame him. That's what I usually do. But NVIDIA worked out good. Yeah, nice move early on NVIDIA for sure. Good stuff. DJ2AM, I appreciate you very much. You're letting it get to my head. So I gotta ration out your praise. But as always, I appreciate you. What else we got? Eau Claire Capital on Twitter was talking about buy programs. Yeah, buy programs are very fascinating stuff. You can identify it's a really useful tool to identify on shorter time frames where the key levels are that a buy program steps in. And that can usually often it'll show as you would expect a pattern to do one thing, but then something happens where every time it reaches a certain level, often a 9 EMA I found is very responsive to short-term buy programs. You'll just see somebody just saying, hey, no, I know it looks like we're going down, but I'm buying here. Then it pops up off of that, comes back down to that 9 EMA. No, it looks like we're just grinding up, but we're buying here. And you see the volume just stacking up and up on these orders. And you can just keep riding that trend until it stops working. Today, I rode that trend just about all the way to VWAP. So good stuff there. I'll have to check out Eau Claire Capital. DJ2AM took some profit off BBAI this morning. Nice trade, I would assume. Let me pull up my chart and we can start looking at charts. And then I got a little more time here and then we will wrap it up. So bear with me 1 second. BBAI. This is such a fun name to trade. Big Bear AI. This one, SOUN and AI, they all move in tandem. They're all beautiful. And boom, look at that move. Excellent. So I'm going to switch over to this screen. So before I show it, DJ, if you are in the room still, which I think you are, I want to know why you took profit where you did, because I know I'm seeing some key levels here. And bear with me, get this up. There he is. So yeah, I'll pull up the chart, but I am curious to hear your thought process. And I'm gonna do a little split screen action here. So the ratio is a little funky, but bear with me. I got to do it to see your questions too. So we have BBAI here. These were my levels. I haven't looked at this chart in all week, actually. All week. I recommended keeping a very close eye on this volume shelf that was building out here at slightly over $4. And so we have that key level, that 4 level. We have consolidation above it. And now we have expansion right up to the equilibrium of the range from the high to the low here. This is the 50% point. And if anybody doesn't believe in fibs, look at that. Look at that precision. Just about to the penny. Very clear that there were sellers waiting for this 50% level to kind of bop it down. So we gap up into it, come down, we hold above our moving averages on the daily, we surge again, we undercut it, and now we close. That's a very bullish close to me. I think these have lots of room to expand up. And all right, DJ is saying, I tried to wait for confirmation like you did and jumped in at 594. All right, caught the top and it went down. Okay, did I misread? I thought you were already in and you took profits. Let me go back to your initial one here. Oh man, you guys are chatty today. It's way up there. Okay. Doing just one trade a day right now, trying to up your knowledge. I love it. I love it. You are on the right track. Let me zoom on back here. Hey, you know, it happens. It happens. We that's why we drill this stuff, right? Because you caught yourself maybe a little late this time, but you'll catch yourself a little bit earlier next time, and that's what it's all about here. That's what it's all about. So let me zoom on back up here. Man, you guys are chatty. I love it. Okay. Oh, we got somebody else that's a Marvel bull. Nice. Let me look at that real quick here. It's just grinding on up. Oh, chaos chart here. But if we zoom out a little more clarity. Excellent, excellent. Undercut the 50 here. After a blow off top here, parabolic move, came back into the base, into the big volume shelf, looking like it's setting up for more expansion. What I would do now with these old crayons is I'd take my fib and I'd redraw it from this swing high to this swing low. And we are still in the value zone in this golden pocket. We are reclaiming monthly 9 EMA, 9 or 20 EMA. What else do we got? What else do we got? Surging back over the 200 week. Very nice. And next stop is a date with this 200 moving average. It looks like we closed the gap and are responding to it. Oh, we still have a little bit of room. It's right at the 200. So next week, what you can look for is some of these imbalances here to the downside to get retested. Maybe it comes down like this into this rising 9 EMA, and then you can take, I'd probably play options here and target this 83 handle. So I think that there's a big draw up here. And you see this big empty space here. As long as it can get over 80, it's going to pop to 83-ish, 80 or 85-ish pretty darn quick, I think. So that's a fun trade. That's a good setup that we can look for. I like those 100 calls for August. A little aggressive. What's the delta on those? Probably under 3 at 3 maybe. Maybe a little aggressive, but I could definitely see it happening. This is a big level, 93. Then it's a little bit of a low pocket at 100, so it could easily pop above that into like 103. So yeah, I'm going to be keeping an eye on this because I want to be looking for the laggards in the semis that I think have a lot of room to go. All right, DJ, I'm still praising me more. I don't need to pull that up on screen, but thank you. I will do my best tonight. Okay, Tyler, cut down on the amount of holdings he has so you can pay more attention to them. I think that's a great idea. I think I do my best trading when I have 4 to 6 positions open at any given time max, and often when it is a lot less than that, you know. Going on down here. Talk, you make me laugh. Yeah. You know, sometimes I can't be glued to the screen. I want to just always be glued to the screen, but every once in a while life gets in the way. So all about balance in most things. Did I close the coin trade? Great question. Let's talk about it. So coin, man, what a beauty. I still have an open position. I'm watching this 350 level. It seems responsive. There was a big imbalance, see, between these two candles here. Totally fine for it to revisit and wick in there a couple more times. I think it's waiting for the moving averages to catch up. I think it wants to consolidate via time before pushing higher. There is a chance that this zone here rejects and that we need to retest some of this poor structure. That would be valid and that would be fair. And I would be looking to add there, believe it or not. Why is because I went with Con L and I bought in right about here at 24 even. So let's see, 24. So I was up over 100%. I was up 115% when I sold a big chunk of that. And I was basically targeting this collection of highs here. I've completely free rolled the trade. And I think that coin, pull up the main chart, is going much higher. I believe that there's a very high likelihood that we are going to keep surging to sweep out all-time highs at 420, 430. Then I think we're going to back test somewhere probably right around 350, maybe a little deeper. Let's call it that for fun. And then eventually break much higher. I believe this is a pretty textbook cup and handle pattern here. I think we're seeing the same thing on hood, but a little bit later. As you can see, I have a very similar line. I have I had a very, very strong conviction that we would tag this level. We did, and we were seeing some sellers, as Tyler saw. So I would not be surprised if it overshoots a little and then undercuts pretty severely. And this is an area where I'll be looking for big positions on things like hood, things like coin, things like Roblox, I believe is another. Roblox still has a ways to go. But again, these are all setups where you just get the expansion up to those all-time highs once the liquidity is there, once people are ready to start making the move. So for coin, I am still in with a, I forget if it's half or a third. I think I still have half. It was not a great day today, but I think it's okay. And I believe in the trade. So still in most of it, completely free rolled. What I think I'll probably do on Monday, especially if we see some weakness, is I will book the profits on CONL, the 2x leveraged one, and I'll just switch to normal shares. So just de-risk a little bit, hold my position. It'll still be on my radar, but it'll be less likely to pull a HIMS on me. Showed you my good trade. I'll show you my bad trade. I was sure this thing was breaking out. I was so sure. The market was too, till the news hit. Boom, just major gap down. I got stopped out at open for a massive loss on that position. Luckily, I was taking profit up here, but not enough. So this was overall, I think it was bad. It was like 25% loss, I think, on the position. Yeah, 45% down overnight, and I had booked like 18% on the upside on half of it. So not great, but you know, coin balanced it out. Thank the Lord for that one. So that's how I'm managing the coin there. Where's the cat? The cat is out in the yard. The cat, she's on probation. She got a bird yesterday, so now she has the bell around her collar and she hates it. So so that's where the cat is. Next week I'll bring the cat. What else do we got here? Mike, you're too kind. I am not a pro. I've been doing it 6-7-ish years, but I don't consider myself a pro at all. That's reserved for the 15-20 year veterans. Those guys are the pros, and I still learn a ton, not just from them either, from you guys too. So thank you, but you're too kind. Always be looking for more information, more insight, other views. I am by no means an authority figure. All right, what else we got? All right, yeah, Catalyst is one of your 5 criteria for A+++ setups. Absolutely, got to have the juice. Okay, we have a request for please make a video on how to select stocks. I would love to do that. What you can do is for now is refer to my VCP, my volatility contraction pattern webinar. It's one of the first ones I did. It was probably maybe 3 months ago by now. But you just search volatility contraction pattern or VCP pattern, trade the pool, it'll pop right up. And that'll show you the main system I use to find swing trading setups, and also how to actually screen for them yourself. It has all the parameters there. If you need any help with that, you can shoot me a DM on Discord and I'd be more than happy to help you there. But yeah, VCP setups are excellent. They are very high probability, and they are how I caught the coin move. This was a very nice volatility contraction setup here. What else? Yes, Mike, blame Tim. Always, always. He does so much. So I don't know. It's totally not fair, but I do it anyway. No, Tim's a rock star. What else do we got? Oh, my man was journaling. My man was journaling. Let's see. One sec. All right. Mike P loves Fibonacci's. Hell yeah, brother. I'm all for them. I think that's, if I only had one tool that I was allowed to use on my charts, it would be Fibonacci's, because you just get so much information from them. Good stuff. Good stuff. Bill R saying, do I ever trade orbs if you're around open? Yeah, absolutely. So I love trading orbs. We can talk about them real quick. So an orb is an opening range break. You can play them on a 2-minute if you're really aggressive. You can play them on a 5. I like to play them on a 15. And what just like my normal trading strategy is playing the 30-minute orb, because I find that often you will get a range forming in the first 30 minutes that is then broken. So let's go over that real quick. We can pop to a 2M. Well, it's 2 months, 2 minutes. There we go. So the first 2-minute candle here formed a nice range. We can mark that out. There's the high. There's the low. What we kind of observe is overnight we had a gap up, and this is just framing the trade. We undercut, and then so we are either looking for a back test to reject if we're bearish, or a pop above and then a hold above and a push through that 2-minute orb. So the 2-minute setup, you would be long right here. You'd be getting in under VWAP. That's always nice. You would catch a very explosive move up here. And where would you sell? Well, these green lines here are my ATR levels. These are the levels where it is very likely to start reversing around, if it is not like a crazy outlier day where, it's just an insane catalyst-based move. So for me personally, if I did take this trade, I did not, but if I did, I would be in right here, and I would be selling some in here, instant top wicks. That helps me know that we are not on a crazy outlier day, because there are sellers stepping in at the first test of this ATR level. Then I'd be watching my 20 moving average. As long as candles are closing above this, like this, totally fine. This might have shaken me out of a partial. Not really sure. I probably would have waited for VWAP or waited for this low to break. Since this low didn't break, I think I probably would have held in here and pretty quickly started seeing bottom wicks off the same zone. I would have drawn this zone out like this. As long as this respects, I'm in the trade. Reclaim the moving averages, good to go. Take more off here. Then we have a topping pattern here. 1 push, 2 push, 3 push. And I'm noticing the red volume starting to peak higher. We had a consolidation of volume here. I don't know if you can see that. Right in this circle, volume's consolidating, and then red is the volume that breaks that. So that's a little warning sign. We did hold these moving averages, but whenever we are above targets and we get 1 push, 2 push, 3 push, I am on very, very close alert, because either it's going to straight squeeze or very much more likely reject here. So I would have personally been out probably when we break this high volume candle low here. So any runners would have been out a little under my stretch goal for ATR. Really clean, really clean, really clean. Love good price action like this. Yeah, and while we're here, we can talk about the trade I took down here and what I was looking at. Hop to a 1 minute. So this is where I started watching, because I just noticed that there was a buyer, but I noticed that we had a ways to go until we got into this yellow block here, and this was just a level of support, essentially a high volume node on a higher time frame. So I wanted to see what happened when we dug into here a little bit. So this was the first stick where I said, okay, I think that we have a bottom very close to forming here. So what I did, let me pop on my indicator. This is my 27 EMA suite. I said, okay, we need to break above this to get long. Full disclosure, I did not trade my system. I got in right about here because I saw this power stick forming, and close to the end of it, I just bought a chunk. I said, hey, this looks pretty good. What the actual trigger for me was this 1 minute engulfing. I was seeing bottom wicks up here, bottom wick here, bottom wicks here, And then when this power stick formed, it broke through here, and I believe it was a 5-minute engulfing candle. Was it there? Oh, it was there. So yeah, it actually wasn't a 5-minute engulfing. Again, it was not the cleanest trade, not the cleanest trade. But what kept me in it was saying, okay, there should be buyers around here. What I want to see is no 5-minute close. So basically, I could give it a little leeway. A 1-minute candle could do whatever, but a 5-minute's a little bit more substantial for a day trade, at least for a scalp. So I was saying, okay, if there's a 5-minute close under here, that's my stop. And it tried, but if you look at the 5-minute, no candle closed under it. So each time the 5-minute closed, and I literally set an alert on my phone for like 30 seconds before the 5-minute candles would close, just so I wouldn't psych myself out. Cause I was like, if it happens and it surges below, I'll hear the alert that I set. Otherwise, I just want to see what it happens. So I did hear the alert twice, but every time I checked, it was already popping back up. So still in the trade. So now what I was looking for were the things that we talked about for a reversal pattern. So I wanted to see the general power dynamic shift from sellers to buyers. So we had this swing low here, and then I saw substantial buyers coming into the tape. They could not break above this high. So trend is still not bullish. We push back down. That is still bearish, a lower high and a lower low. But then I was watching this consolidation really tightly here, and I was noticing these high sells. They couldn't really seem to get any traction below this, and it was taking less volume from bulls to hold this line. So for me, this is short covering action. This is people taking their shorts into this high volume node on a higher time frame, this big block, and essentially trying to form a carve out a bottom. So here is where I started really thinking about adding, and I said, okay, if it can reclaim the 1 minute here, I'm pretty bullish. But the big level is this green level here. This is my hourly trigger. This is the one that really matters. So yeah, we swept under here. I added on the close above here when it back tested and started to wick back up. So I added, 611.60. And then I said, okay, now I have two tranches. I have a position from here and I have a position a little bit higher. When we get up to the hourly trigger, I'm not convinced that it won't just reject like this. So I'm going to take my add off. So I took my add off right on this candle. It popped above. And then what I could have done is added on the back test here. I did not, but I could have pressed the trade like that. But then I'm just watching my yellow line here, my 20 moving average, and this red trigger. And as long as we were above this, I had zero worries in the world. And I just set my orders up at VWAP. And I set another, I think, above this one here in this fair value gap. Yeah. So that's how I framed the trade. That's how I was, describing what I was looking for. The biggest kind of pivotal moment, inflection point, was I needed to see this high at 612.24 get breached. All I need is to see a candle close above that, and I think that we're good to push higher. And essentially, or even wick above it, I'm very, very interested in the potential continuation long. And the reason for that is it would be the first break of structure of these lower low, lower high, lower low. But now we get a higher high, a higher swing high before a pullback. So then if it made that, and as long as it held these rising moving averages, we were good to go. So we got the criteria right here for a long entry based on that. We popped above it, back tested and held. So yeah, as you can see, once we got that, it was just a very straight move. So it wasn't just me waiting for that back test essentially. So that is how I would frame the trade. And man, what a squeeze. I did not sell any up here. I was all out here, but that's fine. Sorry, I was rambling there, but it was fresh in my head, so I had the whole thought process there. Scrolling through questions. Mike P with the surfing or skating analogy. Absolutely, man. Yeah, we are riding waves, and we are in a game where you're not going to nail it your first try, and you're not going to nail it every try, but it's all about that progression and working on your process and identifying your mistakes and addressing them. Tyler Smith saying Marvell is his biggest holding. Okay. Big baller. I like that. After selling part of hood. Oh, my man. Very good. Very good. I'm a massive hood bull, and I'm essentially all out of my position. I just have a very small amount of shares to keep tabs on it. But what a trade, right? Beautiful stuff. Stuart Singh is an AEVA bull. I felt like I missed that one, but let's take a look at it. Yeah, I missed this one. And I said I missed it down here too. So congratulations. Hope you're in. I don't know what the heck to do with this chart. That's a monster. I do know what to do with it. Slap a fib on it. Note the volume shelf right around the IPO level. Mark this out as a notable range. Take profit into 50. Round number as well. Easy peasy. Yep. Looks great for 50 as long as it can hold an hourly trigger. So over this previous shelf here, this high volume shelf that got built out, if it trades back into 34.50 or so, probably take a long or add to it. Crazy chart, crazy mover. And this is where I just trust the system, right? So if I'm in a trade that's working, say I get in somewhere around here, I expect this high to sweep. As long as it's holding over hourly trigger, this green line, I know there's a lot of chaos on this chart. Go ahead and hide. Whoops. Didn't want to hide all of it. There we go. So yeah, as long as it's basically holding this hourly trigger, as you can see, just very responsive. Sure, it did undercut, but then by the end of the day, it reclaimed. That might have scared me a little, this too. But in general, these are your kind of, why you kind of use these as trend following, or just extension trend systems to keep an eye on. As long as by the end of the day, ideally by the end of the hour, it can reclaim these levels, you are good to go. So just onwards and upwards, onwards and upwards. A little sideways action, but pretty darn healthy. And just every time this gets tight and it flattens out, boom, big pop. So you just keep on doing this. This one's actually a pretty wild mover, so it is undercutting a decent amount, which makes it harder. But in general, you want to have some indicator to help you kind of ride these moves on up. And maybe these stop you out, and then you just get back in on the reclaim. That's totally valid too. And then you'd be netting massive gains off this. So nice chart there. Talks watching what I am. Reddit, absolutely. I don't like UNH as much, but I have to respect the move it did today. 2% on a very low beta name that's been basing for a couple weeks. Very significant. Reddit. See, I almost bought end of day here, which would have been great, but I just didn't like these top wicks. And it looks like this kicker candle. I don't like this either. Do a key gap fill, but it does look like it's a grinder. So how I would trade this one is the same thing. Just this hourly trigger, as long as it's respecting more or less, then probably consolidate sideways. These very key moving averages catch up in the next week or so, and then it pushes up and starts sweeping these, because this looks like it has highest short interest or something. Like these big surges up and then getting beat back down multiple times. They're trying to like prevent a squeeze. Reddit is also one of the names that is down the most from all-time highs out of the previous leaders. So there is still massive catch-up room on this trade. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan. I was buying into this gap, but I sold very quickly into the 200 day, so not much there. What else we got? If Bitcoin goes down, then coin will go up. But I think coin is just gearing up for a larger move coming to Bitcoin. I'm not sure about the first part, but I definitely agree on the second part. I think risk on, baby. So long Bitcoin, long coin, all that good stuff. Let's see what else we got. Let's see. Michael Anthony is looking at Clover. That's a name I haven't looked at in a while. Let's take a peek. That's very significant volume today. There must have been some kind of catalyst, as you were saying. Yeah, one of the 11 best U.S. stocks to invest in under $5. Canaccord Genuity analyst Richard Close reiterated a buy that has $160 million in cash. Okay, let's zoom on out. Well, that's a pretty chart. That's nice. So you have the nice cupping bottom action. You have a explosive handle that did fail, but I bet if we slap a fib on this, it is retesting the 50 to the penny. Guys, just start using fibs. You'll start seeing them jump out at you. You'll be like, that's exactly halfway between these. All right, so Key monthly moving average scooping. We still are fighting downward curling pressure from this blue daily trigger and this purple weekly trigger, but it looks like it is trying to find volume back at equilibrium. This is a great place to start a position for a long-term hold if you don't go overboard, because this thing is a big mover. If it even retests the current range, that will be a 50%, or I'm sorry, a 75% gainer. And there's potential for a retest of this high volume shelf up here at $8. So I'm going to put this on my watch list. I'm going to do it right now, actually. Thanks for the heads up there. All righty. Is that my catchphrase? I could work with that. It's not a bad catchphrase. Slap a fib on it. I need a sound effect like a Guy Fieri, like bow, bam, something like that. I don't know. Long wicks are an indicator of where she may go. Yeah. Where is that sound? Is Tim doing audio production now too? I don't know if you guys could hear that or if it's on my end only. Oh man. Let's see. Okay, all right. Tim's trolling me here. That's what's going on. That's okay. I deserve it. Chris, good to see you in here, man. Christopher says, today I saw that it broke the $100 barrier. Should I hold strong or start taking profit? And how do I know what I should take, as I don't need money, but I want to leave money on the table? Chris, if you're still around, let me know what stock this was. Sorry, there's so many that we talked about that I didn't catch this one in real time here. While you do, if you are still here, let's talk about EL. This is a Estee Lauder. Okay, so this is going to move with things like Lulu, Ulta, basically consumer discretionary retail. I see a big old trend line that I want to check on. Look at that. I swear this stuff just jumps out at you after a while. Who needs lines when you have brain? Okay, so it's testing a key breakout. We have a nice curling of all of our key levels here. Often you can get a pop and then a rejection. And this one feels a lot better to buy, but sometimes you miss it and it just goes like that. So if you're in it, great. If you're not, I would wait for a back test of these confluences of support. We have a big volume shelf starting at 75 and digging down into 70. So 70 to 75 is the buy zone for me. I could not buy this now, but it does look like it more than likely would work. I think it is not a bad setup. Oh, Captain Sunshine, we can commiserate. I am long A-Lab, and it is being very obnoxious. Look at those weekly sticks. Top wick, top wick, top wick, top wick. I thought each one was going to break out. I am in from about 94-ish. So I don't have the best price. I'm red right now. But as long as it holds the 200-day, that test a couple days ago was very positive. That was what I was waiting for. I missed it. I did not enter here. My order was a little bit lower and did not fill. It was right here at 84. Thought it might undercut, but I love the strong response off the first tap. This will keep curling up and it should provide a rising support. And we should see buyers starting to step in under 90. So unless that changes, I am long A-Lab. I think it is very good risk reward here. Nice cup, nice handle, nice moving averages crossing over. And on a higher time frame, since I'm just in shares, I think this has potential to be the beginning of a very large base. This whole thing, just a base. And I will be trimming heavily into this 110 gap. But I think that we could go significantly higher, and it may be forming some type of channel. It's not perfect, but you could maybe not expect, but in a perfect world where everything goes right for A-Lab, we could be setting up for a very significant base break move here. More realistically, I think it probably does something like this, and then comes down like this, and then pushes up much higher, like in a year or two. But yeah, I like the stock. I don't know a ton about the fundamentals, but yeah, not too shabby. I don't have to lie to you though. I do think it is going up. Not fun though. Not been fun when everything else is ripping. This is my most unfun position right now that him's beat me up and kicked me out. Michael Anthony saying, shouldn't Clover rebound more today with a profit in May compared to October, since it made a profit this quarter of 0.05 or 5 cents? I do not know enough about the fundamentals. What I do know is that we were traded back into a key level. It got apparently a bullish catalyst today, and there was massive volume here. What we can do is look in a little closer at the hourly, and that looks pretty compelling to me. If it can hold over 277, 78-ish, I think there's a good chance for the very least a retest of this $3 area here. Yeah, I like it. Mike P is also a fellow musician. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Playing about 10 years. I still suck, but man, do I love it. Captain Sunshine. Also do NU. You are in at 12 and change. Are you Sam in Discord? You're in the same stocks. Let's check it out. I love new. I'm still in this one. Not a big position. I'm in from 12 and change. Same. Yeah, I love the stock. Love the chart. I think it's got a great narrative. I like having exposure to Latin American markets. I like having exposure to what do you call it? Fintech. There you go. I think that they have a lot of potential. I see a VCP pattern here, big thing, small thing, getting even tighter here. It is respecting just about everything, coiled for weeks under the 200, so it's very constructive. This coil happened on top of a larger flag pattern, and when you zoom out, this is the most important thing for me. Textbook, massive cup and handle off IPO levels. I mean, just absolutely perfect chart. I believe this thing will be a double in 6 months to a year. So I love NU. I will continue loading on any pullbacks as long as it holds key levels here. Right now that's 12. So yeah, absolutely love the stock. Mike trying to hurt me, bringing up hymns. We don't talk about that. Thank you, Mike. Take a look at Soun, S-O-U-N. What did it do? I thought it was going up, and it is not going up. It is very tight, though, and we do have a lot of options flow. And again, I think these have heavy short interest because there's a lot of flow, and they keep opening high and then getting beaten back down, but only to key support levels. Mike, you're good, brother. You're good. It's just a little soon. Okay, so Soun, I think this is a valid wedge back test here into key support. I think that we are going to be looking for continuation on BBAI. And if we get that, these names can catch up. I'm almost more inclined to just play BBAI, but I like the chart setup on AI and Soun more. And those are very similar. Yeah, very, very similar charts on these. Both have massive upside. AI had a lot of flow on, I think, monthly dated 30 strikes, maybe August 30s. And they had weekly 25s coming in as well. Those ones look like, I guess they bought them yesterday. They probably sold it open. Probably made some money, but no big gains there. So this is still on the focus list for next week. What else we got? We won't talk about it. Captain Sunshine. All right. Any thought on CLS or power? Yeah, CLS. I have a lot of thoughts because I was in at 14 and I sold at 24. So I'm a clown. That's my biggest thought. Look at all my lines and targets from way down here. You ever want to be depressed? That's depressing. Jeez, look at it go. I mean, it's an absolute powerhouse. It's got an incredible narrative. They're they're poised incredibly to make a killing off of AI. They basically are, they were one of the first and most prominent use cases of, what am I looking for here? Industrial AI, essentially. That's not 100% accurate. And, I'm not a big fundamentals guy. I do know that they have an incredible business model, and clearly the market's been responding amazingly to it. I don't know how to really chart something like this other than if you're long, stay long. If you're not, pick a spot and have a tight stop. It's an absolute parabolic mover. It probably continues to do so. I do not see anything other than massive accumulation on this first dip. So this is a unicorn. It's probably going to keep going. Not a bad idea to have a small allocation of it, just because it's basically Palantir, right? But sheesh, hard to buy here, right? If it gave a look back into previous highs or into this daily trigger, I'd be much more inclined to. But man, what a mover. Power looking a bit more constructive, still pretty extended. Heck, man, that's another parabolic mover, strong stock. I don't know what they do. Probably. Oh, this is Quanta. So is this data center stuff, I guess? Or they do like what? Construction for data centers? I don't know. Something data centers. So yeah, obviously huge narrative name, crazy mover. I like them. I can't buy them here, but I like them, you know, that kind of thing. Talk saying, Steve, we will put on the next trade for FNMA and FMCC. What's that? Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac? Yeah. Off News Catalyst. I am very curious. Going to pull up the charts and see what I see. Wow. Why have these been off my radar? Clearly, I noted that this was a base break potentially. Never traded it, that's for sure. Would have been a 5-bagger. Easy money. Heck, crazy. I'm sure Fannie Mae is very similar. Let's take a look. This doesn't look like the right thing. Is there a different ticker on TradingView? Did I have the right one for FMCC? Yeah, that's Freddie Mac. FNMA. Did I just mistype it? Guess I just mistyped it. Typed it. Okay. Yeah, that looks better. Much. Yep, same line. There it goes. You guys are hurting me today. All these trades I missed. It does look good. It looks like it can go higher. These things got beat to hell and back. I mean, don't let anybody tell you there wasn't a bubble. Okay. What else do we got? Yeah, it is depressing, Mike, but you know what? It's all part of the game we play. What can we do? All right, yeah, flex on us. You deserve it. You deserve it. Bought under 80. Absolutely amazing. What can you say, man? What can you say? All right. Flowers to you. Golf clap. I'm past time here. Anybody have any final questions? Go on and get them in. I'll take a few more minutes here, and then I'm going to head on out and start my weekend. Meanwhile, while the last questions are coming in, okay, Christopher wants to look at RCL. RCL was probably the ticker he was mentioning too. Let's look at that. RCL. Wow. Yep. Crazy. Another one that'll keep me up at night. Yeah, I actually shorted this thing at 110 into this trend line, and I made a good amount. I made like 20%, and then I just didn't buy it, even though I knew it was an absolute juggernaut, and I knew it was time to stop the short. But yeah, incredible. It looks like it's going to keep going too. Just absolute parabolic mover. These are the industry leaders. They're doing it right. You want to be in this and not like NCHL, I think it is. NHCL. I'm so dyslexic. What's Norwegian? NCLH. There it is. Yeah, look at the discrepancy there. Absolutely wild, the underperformance here, or the outperformance by RCL. So yeah, man. What can you say? Sorry guys, I'm a little low energy here. I think it might be that time. Thank you, Talk. Love you too, brother. Steve from Stewart, we got Steve. When you looked at AEVA and mentioned taking profit on the 50, would you sell all of the stock that you would own or take a percentage? What we do personally. Thanks. Absolutely. Let's take one more look at that. So it depends on what your cost basis is. I'm assuming you got in. I probably shouldn't assume when you got in. You got in at some point and you're up for sure. Congratulations. This is massive accumulation. I would not expect any level below really 30 to retest personally, at least not for a while. Would I sell all? No, I wouldn't sell all. This is explosive and could easily just keep grinding up higher and higher and higher. looks like this is a legit enough bottom that it eventually will sweep out the highs here. So if you have patience, this is a pretty high probability three bag. There will be a lot of volatility on the way for sure. But yeah, so basically what I'm looking at is on the monthly chart here. This is a major area of consolidation, and more importantly, the IPO consolidation here. This will be a major level that needs to digest. That being said, we have so much juice and volume that it could slice through relatively quickly, and I would not want to assume that there would be a prolonged pullback and miss it. If you are close to free rolling your position, if you would be free rolling your position into 50, what I'd highly recommend is selling half of your position, making it so you cannot lose on the trade, even if this company goes bankrupt, and then just hold on to those and trade around that core position. If that's still a large position for you, maybe take 3/4 off and leave a quarter. The idea is to keep exposure that's completely paid for, and then you can hit a home run on that last quarter, and it'll be just as much of a gain as the 100% on the 3/4, if that makes sense. That is how I would manage that. All right, guys, I don't know about you, but I think it's time to start the weekend. I hope you had a good time. I hope you have a great week. I hope we all make money together. It's a short week next week. We're going to have a good time. Fireworks. I don't know. I'm very burnt out. I love you guys. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for staying. And yeah, have a great week. Take care, y'all. All right, we are live. Welcome, everybody. We are here with the part 3 of the Trading Foundation Mastery Series. I hope everybody's had a good week. It has been a spicy one. We got some pretty wild news with the trade stuff with Canada there. There's some other headlines floating around that I haven't even had a chance to wrap my head around. So what we are going to focus on, luckily, is evergreen here. It doesn't matter what kind of crazy headlines we get. We are going to be building on our previous couple weeks of webinars here and fleshing out our system. So we talked about how to kind of frame these systems, and last week we got into the details of how to enter and exit based on some basic technicals. So this week we are going to hone in on a simple framework for any kind of trade. So essentially a 3-step trade setup, and we're going to be talking about reversal plays, continuation plays, everything in the middle, and how to assess which kind of market condition each one will be best for. So we've got some good stuff here. I'm going to hop right on in. There we go. All righty, folks. My monitor also died last night, so I'm using one screen today. So forgive me if I don't see your questions immediately. I'll be trying to flip back and forth as much as possible, but bear with me, and we'll get some good stuff out of this, I think. So, like I said, 3-step trade setup here, simple framework for any market condition. Let's go. Real quick, homework check, guys. If anybody did analyze 10 different charts using the 5-step checklist that we developed last week, I'd love to hear about it. You can go ahead and throw that in the comments, throw that in the Discord. We can get some discussion going. And you're more than welcome to always hit me up throughout the week. I do my very best to get to each and every one of you, because I like seeing what you're working on, and I like learning from you guys too. So just throwing that out there. If you guys did the homework, gold star from Professor Steve, and yeah, show me what you got. Moving on to the real meat and potatoes here. Here's what we're going to learn today. We're going to be talking about a 3-step systemic.
Google wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
What's going on, traders? How we doing? Welcome back to another round right here on Trade the Pool, of course, ready to get to the action, ready to take a look at what's going on right now. We need to see where could we find some potential good trades in this market. We'll be taking a look at to see what's going on out there, guys. And of course, everyone watching to see what happens tonight, right? I think that's what everyone will be watching, of course, as we will be finding out tonight. The 8 p.m. deadline. No deal expected here, but we did get some recent truths that I will start to mention. I'll pull those out. Of course, the Truth Social account buzzing out there, and recent posts just came in just this morning. So we'll talk a little bit more about some of those posts. Some, of course, pretty strong words here being talked about. So we'll see what happens out there, guys. It's going to be a crazy ride indeed today. All right, we'll be taking a look to see what happens out there in the market. Let's go to the hourly and take a look to see it. We've been chopping around. We were all the way up at 660 this morning, and now we're all the way back down to 655s. It seems like we're getting a lot of shake and a lot of that coming in the oil markets. We'll talk a little bit more about that coming up, but let's kick things off. Let's go to our playbook first. Then, of course, we got the Sunrise Report that gives you everything, why stocks are moving, and what's going on in the macro space, right? Well, stick around. We got a lot for you guys right here. It's Trade the Pool. Let's get to the playbook this morning. Long on UNH, a dip buy setup that we'll be taking a look to see what happens here. Of course, what is this based off of? Well, last night we got news, right? News came in on this space after the CMS Medicare rate hike. We'll talk more about it in, of course, the Sunrise Report that's coming up. But this is already getting the lift, was pulled back there to 297.50s this morning. And who was talking about UNH just yesterday? Well, of course, we were right here on the stream. Michael Noss and I were talking about how it had the technical setup, the structure to start turning things around. Little did we know, this news headline was coming right around the corner. Well, now we get to pop above the levels that we were talking about. Now can we get what we were really talking about yesterday, which is the throwback look? I think we look for that, right? We have support around the 284s. Can we get a pullback into that area? Can we go back below 290s? I'll be looking for it, of course. It spiked roughly about 8% in the after hours, of course, on this headline. Now we got to look to see, can we get a 50% retracement? Pull back into the 284 to 294 zone is what I'll be looking for. Really hoping for more of that below the 290s. We'll see if we get a long on UNH. And with this one dimension, I'll give you guys some players that trade with it, right? You got ELV, you get UNH, right? You also got United Health. You got a couple of names like CVS that will also trade off of this. So we'll be talking more about this, and even, dare I say, Oscar, dare I say it. Look at it, guys. It's getting a little bit of a lift this morning. We'll talk about some of these healthcare names throughout the show. Let's keep going. Let's go to another long that I've been talking about all year long with this target. It hasn't faded away. Yesterday, we had a really strong day from consumer defensives. You guys can see here, and that's the daily chart. Look at the weekly chart. It's really held. It's been 3 straight months of the upside in target, and I'm looking for a fourth. Can the monthly kind of just keep giving? Right? And I think that's an important outlook. You guys can see that with the weekly outlook. You can see how the strength has been pretty much since November, right? This has continued some strength. We'll look to see if it starts to get going, gets another leg up higher, starts to push through that 122, getting back through that 125. Of course, it had that spike off of the earnings, and it had decent earnings, and it's in the defensive space. What I started to see a little bit was a dip into some value names. Of course, this is serving as a defensive anchor. We'll see what happens if the consumer defensive and discount stores can assume some market leadership. Let's go to an outlook of potentially a trade that I could even do today, a blow off top reversal. I talked about how I wanted to see USO get to the 140s when we were trading at the 120s. And a lot of people told me I was insane to think that. Well, there it is, guys. 141.50 is already there. And there you go. Now we can start to look for what? We're getting that new high. We're getting that expansion. We're really starting to push away. Now it's when I start to look at, okay, now we got this last hurrah, right? I think tonight's going to be a very important action. We could see potential big escalation throughout the evening, right? So we will be watching to see what happens in USO today. I think today is one of those days where it can just all of a sudden get a quick spike, get up there. Who knows? Even 150s in reach even today. I'm not going to be shorting it right off of this, but I'm looking for that clear rejection candle, a shooting star, or a bearish engulfing candle at above 140s. Now we're starting to hit that level, so I will keep my eyes open for it, but I don't need to jump so fast here. The idea is to see it test the upper end of the Bollinger Bands with the RSI holding the pullbacks and wait for the MACD to really top. Wait for us to start seeing the price action that matches, of course, some indicators. It's not about getting the top. It's about getting a nice position with a good risk off of that topping action. We'll see what happens there. Theme today, of course, Tuesday's 8 p.m. deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz is the market's defining binary event. Tons of trades will move off of that. We'll talk all about it during the show, but we could talk XLI. We could talk about the energy trades themselves. There's also tons of action that's going on with chemicals and aluminum, right? We got more for you guys, of course. I still got CENX. You guys can see it down here. I got TLN. We'll talk about some of those trades as I have positions that are opened up in the swing account. We'll keep rocking and rolling. Let me know out there who's using their swing account, right? In the comments. I always hear about the day traders out there, and there's a lot of day traders in there in the chat, but does anyone else have the swing account? Let me know in the chat. I'd love to hear from you guys. And can I have your Discord, says Paul. Oh yeah, Paul, you can definitely have the Discord. We'll get you a link up. There should be one in the description down below, but if there's not, by any means, we'll get you an updated invite link here in the chat coming up. All right, let's keep going, guys. We got a lot more for you guys. We'll keep pushing towards the next level. Let's keep going down. Let's go now to the Sunrise Report and talk about really what's going on in the market today. There's a lot of action coming, of course, from Trump. We'll get to that. Let's take a look at what happened and what's going on. Night at 8 p.m., Trump's deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz expires, and the Wall Street Journal is reporting that negotiators on both sides believe that the gap is too large to close in the time being. We will see what happens here as WTI is trading at about 115 this morning, up nearly 3%. Trump did reaffirm, though, over the past 24 hours that his threat to bomb Iran's power plant and bridges if the deadline is missed. Futures are broadly lower, down about 0.5 to 0.6 at the open, and we'll see what happens here. Though, of course, the two disconnected stories are lifting specific pockets of the market. A stunning medical care advantage rate reversal from the CMS and a landmark Broadcom Google AI chip deal announced after the bell on Monday. The session, of course, is in shape for clear. Everything is on hold until 8 p.m., but we will see what happens here towards the open. Of course, there's more kind of Trump conversation that we can get into. Trump was issuing the deadline. He threatened to bomb and then engage in limited military action rather than a full infrastructure campaign. There's a lot of back and forth action out there. I think this is really all at the end of the day has to do with oil outlook. We will see what happens with oil tonight. I think oil will be the telling sign, not even just the rhetoric. Rhetoric will definitely move the markets. But what I'm going to be watching tomorrow is that oil price. If the oil price comes tumbling down, the war is coming to an end. If the oil prices stay higher, well, that's going to be a telling sign. There's probably more conflict ahead. Of course, the IMF's verdict in every scenario gets more expensive as things to be thinking about as they're looking in to see what happens here with inflation, global LNG, global oil, and also chemicals. There's so many things that are being kind of disrupted here, of course, by the Strait of Hormuz. Let's keep going. Let's go towards the next conversation as we talk about a little bit of some in focus with ASML and the Match Act chip export curbs going global. A proposed U.S. law known as the Match Act, the multilateral alignment of technology controls on hardware, is rattling, of course, the semiconductor space. Let's talk about it with ASML. Let's go ahead. Let's pull up the chart here so you guys can see right now what's going on. And this is all about it would extend the existing U.S. chip export restrictions to allied suppliers, including ASML and Tokyo Electron, closing the gap between domestic and allied nation restrictions. This target is clear: prevent China from sourcing chip manufacturing tools from non-US companies that currently, of course, face lighter controls. For ASML specifically, the stakes are significant. China represents roughly 1/3 of ASML's revenue in 2025. The company is projecting that the share fall about 20% in 2026 as early as restrictions could take effect. If the Match Act passes, that 20% baseline could fall further or disappear. ASML shares are lower Tuesday on the news. The broader implications, of course, the chip equipment sector in China exposure, already known overhang. Now, of course, this faces a legislative accelerant, and the Match Act is moving through Congress in an environment where there is a bipartisan support for tightening controls on China's AI supply chain. We will see what happens, of course. There's going to be a little bit of some mixed noise from this. I don't feel this is such a negative news as some people are making it out to be. The reason why is that at the end of the day, we've seen at least Trump's comments on China change. And there's still a visit from China's president, right? Xi is going to be kind of coming over to the U.S. and that got pushed back because of the war. But don't get it twisted. I'm still thinking that the U.S. is kind of working with China here. They're not necessarily being against each other. So in that case, in that rhetoric, I think that we don't have to stress too much about this export controls until we start to see it kind of really affect the stocks. You guys can see this morning, not much downside off of that news, but something that I wanted to bring to your attention at least. Let's go to the action. Let's keep talking about what's going on with some pre-market movers. Let's go to AVGO, of course. It has the news with Google. Let's talk about what happened here and why you're seeing it have its lift off. And it's holding the action this morning, which could give some other semiconductors some lift. As I'm talking about some semiconductors, we'll take a look at some other plays. But here, Broadcom up 3% as Broadcom confirming Monday that it signed an expanded AI chip supply agreement with Google. It providing here an approximately 3.5 gigawatts of computing capacity from Google's AI processors to Anthropic, of course, Claude. The deal is positioned for AVGO at the center of the hyperscalers AI lab supply chain, the kind of infrastructure level relationship that generates durable revenues regardless of which individual AI model wins here in the commercial markets. Alphabet Google edged up 0.2% as the announcing partner. I think this is also really interesting because now you're seeing what? You're seeing Google that has Gemini essentially try to help out Broadcom here and try to work together, right? And I think this is how we need to be looking at it, right? So we will be kind of taking a look at this, right? We have Anthropic, we have Gemini, we have Broadcom, and the truth is like it said here, right? It generates durable revenue regardless of which individual AI model wins here. So all of them looking better this morning, and we're already having positioning in the semiconductors that you could see a turn in the market. Now we need to continue watching. Will we get a little bit of some rally today, right? Will Google kind of just start to push here and break through the 300? I think we could see it, right? We could see a little bit of a front run rally. I know the positioning has come in early, and it came in on this spike back here, right? Early April. We haven't broken those lows. We're holding in here. I think the market is trying to price in a ceasefire. Question is, will we get any conversation? Only thing we can know is tonight. Tonight's going to be a telling sign. Let's keep going. Let's go to Humana, HUM, up 10%, of course, off of that news that we talked about. And it's holding well. This is going to help healthcare overall. We talked about it yesterday, how we needed to see those anchors lift in healthcare to see them really push. The Centers, of course, of Medicare and Medicaid Services finalized its 2027 Medicare Advantage payment rate at an average increase of 2.48%. This is equivalent to more than $13 billion in additional payments to plans. This compares to January's proposed increase that was just 0.09%. So you can see the massive jump there, which of course had sent the entire sector tumbling. HUM surged nearly 10% in the pre-market on the reversals and recovering a significant portion of losses from January's proposal. This tells me more and more, hey, This was out there already. Somebody knew it. Somebody was positioned in on this trade. But hey, at least we were noticing it on the structure. So now this is, of course, going to help different names. We've talked about them: UNH, Viant, CVS. All these names going to be doing pretty well. Let's go to Casey's. Let's talk about this stock, and let me know in the chat. Has anyone been to a Casey's? Right, Casey's General Store. I know I haven't been in it, but I'll tell you, there has to be a lot of customers that have, because it's up 1% as it's joining the S&P 500, as the S&P Dow Jones Indices announces that Casey's will join the S&P 500 effective prior to the open on Thursday, replacing Hologic. So this, of course, the convenience store chain, a Midwest-focused operator with 2,700 locations. Man, I need to get out more because I've been around, but I haven't yet to see a Casey's. But it moves into the index at a time when its fuel and food margins have benefited from the Iran war oil backdrop. Index tracking funds must purchase now Casey shares ahead of Thursday's inclusion. So we'll see what happens. Casey is up already in the pre-market. Got up there to 770s yesterday with that announcement. 778 all the way. So we'll look to see if this can continue. This stock has been trending higher and it continued to trend. This stock is a massive story of success for this, as since early 2025 in kind of November, this was down there to 520s. It's 750 now. It's a crazy run here for Casey's, and it's continued to climb higher. Let's go to Hologic here, as this one is down on the exclusion, right? This one got the boot, so this one's on the downside of things. But as a matter of fact, it's still halted here. Of course, following the completion of its acquisition by Blackstone and TP Global. So the deal closes, of course, the Hologic's run as an independent public health care company and removes it from the S&P 500 ahead of Thursday's reconstitution. So this is off the board now, and doesn't really matter because it's off the board, really. It's kind of like, it's just kind of a headline to touch. ExxonMobil up a little bit this morning, of course. If it's holding fractionally higher as the sector is looking to see what happens tonight. What will be the move? WTI is up nearly 3% this morning. We'll see if it continues to push. All right, we'll be getting towards our traders action in just a second here. But I'm interested to see what happens on the day today. It's going to be all about the USO, all about the oil conversation, to see if this can keep pushing. And this leans me more to thinking that, hey, we don't know what's going to happen today. We're still in room for a takedown. I mean, we're just hanging off of this top end resistance. It gives us room to really push through it, but it also leaves room for a rejection here. And that's how it's going to be, right? So at this point, we got to take a look to see what happens. Will the V bottom be in? We got to take a look. There's also different areas I think that you guys start taking a look at. XLF been trying to bottom in here. Will we start to see a move on this with the healthcare names, right? Will we start to see a bottoming in healthcare? The XLV is an area that I was looking to dip by just a little while ago, and haven't been able to get a nice position in just yet. So I'll be waiting towards the open to see what happens there, to see if we get a lift in healthcare. It's going to be really dependent also on the big boys, like let's say like an Eli Lilly. So I will be watching to see if Lilly gets a quick sell-off, but then a nice rip higher and comes back for that 1,000. Right? Because if we are going to get healthcare to come back, I think this is one of the names that starts to work its way back to the upside. We'll see what happens here in healthcare overall and some different action. And of course, you can also take a look at the XLI. The XLI is their binary trade on oil. If you think oil is coming down and the war is coming to an end, well, XLI kind of makes sense for a bet, because if it does come down, you're going to have a lot of help in names like, let's say, Caterpillar that I was watching yesterday. And take a look at this Paccar. Paccar is a name that I really like to take a look at because it's an underrated heavy farm and construction stock that's held up really well. So it's held up, it's pulled back, right? It went from 130 back to 112, but it's held up really well and trying to make another break to the upside. Tells me more and more, hey, these stocks are just waiting to find out what happens in oil. If oil goes down, these stocks can lift right back up because the businesses are strong. It's just getting weighed in by what the underlining asset. Underlining asset here is, of course, oil. All right, let's get to some small stocks. I know my team will help me out. I see you guys out there talking about different stocks out there. So if you guys have some small names or some action out there that you want to get into, throw it up there, guys. Let me know. What are you guys taking a look at out there? What's the small caps today, guys? Have some potential with MIGI. We can take a look at some of these. MIGI. Of course, up there to 299. We'll take a look to see what happens there. A really good day there for me yesterday in, of course, the prop account, the evalve, as the 200K, the big boy, was able to get like a max win there. Going to keep battling, try to get another max win. Maybe it's on one of these names like MIGI. We'll see what happens here. Nice little lift off. This stock had been pulling back, starting to wake up. Again, it's not as much volume as it is on the first pop, but we'll look to see. Can we get another move here in MIGI? What's another name here? Let's run through some of those. ADVB. All right, ADVB. All right, here's it up here. $4, 440s. This one looks to me like it's just kind of this one could be a hangover. I would let it get up into the 550s, but eventually this thing looks like it's trying to hang over up in this area. We'll see what happens. I need my hangover alerts. Where's Kevin when you need him? Where's that rug puller? How's BATL? Do I go shorting BATL still? Is it still alive? Oh, it's still alive. Watch. Now it's going to rip. Now it's going to go to like 60. Pun intended. We'll see what happens. Kevin, I hope you're doing well out there, my friend. CETX, another one. And this morning, getting a little bit of a lift there. I think that one's an oil stock. Let me see here. Is that one an oil stock there? No, software. Software infrastructure. Having a nice lift off here this morning. Just got up there from below $1 all the way up there towards 181. So big run there in CETX, up over 100% already. We'll have to take a look to see what happens in this one. All right, let's get to the real trading time, of course, guys. Let's bring on the man, the myth, Michael Noss. What's going on? How is the cave out there? What's going on, man?
It's doing great. It looks like up a little bit yesterday when we left, and we're about flat this morning. So more chop, more chop. I think I read it was the lowest volume day for the SPY in 2 years, I think. So yeah, it was pretty chill out there. So make sure you're being patient. That's the main
Some
thing
would
with
say,
markets generally.
some would say, that the positioning is already in, right? And we will have to see what's going on. The V bottom looks like it's trying out there. There's some structure out there. It's going to be all dependent on the, I don't know. Can we call him the big bad wolf? I don't know what will happen tonight. The big taco, the walking taco tonight.
Right.
8 p.m. Man, and it's after hours too. You already know. Get ready. The futures traders are going to be drinking a lot of coffee tonight and ready to trade.
That's it. And if you're trading with Trade the Pool, right? Remember, you can trade leveraged SPY and leveraged Qs if you want to go nuts. 24, not 24/7, 24/5. Yeah. So if you want to, there'd be liquidity out there. If you crazy kids, right? Take your Red Bull, take a nap, make sure you're good to go. For me,
the SPY, the VIX,
just wake up
trades.
tomorrow.
We'll see. I mean, it'll be definitely a tough binary event tonight, right? There's definitely ways to take trades off of it. The truth is, it's very binary, right? It's and one thing happens or the other thing happens, and then we'll see what happens from there.
Well, and the big thing I think to note is that when you have a binary event, like think of it like an earnings report, right? We say this a bunch, where you generally don't trade the stock a lot the day of earnings because no one's taking a huge bet. They're just going to wait an hour and then go from there. And I think it could be the same thing, right? If you're a large hedge fund manager, right, I say this before FOMC and before big numbers, you've got $1 billion portfolio. Are you really stepping on the gas right now with the SPY stuck in the range, right? With this, like Mitch was saying, this binary event coming at 9 p.m. or 8 Eastern tonight, right? Is this the moment that you're like, I got to put $1 billion to work today and not tomorrow, considering these people think in quarters, they don't think in days or weeks or months, right? All they're concerned about is every quarter that they get paid from, that they're doing well. I think you're in for, depending on, right, headline stuff can always change this around. But I don't think there's going to be a lot of hedge fund managers taking large bets today going into this kind of thing. It'll be more like an earnings report for the entire world. You'll get probably some chop today, and then tomorrow, with whatever happens, will happen. The market will make up its mind, and then tomorrow, I think, will be an interesting gap day. We will definitely get a gap. That's my bold prediction here on the market. If nothing happens, we'll probably have a big gap up, and then if what he was tweeting about this morning happens, we'll likely have a big gap down. And same with oil, right? If you're going to be trading oil at all, that's going to have a large gap, right? So, we can do our analysis right now, but it's one of those things that because of what's coming, I don't know if it's sensible to kind of take a lot of time looking at what's happening in the market. This is one of those days that I really think your low float traders, and you don't care about any of this. So trade whatever crazy gapper that you have and get out and kind of move on. That's where the focus should be. Same with what I'm looking at. A lot of day trading. I didn't get a lot of swings triggered in my system yesterday, which I'm fine. So I'm actually sitting on a bunch of cash, which I am totally fine with in this environment. But the main thing, you can draw it out, but you just have this huge level that's been very important for the SPY, right? Call it 650 to 660, right? This zone has been very important, as this is where we've stopped a bunch, right? This is where we've been kind of hanging out, right? In this area right here. We broke down below it, and then we come right back to it, and then we break below it, and we come back to it. I saw that Mitch had the same kind of area highlighted. This, if we break it for the third time, maybe that's when we start to get a little bit worried. If we end up actually breaking up and out of it, maybe that's when the trend continues a little bit higher. But then we just have to zoom out and say, okay, well, even if we bounce, and we bounce pretty significantly still, we're just stuck. We're just right back in the range, and when are we getting out of the range? I don't know. Maybe earnings season's approaching. Maybe that will knock us out, but I'm not even spending a lot of time really looking at levels this morning, just because we're in an environment where a tweet will solve everything, and nothing matters unless, yes, we've reached a deal comes out, or 8 Eastern tonight.
That's exactly it, my friend. That's exactly it. We're on the whims on a truth.
That's it. And you could see that a little bit this morning, right? Because, when I was preparing for the show, I just looked at our boy Walter, and then, Trump came out and the market just did this sell. And then Vance came out, and then we had this rally, and it's like within their own little group, they don't even really know what's going on. So if they don't know what's going on, then there's no way that there's like a backroom group of people that know what's going on or any of that stuff. We're just waiting. So I kind of look at today as there's essentially two scenarios, right? Scenario one is we figured out a deal. It's great. It's the best deal ever. Mark it up.
Deal ever.
1-2%, easy. You don't reach a deal, right? Bombs start flying again. You get all that over the news. The market down 2-3%. So you're either up 2% or you're down 2%, and there is no kind of middle ground that we can deal with there, and we're just waiting. So when you're waiting, again, it doesn't mean go away and don't trade. It could mean go away and don't trade. I think that's fine. But more than that, I think it means you have to start tailoring expectation, even for you low float guys, because if you're short something and amazing news comes out that the war is over and everything's fine, that's going to affect every stock in the market. Everything's going to become correlated because you're going to get this volatility spike. That will even affect you low float guys, and same the other way around. So I think, right, you really have to just, this is kind of one of those days that if you're normally shooting for like a 3-to-1 risk reward, maybe scale that back to like 1.5 or 2. You expect more chop. You're quicker to take profits. You're more selective on trades, that type of thing. Than a day that we come in and there's an economic number that's already out of the way and there's nothing to happen today. So yeah, just be careful.
Yeah, on the whims
Thank
of the truth. The truth. Let's go ahead. Let's bring on Jane to talk about what she's seeing in the market here. And of course, we are all looking to see what happens tonight. Let's bring on Jane and see what she's looking at in the market. How we doing, Jane, out there? How you feeling about the markets
I'm,
here? And so we're
I'm
on.
good. I'm good. Sorry, I just switched to the headphones today, so this is a little new for me. It feels a little different. I do have my window up. I wanted to just show you guys really quickly I got a little spreadsheet I work on every single morning.
Love
That
it.
well, here, there we go. We'll do it like that so you guys can see. They really, all of the inverse indicators going forward, starting, I like to do it quarterly, like Michael was saying, that the big guys like to look at quarterly projects, right? So I start for April. It's the start of a new quarter, but I will go back to the beginning of March and I will advance it 1 week as we move forward into the new quarter, right? So I start March 1st or March 2nd, and now I'm on to March 9th. Right now, I'm seeing that all of the inverse indicators except for SQQ and GLL, meaning the shorts for the Qs and gold, are showing green. It's time to buy. So we are at some important levels, like Michael was saying, where we've stopped in the past. Also on the indexes, starting to see really that the Qs are holding us back on the SPY and IWM. We are seeing that right now the bigger levels are just where we've stopped in the past. And let's see, here we go. Can you see it now? Is my screen share working?
Yeah, I'll put it up right now. Here we go.
Okay, perfect. So let me bring it back over here to my little chart I have here, right? We love charts, so I'm a spreadsheet girl. All right, so every day.
Jane needs to get with us, Michael. We need to help her out.
So I've got this here, right? UVXY. What with your? I need your AI help, right? I need to just.
I mean, you're doing the hard work. I can make that look pretty in 10 seconds.
I know. I was like, you just copy and paste that in and say.
Not even, dude. Just
make
export
it
it.
Right? All right.
Just
Yeah,
export
give
it.
it the share link. He'll do it.
Talk is like nice Excel. Yeah, I'm old school, right? I think I might be the oldest one here. So I'm the
Don't
old
worry,
school.
don't worry. Claude
listen,
can get
there's
in your
actually-
Excel now.
There is some merit to, I think, doing some of this manually. Like, I don't know if you ever met Helen.
I don't think I
Jane.
met Helen.
She's been
Helen Keller?
a technician for like 55 years. She still every day on a piece of graph papers draws like the SPY and the Q and everything by hand. And I was just talking to her. I'm like why? Right? She's like, of course,
That's
right? And she's like, no, it just helps me. It's like this daily exercise that kind of keeps me in touch with the market that I'm seeing. And then there's the the godfather of technical analysis, the creator of the CMT, Ralph Alcampora, who paints on the side of his barn the Dow candle at the end of every month, and he's been doing that for years. So much that the Smithsonian's asked him that when he passes, they want to cut off the walls and they want to bring it and they want to put it in the Smithsonian. So I think there's something, again, I'm huge AI, use it all the time, right? But there's some things that I think we should just continue to just do ourselves.
No, I think you take what you do, right? You take what you do and you kind of look into it, right? You can't just be outputting it and not look at it, right? That's the thing, though. You actually have to dig deep, explain from it, right?
I like to do it daily because I like to see where those levels are. And I also have to apologize. My computer's got some issues.
No, and I think
going
it's
on.
important to also to state what I always think about is it's like you're doing the hard work there, so that you can do this as your hard work, and then you can also have like a visual thing that explains all your hard work, right? So you have your own little process behind the scenes, and then you have what you present to the audience, right? So I think that's
Right.
a nice big addition. But of course, Jane, you do this every day, and then you do more streams. You cover a lot of kind of watch list action. So you guys aren't keeping up with Jane. These are all types of things that she does outside of just here, right?
For sure. And that's what gives me the bigger picture. These, as I said, I start off in the beginning of March and then I advance it. But right now we are seeing those bigger levels. So for the SPY, 657.63, for the Qs, 644, which is still definitely showing us a sell level, and 248.93 for the Russell. So we are just above, right, at 250.87. So we are above, and it's giving me the green on the Russell. But we're definitely seeing that downward price action happening. And on the Dow, sorry, I clicked on the wrong spot. Dow, just testing it as well. So is this 200 simple moving average a sell level in the past it could be a support that it has become a resistance, and we need to keep watch for that. So are we going to see that this week it's a catalyst? Yesterday's volume was very low. It is a major holiday around the world, right? So a lot of people take that day off. So I look at it as holiday price action and holiday volume, because so many people do step away from the market the Monday after Easter, that it's not a surprise to me to see that it was super low volume. And many times the algorithms will take it higher. I bet you yesterday in the almanac is typically a bullish day because you don't have as many people trading the day after Easter. And so today is going to be like a Monday afternoon. We tend to see more directional trading. So I think today would be a Tuesday afternoon directional trading. Many times when we do have a major Monday holiday, there's a big movement on a Thursday. Stuff that I've just seen over the past 9 years following the really big money, that we see the placement, like you guys were saying, of the big money volume, and then the catalyst tends to happen on that Thursday for a bigger move. So right now, I was gone from the market, so getting my feet back into it, looking at all the levels, but we are at a pivotal point where we could see that we either go up very quickly from here or down very quickly from here, because we are right sort of at that threshold, except for we're still seeing selling on NVIDIA and selling on the Qs. So if we see that the Mag 7 are still selling, we're going to have to be a little cautious on the Qs. And the broader market is looking like we're at that big sort of threshold point of a big move up or a big move down. So I'm still watching for directional move before committing one way or the other.
Well, and that makes sense with the news flow, right? We're the same thing with, right? It seems like the whole world is kind of on pause. So I would expect another incredibly low volume day today in the market, because we just know that it doesn't, right? It doesn't matter what the lines say or the MACD says or support and resistance or whatever, because there's just this event that we know is going to happen either tonight or before then, if there's some sort of announcement of a deal before then. And there's great times for technical analysis, and I think it's absolutely important. I got the CMT, but when it comes to a potential massive war, it's not going to do right. Your support line's not going to do nothing for you. So it seems like the whole world is just kind of waiting. So if you're playing like we've been talking about, right, mean reversion and quick profits, you see the money, take the money kind of a day. And if you wanted to take a day off, probably a good one to do it. And if you're not in it, like especially day trading, doesn't, right? We should see some action, doesn't really matter. But like swing trading, I mentioned that I was sitting on a bunch of cash from the swing side of things just because I didn't get many triggers. When that changes, which it will at some point. If I got a bunch of signals today, I may pass on them and wait for tomorrow. I will sleep much better tonight, more than anything, just sitting on a big wad of cash, so that if we do something crazy tomorrow, I've got that to deploy. And then if nothing happens and I miss a couple percent rally from there, then okay. I was looking at the Kalshi odds because I really like that as a way to kind of get a understanding of what the market is thinking. And it's like a 70% chance that there's no deal. So that's what's kind of currently being kind of baked into some of these markets. And they're really liquid markets on this one. They're saying that there was like a 65% chance of boots on the ground by the end of April. So if that's what
and
we're
I think
thinking,
tonight is the important thing, right? And I'm thinking the same thing, right? That's the next option, right? The logical option of attacking bridges and infrastructure and power is not necessarily to only put pressure on the Iranian for a deal. It's to also knock out what? To knock out the ability of the military to move fast, right? So if you knock out bridges and you knock out infrastructure, it causes them to only being able to move military assets by what? By air and sea. And if we really have knocked out their air and sea abilities, it limits them to very slow ground movement, right? So just to kind of state the military tactics on this, but of course, the tweet that scared the market an hour ago, right? It was this one. Whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want it to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have a complete and total regime change where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long, complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. So that, of course, was given by Trump just an hour ago. That did cause the market to go from the resistance to the support. And some people keep on stating on Twitter that he's mentioning potential nuclear warfare here. I don't think he's going that far. I think he's just more along kind of being like really traumatic in the words, trying to put pressure on Iran for a deal. But I don't think that he would go that far to go to nuclear. But you're seeing the talks out there, the rumors out there. So you never know what could happen in nuclear stocks. So keep that in mind.
I think that's if you're seeing someone talk with that, I think that's hyperbole, right? I think they're trying to do it for clicks.
They're blowing it a little bit more, and they're trying to get clicks, right? I don't think he's going to go to that level. The reason why is there's a whole bunch of countries around them. If they were like an island and it was just in like the middle, and not to say it but like let's say like it was Australia where it's like surrounded by nothing, that'd be a little different. But it's surrounded by too many countries that would be like, U.S., what the hell were you doing? Right?
Well, and Saudi Arabia, right? It's
yeah,
like
you know what I mean? Like that'd be a little bit too extreme. But that doesn't mean that we're not thinking of extreme measures, right? So I think we need to see what happens here. To say that a whole civilization will die, that's a little bit extreme, right? So I think we need to really kind of be on the realms of the tweets action, the truths action in this case, right? I can't believe it, man, but I actually had to get a login to Truth to just pull this up for you guys. I normally get them through Twitter and like the retweets, but I just said, you know what? I guess it's for the content. It's for the content.
Yeah. Well, now you're on a list somewhere, right? So.
I mean, we're all on the list, man. No matter what. Yeah. It's like I tell people that like are like worried about China getting their data. I'm like, dude, if they want it, they get it. Don't worry about that.
Oh, yeah. I also wanted to let you guys know if anybody's out there traveling, zero issues with TSA. Like travel, I see Delta's raising their
but did you see the price of car? Did you see the price of car? That's not what car is telling us. Do you see this absolute parabolic rip that nobody's talking about? Nobody's talking about this. Look at this parabolic. That's what you guys. 100 to 200.
It's also 34 million in the float. I'm surprised Kevin isn't on this one, getting ready to short it at a double top.
Yeah, but this also
it's a real company though. He doesn't like to trade real companies, right? He wants like companies that like the head office is in like a rundown strip mall. That's the only thing he wants to Yeah,
This stock, of
25% short
course,
float on it.
this
Ooh.
stock had, of course, one of the most epic short squeezes ever in the market. If you guys see this wick is real. The stock did
Yep.
go one time from a low of 74 up to a high of 545. Yes, that is real. So who knows where this stops, right? This is the crazy part about the market. Everyone's like, there's no stocks going up. That's just because you're
I'll tell
not
you.
looking, dude. You're not
Yeah,
looking,
and
dude.
going back
'Cause
to February 21, before that
That's a
crazy
rocket ride,
spike,
man.
before that crazy spike, all the big volume is below
Oh
at
yeah.
88.23. So right
Yeah,
now there's
this
not a
is
lot of selling going on.
this is that classic tinfoil hat, as big as you want it. With you, Jane, on that one. Somebody
Yeah.
knew something
yeah.
because that move isn't natural. Let's just say that much.
Yeah,
So
and
we'll see
talking
what
about
happens here.
you mentioned market breadth there for a second, but
Yeah.
yeah, we got 2,000 stocks above their 50-day moving average and 3,000 above their 200-day moving average, right? So,
Exactly.
if you're looking for strength, you don't need to make it complicated. You can go to any scanner. I've got FinViz here. You can, for free, you can pick up, tons of ones and just say, well, show me those. Show me those, the
Yeah.
ones above, right? So here's, I like this little kind of dashboard they have right off the open of kind of everything that's moving. But yeah, you just look and there's 2,000 stocks above their 50-day moving average, and then completely for free, you can just go into the screener and say, show them to me. Right? And that stock is, a simple way to define a stock in an uptrend would be something still above its 50-day moving average.
No.
Right? It means it's above the average price of the last 50 days, right? That's all moving averages are. So take something that's both above the 50-day and above the 200. You can find strength that way if that's what you're looking for, and just look at it and say, okay, well, that's going to give me a list of 2,000 names. Maybe if you filter them by volume, you get down to like 1,000 or so names. Have fun.
Yeah.
You'll be able to find if you can't find one or two stocks that you end up liking after that insane list of 1,000 names, then yeah, you're just not looking, right? It's one of those things that you don't need to be fancy with it, right? Just show me something that's above a 20-day or whatever moving average is more important for your time zone, and away you go, right? And we talked about the Stan Weinstein thing. He uses the 30-week, so that's good. Right? You could pick something like that, right? 30 weeks going to be like almost the 200-day, I guess. 30 times 5 would be like 150, and then rounding or whatever. So yeah, you could there's very easy ways to find strength out there. And yeah, if you're not seeing anything, then I think you're spending a little too much time on Twitter, and then not enough time in the charts. Not
All right.
enough
Should I
time
give
even.
you
Did
two
you guys
hot?
also talk about the Barron's cover?
Oh, bring in.
No.
Well, what's on
Please say
their
it's bearish.
latest bears?
Well, it's not bearish. It's all about AI. AI's hazy days, right? So it's got a. Harold, let me share it. Here we go.
There we go.
There you go.
I got it there.
So,
Good. Buy
yeah,
AI
so
companies.
yeah. So AI's hazy
Oh,
days.
perfect.
Tech investing in turned upside down as artificial intelligence rewrites the rules of business. Our tech roundtable offers 15 stocks for the new world, right? And the markets tank. Are we near the bottom? So are they trying to suggest people are going to buy in, where we could be at a bit of a dead cat bounce top? So a little bit of mixed signals here, I think, but definitely AI, looking at AI for the upcoming next week, right? I always like to say that they position this week for next week to really move it next week. They tend to be 1 week delayed. So we also had on the cover of The Economist this week that Trump was blurred out and Xi Jinping was in the background, prevalent, full focus. So really, I think we also need to look at China to see what's going on, potentially Chinese stocks, JD, BABA, FXI, and check those out as well. So looking at the AI sector and Chinese sector this week as well for positioning for potential move.
Well, and what's funny is, right, it says the 15 stocks or whatever to deal with the AI thing. somebody went through and did a giant meta-analysis of what happens if you actually bought those suggestions. And holy smokes, you want to lose a whole bunch of money, right? Either do what Kramer says or do what Barron says further. Because Barron's has this big round table where they bring all the smartest people in the room together and they put out like S&P 500 predictions for the year. Like, just could not be more wrong. And it's hilarious to see. So it'll be interesting to see what those names, maybe I'll take a peek later and see what those names are and then start to dive in. But
There's the
there's
market
the
open,
bell.
guys.
Yep.
Have some
So
fun.
we
Let's get
are
after the
open.
market. Let's see what we can do today.
I'm going to zoom in here to a 1 minute chart and get a little bit close here on the SPY just to see what happens right off the opening rip. Sometimes there's something to be said for that. But again, just to reiterate everything we've been talking about, there is a sword of Damocles just hanging over our head that happens sometime between now and 8 p.m. Eastern. And that's it. That's the only thing that matters. Your AVGO reported earnings and it's gapping up. That's great. Who cares? And most of the time, if this was a normal market, that would be a big deal. It's like a big AI player. We'd be focusing a lot of time on that. Not going to matter if bombs start dropping, right? It's not going to be too big of a deal. So right off the bat, we are seeing more of that kind of shakiness pop off the open, right back down right after that. Again, market just trying to figure it out here.
All right, guys, looking at LYB. LYB, of course, is the chemicals trade. I've talked to you guys about this trade. We're seeing more and more petrochemical plants get affected in Iran. Another one overnight get attacked. So I'm looking at a potential trade on LYB today. 90 MA reversal. 90 MA is around the 78.33. So we're already about $2 off of that. Would love to see a dip back into the 78s here, but looking to see if I can tackle LYB today, chemical name. Also Dow on the alert. I talked about it yesterday, how there was a bank that came out here on Dow and they were like, oh, well, chemicals have gone too far. We're going to poo-poo this trade, even though the trade looks really great here. I think they were just trying to get a client out that's short. But you guys see Dow ripping higher. Dow trade, of course, is all about the different chemicals that are being affected here. I can give you guys a deeper outlook a little bit into the market, but I would definitely keep an eye out on these. CF, another one. You're seeing Dow get the jump right now, all the way up there to 4140s. Started the day at 4069.
Did you end up getting any XLV last night, Mitch?
No, I did not. I tried. I just couldn't get the fills.
UNH. Whoa, UNH popping around here. Is the SPY doing that too? No.
Yeah, so my idea is to see one more dip in the healthcare today, and then that's the dip to buy to take a shot. Anything down, especially back 144s. What I think is going to happen, and I there's a lot of times what's called like ETF effects. If one major player in the ETF starts to go higher, like let's say like a UNH in this case, they start to sell off another major player like Lilly. They'll sell it off at the open and then rebuy it. So it's kind of like a positioning thing where the computers are doing this. They're specifically selling off other major proponents of the ETF. They're called ETF effects. If you want to kind of look into it, they happen all the time. They're very small, marginalized trades, but traders capitalize this, especially arbitrage style traders.
Yeah, because if you guys missed yesterday, we did a big rant about UNH, about how much we loved, and it was starting to look like a Wyckoff bottom, and our plans to buy it if it could get through 300. And then last night, something, I guess, I don't know, something happened with Medicare. It was more money for Medicare than people thought, or something. Again, I don't understand your guys' system, and just
Aluminum, baby.
bam, just huge rip. So it went from 282 to 310 in like 10 minutes, just in a straight line. And of course, I just noticed it because I had all these alerts set for this 290 area, and just kind of blew right through. So that trades for me is kind of dead unless we come back into that zone and it acts as support around there, and then we start to push higher, maybe. But yeah, I just look at it as, I think this was the gap. I think this was the first this was actually caused by some Medicare news, and now that's getting reversed a bit anyway. But yeah, nice push there on UNH. That one might be in play today for you more discretionary guys. It'd be right. Yeah, I just kind of mark this 312 area. That was where the spike was last night. Maybe if it gets through there, it gets a little bit jiggy. But yeah, so far a nice pop off the open, and we're just hanging in here. And then the SPY, same thing. Right, we have this tight pre-market range that we just haven't really done anything with, and I don't really know if I'm going to expect anything. So I've got our boy Walter Bloomberg open here in case he says something.
And pretty much higher, the high of that wick right there, Michael, at 845, that is the big money level to watch. Is that 657.63 that I have? So it's not a wonder to me that we have hit that pretty much twice on the day and rejected. So a nice support resistant to watch. Until it would get above that, I wouldn't want to go long. And bigger money on the intraday is showing me 655.70. So we're below there. Sort of a bit of an upward wedge you can see right there that broke down. Or a bear flag right there.
LYB continuing the rip, guys. The chemical trade, I tried to get towards the talk. I gave you guys some of the talk this morning, but the chemicals trade going higher now. LYB going to the 81. You're seeing Dow rip higher. This is exactly why I tell the banks to go themselves, because this is exactly the type of action you see off of these stocks should go down. Well, that's exactly what happens, guys. It's just BS that they're feeding you. Don't listen to those banknotes, man. They can really lead you astray in a trade. This is a trade that's being really affected. You know how they're talking about oil being affected and oil prices are going higher? Well, tell you the truth, there's nothing really majorly that's been attacked in oil. But these petrochemical places have literally been bombed to the ground. They're not coming back online in a month or a couple of weeks. So this trade can continue going while the oil trade can be a whipsaw back. These can have further tailwinds because of this supply disruption. So Dow doesn't have to stop here, even if the price is going higher, right? Even if the valuation is outrageous, and that's what the banks are trying to feed you. They're like, oh, well, the valuation is just overblown now. Well, it's still going higher, dude. Like, I want to make money. I don't want to be cared about where the value is today. I want to be worried about where it's going to be valued tomorrow. And if it's going to be more expensive tomorrow than it is today, well, you might want a little piece of it, right? And so looking really good on that breakout. And I'm just mad I didn't get it this morning right out the gates at 41. Already a nice little pop there. And you're seeing what? I can give you like multiple names, right? This is the idea, right? It's not just one. You're seeing BAK start to get a lift there. You're seeing CE.
Did you guys talk about Hood at all? With Hood is going to be the location for the new Trump Accounts app, the Trump Accounts program.
I mean, we already knew that. That's old news. That's months already been talked about. That's really old if they're trying to recirculate that, Jane. So that's
the market doesn't. Yeah.
Oh, that's why.
No, that's actually really old.
Last
starting to get implemented though. That's what you mean.
Yeah.
I think so. So it's starting to go online. The program is
as
starting
of
to
yesterday.
Go online.
Yeah, it's starting.
So that
to
could
go
help.
yesterday.
That could help some customers go to Robinhood. But in the end, I don't think it's a long catalyst here. You know what the catalyst is hurting Robinhood? It's only one. It's Bitcoin. Bitcoin is struggling, and I think that's what you got to continue to watch. Bitcoin continues to struggle. Coinbase struggles. Hood coin struggles. So keep your eyes on that conversation. But there is
Where
another
are you
trade.
seeing that news? Because I'm just looking now, and I just perplexityed it. So take it for what you will. It says under 10 sources, the Treasury has not fully decided which account is the designated financial agent. So that's
I guess it's because
I'm going to tell it to double check. There is no new news.
There's another area trade that most traders are not talking about, guys. I'll get you guys the information here. It's the electronic distribution sector of the market. What is this area? Well, you're talking about plays like ARW, AVT, REL, SNX. Take a look at ARW as of late. It might be pulling back today,
Yeah.
but I can tell you guys this is an area that you definitely want to focus on, guys. This is an area that's really hot, and I think it's the next like memory
Just
area.
send it to you, Michael.
So keep your eyes on that conversation.
Well, so according to CNBC, and Yahoo, and 401ks, especially it's Bank of New York Mellon.
Yeah, and Wall Street Journal reported on it too.
Yeah, Bank of New York will be designated the financial agent for Trump accounts. BNY will directly manage the accounts, launching July 4th. Blah, blah, all about the accounts. So Bank of New York. What's the ticker? It's BNY Mellon now. Is it?
I think it's just BNY. No, you're correct.
Bank of New BK. Duh. It's like the oldest. I think Bank of New York is like the first listed security on the market. Yeah. So Bank of New York Mellon.
And of course,
key
this
details.
comes out right before their earnings next week on Thursday.
Okay, so this is where Robinhood comes in. So Bank of New York will oversee account custodian and initial management, while Robinhood will supply a user-facing app, customer support, and acts as the initial trustee brokerage. So it's being held in Bank of New York, but Robinhood's helping them with the interface because so I worked for like 3 months at a Bank of New York call center. And if it still is dated as it was then, it is a archaic institution. And yeah, Bank of New York is not a trustee, they're a transfer agent. So it's like them and Computershare that they just hold securities. So Robinhood, I guess you'll hit the buttons on either a Robinhood app or the Robinhood app. But yeah, the money's being held with Bank of New York. Robinhood partnering to build the app, provide technology. So there you go. And none of them care. So Bank of New York hasn't moved, and then Robinhood hasn't moved. You're right, because if you look up if you grab a correlational chart, I can build one here with Robinhood and Bitcoin. It's you can just eyeball it too, right? So like look at this chart, and then just go look at an IBIT, and it's the same thing. Big push down, kind of low base just to annoy everybody, and go from there.
Looking for his pullback in LYB. I'll let you guys know if I do get a fill. I'm starting to get TLN to keep going. CENX aluminum can cash out on me today. I'm trying to get a 20% win in the swing account. A week rally? What? I haven't held a stock in a week in a long time, guys.
That's USO is the only thing I see up on my screen. Even XLV is taking a little bit of a pullback there. The SPY just holding, right? So we've got these lows. I think these are going to be the most important. This is like 654. If we break those, I wouldn't really trust the sell-off. If we break higher, I wouldn't really trust the rally either. But we're just, again, we're hanging out. Things are a little bit slow. People are talking about Intel up 3%. I love to see that. My socialism account has been on fire. That has been like, I think that's actually beating my systems right now. Is my current socialism account. So, all right, get involved, What was that? There's like 3 of them in there. MP, which has MP, I remember, did nothing. What else?
Humana had a big gap up today, and it's just melting down, pretty much closing the gap.
But yeah, the main one, obviously, Intel. For those who don't know, the socialism account is just my joke for... There was a while there where Trump was just socializing large institutions. And I was like, well, I'm in. They're not going to let Intel go bankrupt now that the government owns a ton of it. So we've seen socialism before. We know it's the people who own the things. Maybe I'll be an oligarch when things keep going. Who knows? But if you own the thing, you're better off than if you're someone not owning the thing.
Dow pulling back
and
there.
A pretty solid looking chart. It flagged here for February, March, and April, and having a nice little breakout there. Up today and doing so on a down 0.5% day for the SPY, down almost 1% day for IWM. That's good. That's good relative strength, right?
Trying to dip by some Dow here.
Can rebound.
You can sort of see that
downward. I don't
Can
know.
you hear us,
It's a
Michael?
volatile sector. I wouldn't be buying oil up here, but I do like your idea of like OIH because these guys are going to continue, even if oil prices come down, these guys are probably going to continue to print money for a long time because they got to do the refining and the upkeeping and all that kind of stuff, right? Talking about move. Are you talking about move the stock or the bond volatility instrument? No, it's move the stock. Jeez. Yeah, careful.
Guys,
I don't even look to see
DNX,
what they're
guys,
talking about on the
continuing.
quicks.
Can I get a 20%
UNH,
bump?
Intel makes sense, right? Those are big movers for large cap stocks. Apple down a bit. They're talking about car, Avis budget, AVGO, and Hertz. Well, that makes sense, right? If we're talking about car, Hertz is always hilarious to me, in which it went bankrupt, and then Wall Street Bets said no, and it brought it back
car?
from
Oh,
like
car's still
dead.
going. Yeah,
This
Hertz could
looks like a
definitely
mini
run off
car,
of it.
but this is
No,
the
no. I mean,
relative
it's just
weakest version of it. So
it.
if car
It
stop,
has.
I don't know, this one will.
Uh,
You mute it, Mitch?
It's just. Can you hear me? Can Michael hear me?
I don't think Michael can hear
Nothing.
us.
No.
Or is it
Nothing.
No,
me?
Michael.
It's you.
I love all these. Is it you? Is it me? It's
Right,
all
It's
of
you.
us.
Yeah, it's you.
I
I can hear you, Mitch. And I
at least you can
Michael.
hear me, Jane. Don't worry. We can have a
Mike,
conversation,
outside.
and Michael can have a conversation.
Watching the SPY melt
Leave
too
and come
here.
back.
All right, let's go to my screen here. There we go, guys. Looking at this trade here, the car's just continuing to go, guys. I did dip by there LYB on that pullback there. I just threw it up at 80. I said, if you come back to me, I want a piece. Would love to buy some more of this on the dip buy. I just put a little bit of a feeler out there just to see if I'd get a quick limit fill, and I did. And you always love when it comes back and immediately just rips right back to the highs. So if I can really get this decline, this is a nice one, chemical trade that I just jumped into. I would love to get Dow. I have some orders out there. I talked about Dow here. It's just sitting right there. I'm like, come back to 41, please. Come back to 41. I'll throw the orders out there. You got to come back. I'm seeing airlines getting hit there. CENX starting to turn here a little bit there, guys. I'm ready to cash this thing. I've been trying to cash it towards 69, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a low of the day stop. I've rode this for a long time, guys. Look where I'm at on the daily. I'm back down here at 57. We've had about 3, 4, 5 day rally. So at this point, we could start to give up the gains here. Don't want to give up too much. So I'm going to put yesterday's high as my stop out. If it breaks yesterday's high, I want out. So I'm just going to go slightly below that, put the stop and set it, forget it. Now I can just let the trade continue to work and cash some more. Michael, can you hear us now?
I can hear you now. So how long was I being a
just
jerk, just
chatting
talking
away,
over
and I was
everyone?
like, Michael, yeah, like the SPY is melting.
Jane was
Jane
was like, man, he's very Trumpish today.
It was weird because I
voice,
I just figured you guys were like busy, and I'm like trying to kill dead air here. And then I've got a YouTube video open on Chrome.
The SPY is lagging, just so you know. There looks like a potential opportunity there.
Yeah, I think it was an EMUX lag. There was some lag there, something going on, but it's not your
because I'm listening to tunes in Chrome, so I'm like, well, it's mine working, so it must be them. I'm like, I'll just keep ranting, but here we go.
Keep it going,
wasn't very Canadian of me, I guess.
How rude! Just say sorry.
Just say you're from Toronto.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
That gets us.
VIX is going up here, guys. It would make sense to put some pressure here, right? I think it's too easy for the market just to rip today, right? I think the positioning's in. What are you seeing on the SPY there? It's lagging.
So the futures are down much more than the SPY. So it looks like a nice little short opportunity, maybe for for a leveraged, or looks like it's just melting away. We're almost at lows of the morning at about 7:55 on the futures. So looking for the SPY to maybe get a little bit lower here.
Ooh, love that rip it right back in LYB. Look at this, right back to the highs. Got a nice little dip by there, guys. I'm trying to play the chemical names where I think a lot of traders are still playing the oil game. Petrochemicals keeps being in the headlines, yet you're not seeing many trades talked about that. I always say when there's an area that there's not being talked about on CNBC, it's for a reason, right? That's the money managers still trying to make money in the trade. They're in it. They don't want you to know that they're in it. So they're not going to bring it up until it's already over with. But what has hit the headlines last 3 days? More and more petrochemicals being attacked. LYB, Dow, the most exposed stocks. That's why I'm coming after those today. That's why I'm trying to gain that momentum, right? Especially after yesterday, the banks tried to hit this on the downside, knock it down, say that the trade wasn't important. Yet another chemical plant gets attacked overnight. Well, is that important? Yes, it is. It's massively important. I'll show you guys even more about this as we get towards our education segment later today. This is the kind of stuff that I've been trying to bring to you guys so that you guys know about the trade. We even did a deep dive on chemicals. We talked about Dow already, and you guys are seeing it reap the benefits there. Any trade ideas that you guys are seeing continuing to work today? I think today's one of those days where they're doing the shake. Look how healthcare is going right back down, even though the healthcare plans are hanging in here. Now they're starting to get red here. I'm actually looking to dip buy. What do you think about that trade idea, Michael? Are you thinking dip buy here?
Yeah, and it's what you were talking about earlier. That Lilly was,
Look at
is
the
kind of the
fib.
culprit here, right? And it's the biggest one, right? So if Lilly goes, if you get what Oscar and MOH and whatever these are going up, but you get Lilly going down, the XLV is gonna go down. But I liked what you said about the VIX, right? And a reminder to everyone out there that the VIX doesn't move because people trade the VIX. It's not like a supply and demand instrument the way the futures are. The VIX moves because people are buying put options on the SP 500. And if I'm managing a lot of money right now, it would make sense to be buying put options on the S&P 500 today, right? Because it's insurance. You kind of look at it and you say, listen, if we put 1% of our capital on put options today, and there is no war and the market rips and we lose that 1%, fine. We gave 1% of insurance. But if the market has a big, down spike because a war kicks off and everything goes crazy, we'll make 4 or 5%, and that will hedge against our long holdings. So the VIX may be a very interesting one to watch, not because people are trading it because the market's going down, but people are just trading it to say, or buying put options because it's a good day to buy put options when right, come there's this binary event that could happen. And that's what the VIX is representing right now, is how many people out there are saying, okay, it's time to hedge, right? It's time to put a little bit of insurance on the portfolio. If we're wrong, we're wrong. It's fine. We'll you pay for insurance. I got rear-ended recently, so I'm glad I paid for insurance. You don't want to do it, but it's there for you when you need it, right? So I think that's what's happening there with the VIX.
Yeah. And it's important. It's ways to protect and hedge in between, right? I think a lot of positioning happened on that earlier day in the SPY. This is what I've been pointing to in the SPY. So look at the 4-hour chart and look how this really is the drive, right? This is the drive that matters, right? If this gives up, this is when we really start to be like, okay, yeah, we're probably going bear market.
Yeah.
But
A nice
this
bear
drive
flag,
right
right?
there, right? This
Right?
this this mark, this right here is where you got positioning on this volume, right? Look at that 38 million shares compared to everything else here. You see how every volume bar is below that? That's where the big boys came in between this big bar, 650s and 640s, you could say. So I think it makes complete sense to just chop in between the 660s to 650s even right now. So expect to chop in between there to give you the ability of a V-shaped bottom, if the V-shaped bottom is going to hold. So today it makes sense to do what? Let's pressure the V bottom. Let's pressure the bulls, right? Max pain. Let's put some pressure on the bulls here and leave the potential for the bears to feel like, oh, that's a top right there. The truth is, I think Michael would even say nobody knows what's going to happen tonight, 8 p.m. Only Trump knows. And maybe he might tell somebody at 7 p.m., but right now we don't know. And we need to kind of just stay on the sidelines. Be careful today. A lot of
Right.
chop going to happen. That's why I'm thinking about trading the Alliance Health. I don't have the. I'm out of buying power, guys. But I would have bought this 61.8% retrace right here. For my shout out from my man Steve out there, I was telling everybody I'd look for 50% retracements and 61.8 off of this health news, because that gives you the ability of taking the shot still at a measured ability. And look how it came back right under that and now is undercutting and starting to push off of that. Let's take a look at UNH's trade. I talked about this in the pre-market. Look how that one's holding up even better. Didn't even do the 50% retracement. So I think these are looking good here now to start getting the push right back up. Remember I told you they were going to sell off, Lily? Look for them to buy it up also. So sell off and then a rebuy coming in here and positioning closer towards the 900. I'm looking for a lift coming right back into healthcare. Let's see if we can see that start to play in. Right, so you see how it dipped really at the gates? Now I'm looking for just straight bid, higher lows, higher lows, higher low trends. And you want to be looking at maybe like a 5 minute or a 15. But you see the action. I went to the 1 so you could see that action. You see how it's starting to lift. And you're seeing what? That kind of like bid action start to come in.
Yeah, and I don't even think
Look
Trump
at this
knows what's gonna happen
LYB
with
trade,
stuff.
guys. Look at this chemicals trade. This was a good one. This is a good dip buy. I'm mad I didn't get more, but that's how it is a lot of times when you get a ripper, right? You're like, dang, I should have just loaded a little
Of
more in it.
course. Hindsight's 2020 all the
But
time.
I threw the order out there, right? The limit, and it just got filled really quickly on the pullback. That's what you kind of want to see. And now it broke through the high. So now I'm feeling really confident about this position. And any pullbacks below that high, I can maybe add, right? So we'll look to see what happens now. But LYB, I told you guys, 9 EMA pullback, explosion right back. Looking to see if this can go back to the highs today. Chemicals trade, looking good. Already up 2% on that one. Let's go.
Very nice. Very nice. And
Okay.
meanwhile, I'm shorting the SPY again. Now that it popped up, took another little short in there, and looking for that to continue
You're
down
doing this
further.
in the future?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Ah, in the future.
Yes, looking at different fib levels. We actually, from that run up that we had that started on the 2nd at roughly 7 o'clock in the morning, 7:45, that now we came down, we bounced off of the 38% fib level. So looking to see if the second time around we can break that and go down to the 50%, all the way down to 652.27. But we have a downward wedge on the SPY. We tested that area 2 times today of 657.63. We're below the bigger money. Watching on the shorter time frame, that volume point of control of where the big money is. And it's at 655.25, so we're above big money on the daily and on the intraday. So short-sided, in my opinion.
Yeah, so I can go through my trades now that I'm back and can hear everyone. Boat flat on the day. Got all 5 filled, like at a buying power. Again, the way I want to be, right? Every time I get a no buying power option, I'm super happy.
There you go.
So yeah, just long MOS, short MOH. That one's actually working really well. Short Costco, long LRCX, and short Travelers. So you can see right down about
like the short
$16 or
travels.
so on that one. Yeah, and these are just the the opening range break kind of setup here. Just looking to always kind of fill up buying power with opening range breaks, keeping the stop tight, letting the winners kind of run all they want, and from there, just waiting. So far, again, it hasn't been the best strategy out there, but I've been working and fixing some of the errors in the entry code, so hopefully they'll end up getting a little bit better soon.
Agricultural input CF doing really well, guys. That one's another good chemical trade. That's an agricultural trade doing really well today.
All right, guys, I'm going to head out. I'm heading on over to the Fiverr. So I will see you all tomorrow morning. Have a great one.
Later.
Take it easy. All right, looking
Let's
at
go
some of those agricultural plays. Mosaic, another one. These are all
Yeah.
doing well, guys.
So
Find the
that's
stocks that are doing well in the day, guys. Find the stocks. Stop. Don't get lost just looking at things just bleeding. If you're not a shorter, right? Go looking where the things that are holding up. I can give you some of that action here. CF Bros is doing well. Bloom Energy, SDML. You got some names, right? Look at CrowdStrike hanging in there today. Rubrix is another name that's been kind of bouncing back, holding in there. So look, SoFi
SPY did
kind of hanging in
little
there.
bounce there. Looks like that bounce failed. Looks like we're about to break, but we've just been hanging out right at these in this pre-market low area all morning. Looks like it may break here. I haven't seen any kind of news to kick that off, but so again, I don't. If we were rallying, I'd be saying the same thing. I just don't trust it. I don't trust anything that's happening here until the end, right?
This is the end. My only friend, the end. This is the end. All right, guys. Looking to get some USFD, a food distribution name, leading industry in defensives today, also up. I keep seeing the SYY truck, and that's going up today. I like the setup on USFD. These are like trucking companies that deliver to restaurants. So we can take a look at some of this action here. Let me throw my screen up here. I need to make this a little bit bigger. I can't read that. I can't read that. Come on, Mitch. I can't read. All right, there we go. So looking to see if this can go higher. Look at the setup on the daily. The daily is just pretty. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, what do you think about that setup, Michael? Nice, boring food distribution. Look at that. I like patterns, guys.
boring
What can I
names.
say? Look at that. Like boring food delivery names. Why is this going down? Oh, because of the food crisis is coming from Iran. I don't think there's a food crisis coming just yet, guys. So if it's not going to be the food crisis, could it just get back this bar, right? Or even half of that bar? I'll take half of that bar, right? I'll move to 97. So I have the bid right on the bid literally sitting right there. It's like pull back the smallest amount and I'll get filled there. But looking to try to take a shot there at USFD.
Yeah, just right as the market hangs out, and this is a very slow kind of bleed. Like there's no kind of panic in this. We're not seeing volume acceleration.
Is it time to short car?
Ooh.
I need to get stopped out in TLN already.
Car short.
I'm thinking about it, man. This TLN just doesn't want to go.
I am seeing this from Stock Talk, but I'm not seeing it from...
All right, there you go. I got stopped out finally in TLN. It's like it almost heard me. There it is. There's the first break there. I'm trying to get some here. I want to sell some on the ask, though. There you go. Haha. I said ask, not the other thing.
And so, again,
so
I don't...
the rule of 4. This is the rule of 4, like just up 1, down 1, up 2, down 2, up 3. You tried to break out right here, this 234. So I'm more than willing to get like a little piece here, get to fill, and then just look for it to just break down. All right, so let's see if I can do this and just get a little fill here. Come on, come on. Give me a little pop fill. 230s. Come on. I don't want to have to chase you. You see it's trying to get me to chase. You see the bid just like dropping out there. If I chase it here, guys, that's recipe for disaster. We're talking about a crazy high flyer. But I would love to swing this short from this high, dude. Like this is like a perfect...
Ooh, swing?
Swing,
that's
dude.
Bold in front of...
Well,
I guess
I'm feeling it, dude. This is such a BS rally. It's also a BS rally, right? Like, let's just be honest. Like,
yeah, BS rallies.
I can't chase it.
I can't chase it a long time. Right?
No, but I think what Jane brought up today was more of that sign that told me more, right? Like she's like mentioning, like really, this was about like the travel trade, right? Like, and let's just be honest, dude. Who the hell is driving like 6 or 7 hours versus going on a plane just because you got to wait a 1 hour line?
Oh, I hate
No one,
the whole
no one would.
concept of renting a car is a nightmare. I've never
Yeah,
enjoyed
dude.
it.
Like that's to me, it's like the biggest BS headline. Now, could this stock keep going? Yes. As soon as I get in this, I'll get a defined stop right above the highs today. Right. That's the key. Defined stop. Right. I'm not going to get in this and without a defined stop, but I think this could really be the disaster day, and I'm missing the trade now. Right. So now it's like I gotta chase. There it is, guys. You know how Money Mitch is, guys. He gives you guys some trades sometimes, and I just don't get the execution timing on perfectly here, but I think this is it now. And I can't chase now though. I'm not gonna go fill 222s now when I wanted 230s, right? Because that's easy recipe of disaster. Now I would have to go down and take my sizing to like 1 share, right? I was just gonna do 5 shares here and just let it go, right? Because I think this could come back easily below 200. It can go to the 9 EMA, which would put it back there all the way to 173, right? So put it in perspective, that's 50 points down, right? I'll take 50 times 5. So, you know what I mean? I think that's the way to approach a high flyer like this in a fake story. But the other trade could be now is Hertz to the downside, because Hertz had no business. That was just relationship trading. And now you see how that's dropping, right? That's relationship trading, guys. And this did the fake breakout, which I love, right? 1, 2, 3. You go for the 4th and you fail. The rule of 3, guys. Money Mitch has given you guys it how many times? Like, that was as literally key as it gets, and it just reverses right off of the supposed breakout, right? So there it is, guys. What a fake out from that 6, and now just falling fast.
And the SPY continuing to bleed. This is just such a slow bleed.
This is like I told you. This is the how weak is your hand? How early of positioning did you get? Did you get it early? If you didn't get it early, you're going to probably bleed into the red today. It's to put pressure on you, psychology-wise, into the move tonight. And it's to put pressure on the most amount of traders, right? Like, perfect day to put pressure on the traders.
Well, the more this sells like this, the more I think there will be some tacos handed out tonight. You know, could
Yeah, could be. This LYB buy really looking good now, guys. Up there almost to 82 and continuing. So did not get the Dow fills. The Dow is just completely ripping right back up, but gave you guys the trade. You know, that's all I can do. Maybe sometimes I can't execute them all, but some really good trades there. I hope somebody was able to nail it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, right, with the VIX, right? How high does it go? Because again, I think what's going on is just people are buying up as much insurance as they possibly can, and that's why the VIX just continuing to grind higher. And as well, they should. You know, you should be, if you're managing billions of dollars. If you're not going to buy insurance now, when are you going to buy insurance? Like what? You know, we on the verge of a giant war breaking out. Like, that's the time to buy a little bit of portfolio insurance. And very easy. We talk about career risk, right? I think career risk is the thing that drives the stock market more than anything. You can easily explain to your clients, say, okay, we took a 1 to 2% hit, but I bought a bunch of puts just in case dude went crazy. And they go, okay, right? That's fair. You know, that's okay, that's fine. No one's gonna fire you because you're like, yeah, with everything going on, I wanted to buy some insurance in your portfolio in case something bad happened and we woke up, limit down tomorrow because something bad would happen, which can happen. What is it, 7%? COVID? That was the last time we were limit down, I think. Let me ask.
That's the last time. Limit downs are now common. I'm looking at this pullback in Alcoa. I'm looking at this pullback in Alcoa here. It looks interesting to me based on the hourly. So this looks bad on the daily, but if you look at the hourly, what does this look like? You'll zoom back, you'll kind of fade back here, and you'll see that it's just a trend line approach
trying to get a nice little refill here to come right back up. Aluminum's been on a huge rally because of the smelters offline. That's why I've been trading CENX. You guys see it down here up 15%. But sometimes when I'm trying to do that, I don't have a problem with kind of dip buying this one that's been going sideways here, trying to make another breakout after a huge gap up, but has been going sideways. Gaps don't always have to fill. We could see this continue
Right.
to climb higher, right? So I think this is one that is trying to kind of digest the news right now, but doesn't mean it has to turn back to the downside. It could just all of a sudden kick fire and go with CENX. Then I could ride CENX and Alcoa, right? There's nothing wrong with that. I just got to take a small risk today to see if it pays out.
Just cross the 1% down mark for the
Coming
SPY.
to you, my friend.
The Qs, right? We just kind of crossed that. We're on 1.3 now on the Qs, but yeah, just cross that 1% mark. That is important only because I know there are some systems out there that look at that and buy 1% down moves. You can test. Like, actually, let me grab that and I'll test it for you guys. But yeah, you buy a 1% down move in the SPY and you close at the end of the day, and there is a slight edge there, just meaning that most of the time that's noise and wiggle, and then what happens is every now and then you get slapped. So it's one of those strategies that you've got that you'll be right very, very frequently, and then you'll kind of pop from there, right?
Where's my degenerates at? I need to take a degenerate trade today. Where
AIXI, I see them talking about.
AIXI. What about Sky Q? You guys don't like that one? That's a actual structure there that I like. But Sky Q looks interesting. Miggy was another one that was mentioned earlier today. And then AIXI. All right, let's take a look here. It's a dollar player, guys. This looks like a $1.20 move. Has 1, 2, 3 pops. You maybe get one more, but how much further will you get? That's my problem with AIXI. Sky Q, of course, is more like an hourly build from all the way back on the 2nd, right? You broke out above 650s. So pull back.
Sky Q's a oil name, I think.
Is it? Yeah, it's oil gas.
Yeah, it's Sky Q.
Yep, Sky Q, oil gas integrated.
So, right, we have USO has just been grinding higher.
BATL, baby. BATL to the upside.
Man, if it's like the day after the competition, this thing rips, then that dude just got so lucky.
No, Kevin just needs to go along this bad boy now, man. That's called the real flip, right? You stay short, you get short, you make your money, and then you say, you know what? I think it's going up now.
It's a nice.
It looks good. It actually looks good, man.
You could risk against 4, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you could even risk against if you wanted. Like, you got a slight undercut today through 420s, right?
It's
a couple of looks underneath 420s. You could use that level.
It's an interesting YOLO point because if right they don't reach a deal and at 8 a.m. or 8 p.m. all this craziness breaks out, this thing could be a $10 stock easy tomorrow. And you buy it here, what, 650, and you risk against, or 450, and you risk against 4, which is just yesterday's low, kind of down here. And it's not a bad little hedge for again, if shit hits the fan, you could see this at 10, 12 easily, right? So you're doubling your money, and then worst case scenario, gaps down big, and you're risking down to what, 350 or 3. I don't know. Kind of talking me into just taking a little bit of a flyer of a couple bucks of PATL just to hedge some positions I have on the go.
Yeah, I mean, you can always hedge that way, right? We'll see what happens. Another one to hedge is using the XLI and trades like that. The industrial trade, I think, is very binary. Space trade, how's that doing today? Maybe take a look to see what's going on there. Let's see if it was finally going to get a little bit of a bounce back, or was it going to do 2 or 3 days of pullback? I think at some point this gets the lift, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's coming. Well, in UFO, I'm watching here. If it settled here, that would make a lot of sense, right? A big push up, and then you're kind of right back down inside that that range. If it can hold there, that makes sense. And UFO is going to contain mostly, right, ASTS and Rocket Lab and Planet Labs and all that kind of stuff.
All right, let's see if we can get
let's see.
some here of some Elvian's health. Come
New
on,
news.
fill me on a pullback. I'll take a shot on Elvian's. It's either XLV or Elvian's today for me, guys. I want to take a shot at least. I'll try to get in here because it's not trying to fill me, and it's about 50 cents difference, and it's only about, it's not much on the money side, so I want in. I'm getting in, guys. I'm going for my Elvian's health swing now. Let's see what happens here.
ESPN launched on Disney Plus. 53 countries and territories. Disney does not care. So there you go.
Yeah, it was already on there. I already have it.
Well, I think by 53 countries they mean the other ones.
The other 53 countries that haven't been
Yeah.
watching. Now they're gonna turn on the ESPN.
You guys American think that you're the country that matters. There's a bunch more of us out other places.
The world spins around us, Michael.
Oh,
the
sure
world
it does.
spins around our axis, guys.
That's flat Earth. Is that in the U.S. in the middle? And it just
Yeah,
man, the
it
flat
just
Earth.
goes.
I
They're
listen
still
to this
out there. They're still out there, Michael.
Oh,
They're
but I
still
listen to this
they're still taking
comedian.
sailboats on the
And-
off the corner and just falling off the earth.
Well, the comedian, the segment was hilarious, in which he's like, man, so many conspiracy theories this year were proven right with like Epstein and all this stuff. And then the flat earthers are just like, we're flying to the moon right now, and they're looking back and going, yeah, it's round. Look, it's right there. And it's like
Yeah.
everyone else.
It's
Like,
round.
I would get, Bigfoot could walk out of the woods and then go, man, every conspiracy theory in the world except flat Earth. You just had to pick any different one, and you could have been doing the "I told you so" to your family at Thanksgiving dinner. But now you got to just go, yeah, it's still
Ask
flat.
Gemini, is Bigfoot real?
Oh, there you go. That'll get you on the list. They'll kidnap you because they don't want you to know.
I love how there's a case for a maybe.
Well, it was that. You ever watch Survivor, Man?
This might be Dr. Jane. Is this our Dr. Jane?
Oh, there you go.
It's
That
that
was the
expert
monkey
interest,
one.
the late Dr. Jane Goodell and Dr. Jeff Meldrum, an expert in primate locomotion. Both express the consistency of potential and certain footprints. Cast warranted serious investigation. You have to
It
ask
was
Jane.
serious investigation. There was that show with the guy who played Superman,
Oh, super
So-
serious. Super serious.
Dean something, and yeah, he brought a bunch of people out in the woods. They couldn't find it, so there you go.
Yeah, they couldn't find it. Well, we all know it's in Canada, though. If he is.
Oh, if he's anywhere, he's up here, right? We've got more trees than people, so he found a good place to hide.
He's drinking. He's finding brews. He's finding some
Yeah.
good Canadian brews.
Get the ferment some maple syrup, and away you go.
There you go. He only comes to the city to get his maple syrup.
You
All
can
right,
go to
guys.
jail up here if you tap your own trees in your own backyard to get maple syrup out of it. There's a Canadian fact of the day. I had a buddy yelled at because he had a bunch of
What?
trees and he was tapping them. You can't.
Yeah, they just like drip, right? I mean, how is that?
Well, yeah,
How is that illegal?
You put a tap in a tree and you hang a bucket from it, and if it's the right tree, it taps.
How
you
is that
boil
illegal?
it. It's
How
just
is that
like-
illegal?
It's like
Is it
food
illegal to sell,
distribution.
or is it illegal for
I
you to
don't-
have?
I don't know. I think it's probably the sell. I think I'd have to
Okay,
check
I
on
could
what
see
he got yelled
that.
at.
I could see
I
that's the maple lobbyist out there.
Well, there is a strategic Canadian maple reserve. I've heard that. Let me actually check
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, they put it in the salt caves, right? All right, guys.
gotta back
It's
up.
going to be a fun education segment today. We're actually going to talk a little bit about some helium stocks.
Mhm.
Did you know that helium is the only, like, kind of, well, it's not the only, we'll say one of the only gases that is almost, it's almost impossible to actually contain? Did you know it can go through solid glass?
Just pop it in a balloon, man. There you go. Sorted. Like, don't they know about helium
But
balloons?
it comes out of the balloon. You've kept a
That's
balloon,
right.
right, for a
That's
while,
right.
right?
Yeah.
It just gets out. How does it get out? Is it getting out through the tie? No, it literally chemically gets through the plastic. Like,
Well,
it goes through solid glass. If you put it in a container with solid glass outside, it will actually go through the solid glass.
I just got a vision in my head of like a catastrophe at a helium plant, and they're calling on the phone to and they're all talking funny because they're all inhaling helium. So you have to
Well,
call
let's bring on
911 with a high
the
pitched voice.
major helium expert, our major helium expert. Oh,
You tell it's
like,
moving slow day.
where is he at?
That's
I don't know why. Why can I not see him? Oh, there he is. Let me
There he is,
transition
yeah.
him in. As you guys can see, I've been losing my producer skills. Josh, what's going on? Our helium expert.
Yeah, I don't know if I can reanimate that. I have to like change the mic again. But yeah, that was because of those days that would happen because everyone was just laughing so hard.
Popping balloons and sucking all the helium over here, huh?
I'd go back and listen to it those days, and that was rather funny. So
Animaniacs.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that cartoon. I did kind of sound like
that was a good one, man.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're looking around to see what the markets wants to do today. It's gonna be a battle today. So stick around, guys. We got a little bit more for you guys here, and the market is on definitely a little bit of a dull day. Man, I'm trying to find a nice degenerate play, Josh. I know that you're the type of man that can help me find just that type of play. Find me what's going on in the small cap world. Fulfill my dreams today of finding a potential play here.
Well, we have a couple here for you. We got AIXI. That's pretty good. AIXI. So you're gonna like that. That's they actually won a patent. They're looking to win a patent. Yeah, looking to win a patent AI deal over Apple. So Apple dumping today, and this right here, Zhao I gains upper hand over Apple in China AI patent showdown.
Look at that wall. Look at that wall right here showing up at 138, 106,000 shares just sitting there. Boy. That's a big wall right there, right? If you guys don't look for walls on the tape, it's definitely there, something there that somebody's saying, I don't want in, I don't want out. We'll see what happens, guys. Looking at it, though, I'm looking to take some trades out there. We'll see what happens, guys. See if Alvian's health starts to lift there. I'm thinking of maybe adding, but I'm going to stay on the sideline for now. This market is not the market to take too many shots right now. It's more look for uncorrelated plays, right? That's why I'm talking about these plays. What's another one there in the small cap? What about SkyQ and those?
SkyQ, baby. Yeah. That's another one right there. That's another one. Of course, continuation up from the movement over the last couple of days there, and she's holding yesterday's highs really off of that pre-market bull flag she built, and now she's squeezed and went for some more. I'm looking for some dippage here to get into SkyQ. I'd like to see Lucy in the sky with diamonds.
Yeah, I saw Lucy in the sky with diamonds with Trump. Did you see the Easter picture? He had the Easter bunny next to him, and it felt like it was very Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Didn't know if I was watching a Disney movie or back in college, Josh.
Yeah.
So it was fun times. But yeah, careful out there, guys. This market is wild, man. A lot of the real penny boys. Showing up on the scanners. I can't touch those because my computer.
Yeah, it's funny how I see the same thing too. Yeah, you're getting those true penny sub $1
true pennies
popping up again. Yeah.
Yep, you know how those are. There's some plays out there, right? And it happens, right? I try not to pay attention to those unless they're having multi-day type of action, right? Multi-day action, I think you can at least rely on a little bit more than just a quick one-day pop through $1. But we'll see what happens with some of these. A lot of fade action now starting to come in. But, hey, that's just how it is, guys. What other trade, man? Come on. Come on, stocks, wake up.
SPY red to green move right here. Big bounce. I actually have a line in.
Big push there. I don't know what happened there. We'll go back to it. Miggy's one that I'm starting to see hold that $3 spot. Maybe we can get this one to start getting going here. Doesn't look too bad here. Let's start taking a look here. That doesn't look too bad. Let's see. Let's take our shot of the day here on the Miggy.
Miggy, can't you see? Sometimes there's another hypnotize. There's hypnotize again.
You're hypnotizing me there, Josh. You're hypnotizing me.
From Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds to hypnotize. You don't know what's going on today, brother.
All right, can we get a recovery of 340s, 350s, and get there towards the 4 today? Where's the smoked tuna, man? Where's the alerts? What's going on, chat? There you go. Move to 11. What's going to 11, Crow? Chat, help my degenerate out.
Yeah, it's a little spready for me, that move. It's got a good 10, 15 cent spread, and there it goes right back off 11, right back down to 10. So that one just got its soul ripped out of it there.
The soul ripped out, man.
SPY bouncing pretty good here.
Yeah, that's what we just talked about. That was a huge bounce.
And I should leave again. I left for 2 minutes, and we erased most of the losses this morning.
Look at this one now, guys.
No lie. So we're big Bronco fans. So Super Bowl 32, we're playing the Packers. Mom's getting nervous she actually, of course, anyway. So we're at the house, and every time she would leave and go into the bathroom, we would do. It was no lie. I could call my mom right now, and we toward the end of that game, we were like, go to the bathroom. She would come out. We were forcing my mom to go back to the bathroom. What are you doing? Every time you come back. It was the most funny thing that we still talk about. Yeah, where me and Dad made Mom go back to the bathroom so many X amount of times because every time she'd come out, they would score. Dang, back to the bathroom.
Get out of here.
Yeah. She took one for the team. We won. She took one for the team, which was nice.
I had just told you guys that watch that Alcoa can maybe start to get going, and it could hold this pullback, start to get pushing. It's pushing now, and I'm getting my stock to now lift here with it. CENX pushing back there towards 67s. I've already taken half the pay on this now, really continuing. It's up about 16.69% from my entry, so not a bad win there in CENX. And I'm just climbing the stop loss now, kind of trailing it and letting it run. Right, it broke the range. It's a huge run here. Now getting Elvine's health. Now is it time to dip your toes in the healthcare names? We'll see. XLV looks good there off the 145 to take a shot, but I'm pretty much almost out of cash here. So
I do like me some XLV.
Yeah, I like it too, but I just went with the Elvine's health. We'll see what happens. 61.8. Retracement. Now have the stop set. Let it work. Coming to you, Michael. What are you taking a look at here? And then we'll go to Josh in just a second here. Let's keep the party alive, guys. We got a lot more for you guys. It's Trade the Pool. What are you guys looking at, chat? Keep us honest.
Yeah, none of my trades are really killing it, kind of one way or another. MOH has probably been the best here. Up $50 on that one. Just the opening range breakout, but everything's just kind of milling about, just like the SPY, right? We had the most anemic down move I've seen in ages, and the most anemic bounce I've seen in ages. So we're definitely well under what would be kind of normal kind of volatility and volume here. We're just chilling out. So again, it's everything's following what we talked about this morning, which is, you just you wait until 8 p.m. where either hell breaks loose or tacos are handed out. We don't know which one of those is going to happen, and obviously I'm hoping for a little taco time, but we don't know, and no one knows. So no one's going to take any real committal big bets between now and then. So I guarantee you, the moment I am done here, I am going to do something else with my time than stare at the screen, because this is probably going to get even more and more slow as time goes on, as we get closer and closer to not knowing what's going to happen. And then again, two scenarios. One is a tweet out of the blue. It's the greatest deal ever. I can't believe we have such an amazing deal. Market rips 2%. Or 8 p.m. comes and we start to see bombs hit, and down we go at at 8 p.m. Until then, we're here. We're here, and we're gonna
And
probably
there's
be staying
trades
here.
though, right? You guys,
yeah.
I've given you guys 3 different areas to look at, right? Chemicals, agricultural inputs, and aluminum. All have multiple trades in the green there and continuing to climb. Why are these trades holding while some trades aren't? Well, this is clearly what I've talked about, how it doesn't matter about what happens in oil tonight. These names still have upside potential, right? So we'll see what happens on those, see if they can continue to climb high. Energy is continuing to climb high, that's for sure. Oil stocks are just ripping. They just said, well, we're gonna go for a move today. So. SLB is another one that you can keep your eyes open for a nice recovery. That's pulled back on the daily, having a good action right now. I think it could take another move higher here if you're looking for a day trade. I'm just kind of riding the trades that I have now, guys. Today's, I think, one of those days where it's like I took the right exposure in the right areas, and I'm not going to go ahead and like over push today, right? Especially on a day like where the only kind of dip buys that I wanted to go after were either chemical names or this Alliance Health, and I at least stayed in the industries, right? Stayed in the area that I needed to stay. Sometimes you put your walls up and you're like, keep yourself inside the walls, Mitch. Don't try to get outside of the walls today. There's nothing about trying to get pretty with it today. It's about the simple trades, and if it's not there, might just be best to take a little bit of a break. Right? And, we give it to you straight. We're always going to tell you when it might be best to just, hang out, listen to us, talk in the chat. Let us know what's going on.
And I like to use the example of when I used to trade prop for a living at a physical desk. If the market was going crazy, you could hear a pin drop in there. Everyone was so focused on their scanners and looking for what's next. When the market was chilled, that's when people would just, shoot the shit. We had like one of those little mini putting greens and a foosball table, and you would see the activity based off what's happening. So if we're just here, waffling on about whatever, we're just reacting to what's happening in the market. We're waiting. Again, this is one of those things that literally any minute there could be the best deal, the greatest deal of all times, and a huge spike. It just could happen at any time for any reason. So that's why we're kind of in a wait and see. It's not like an earnings report in the sense that you will hear nothing until the scheduled time. It is you will hear something between now and the scheduled time, and the later that time gets, as that time gets closer, you'll probably see a kind of continued bleed as people get more and more unsure. And then if there is tacos handed out, you get a huge rip. But that's just kind of at the whim of these talks or whatever the guy believes is the best idea at the time.
Yeah, we attacked more of course, the island that holds a lot of the oil, part of their top infrastructure area, right? I think it's called the Krog Island, or
yeah.
So definitely that's not going to help oil, right? So that's why you're seeing oil rip higher. That's why you're seeing oil stocks rip higher. So keep that in mind.
I was trying to get a dip there. I have orders in. That's why I was helping. But literally, I have orders in at 717 down into 707, $7 area for Sky Q, and it came down there to 7 to whatever it was. Oh, hopefully someone in my chat got that. That's the dip I was looking for. That I was just saying I wanted there on Sky Q.
Well, I'll come after it for you. I got you, my friend. Yeah. I have a little bit more of my feeling to get after one of these today, and I got a really nice win yesterday, so let's do it, man. Let's take a starter there. We're in there, 500 shares. We're going to look for a little bit of a pullback fill at 740 now, and now I want to go ahead and look for some 740s and maybe even some 730. Right, so there it is. Now positions are for the pullback. We'll look for a rip above the 770s. If we can get to 770s, I'll start adding in and look for the rip back through 8. Let's see what happens here. Taking a shot there. Made a nice trade yesterday, about $6,000 on one of these penny names. Let's see if we can get another one today. Right, this was the one that I was looking at also. So Josh kind of helped me out. He just kept the eyes on the levels for me. I made the call to jump in. Let's see if we get it now. I think we'll get a quick dip here to the 740s. I'm actually taking it the bid there and putting it below right now towards the 730s, showing some good bid support here.
Beautiful move right there. Love those little sweeps.
Quick sweep, right? Quick sweeps. Dips through supports that don't get cut again, right? Gives you levels to know. I always talk about this. It's important, especially with these small stocks. It's always important just to get an ability to understand risk. That's what those clean sweeps down do. They give you a clear level to risk on, right? Because since it's such a quick psychological sweep, now you know where the panic has turned, essentially. Right. And that you can use those panic levels to essentially risk off of, right? So I think when it comes to pennies, especially in smaller stocks, is a lot about psychology and how the how you think in the trade, right? And how it affects traders' mindsets. Even more than systematic, because we all know these are emotional traders that trade a lot of these smaller caps. So you want to take advantage of what? Their emotions.
Well, I think that's why it's so hard to, and I've been working to build systems on these. That's why I think it's so hard to do on these particular names, just because they're not going to be followed as much by algos. Yes. So everything I've come up with so far, which isn't a bad thing, just has a low win rate, but every now and then just kind of blows it out of the park, right? I think
that's how these are, though. I would say that's how it is. It's like a lot of playing, like let's say like 100 share size to make it easy in your mind, right? Like saying I'm going to play 100 shares, maybe risk between $50 to $100 on the majority of the positions. But when I actually win, I should be winning like $400, $500, $600. That's the key. If you're not winning like that type, I don't think you're going to do it well in this business of the small cap game. Mm-hmm. Very few traders are going to be able to be, let's say, 70% accurate in small caps. You saw that dip through 40s, didn't go through this low. Now in a second, when we finally go back through the 760s, we'll throw that size up and we'll jump on the offer. We're just doing bid support right now to get quick dips to see if they recover. But really, it's all about it coming back through our entrance and then really stepping up to the plate. So this dip is more right now where you see the dip buying kind of show up on the tape, and you're looking for the quick big bar to the green side now. You want to see big bars, right?
UNH is looking kind of interesting here, where it's
UNH. Let's go to your chart. Let's take a look there.
Coil back up. You know, it's sold off a little bit off the open, just back into the pre-market range, starting to coil back up. Always remember, right? UNH is an expensive, slow one, but you can do UNHG, get a little bit of juice on it. It's only a $12 name if you wanna crank that one a bit, and decently liquid there. So
love it.
XLV
just
as well.
riding my CEX. Let's go. SLB getting going there, guys. It's a trade that I talked to you guys. It has helium exposure. We're going to get towards our education just coming up in a couple of minutes. But this will be one of the trades that's actually mentioned there that has exposure to helium. There's a lot of energy trades that you don't expect to have exposure to helium, like, let's say, ExxonMobil. So ExxonMobil actually has some exposure because they do a refining process that actually creates that. So we'll take a look into some of that conversation coming up here just shortly. All right, guys, let's keep things going.
Yeah, let's keep an eye here on the SPY after that bounce. It's been 20 minutes of sideways action. Everyone waiting on bated breath. And down here, I've just got little news feed open. And just to see if we do get any kind of Walter Bloomberg type kind of tweets. Oh, speaking of, Iran cuts direct diplomacy with U.S. Iran has halted direct talks with the U.S. after Trump threatened to destroy its whole civilization. Fair. Through negotiations and ceasefire, officials say the move to signal defiance and complicates but does not end efforts. Well, if they're not talking anymore, how do you negotiate a ceasefire then? Like I don't know how these things work, but it seems like talking to you is an interesting one.
It might be something that might be necessary there. This just goes to show you guys that these talks, they're really not being held. It's more Trump trying to strong arm them into a deal. That's why the comments are being mentioned like they are. I'm seeing FCX really lift here, guys. That doesn't look bad at all. Undercut the 60s today and really starting to come back. I always love undercuts and rally. CENX is just lift off, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I wanted to be in that. I talked about how that could affect Alcoa. Alcoa going higher. So that's actually looking good there as that starts to break towards the 73 of copper. Looking good there on FCX as it starts to break towards the 61. So keep your eyes on some trades out there.
Tesla, that just brought up their TAC good alert there. Well, of course, that's high of day and the inverse of it. But my gosh, Tesla just crashing away today. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. What's funny, I brought this up this morning. So a while back, we were on a live stream, and I had a line in at 247, which it bounced off yesterday. And then I put, because we're on a live stream one day, and we're talking about it, and me, Nas, whoever was talking, and I have a line in there. And I brought this up. I was like, oh my God, we're on a TTP stream forever ago. And I typed in that line over it, Tesla key short long. I was like, guys, today if it cracks that, and sure enough, I look back now and a beautiful short today. But that was something we brought up months ago when it was back in this area, which has been months since it's been in this area. So it's, I love Tesla. Keep coming back on down, baby.
I'm just trailing my CNX now, guaranteeing 16.4% gain there. So not a bad trade there in aluminum.
November or September. Back in September. So back in September was when we last were talking about this area. I was in a little newbie on this with you guys then. But yeah, Tesla. I think this continues to come down. It's just in a beautiful downtrend right now over the last since the start of the year.
Yeah.
Just beautiful. Just keeps crashing away. Give it to me, baby.
Trying to see if Elvine's Health wants to just take off here. Not going to add because there's no need to. It's going to tell me when I can add. There's no need right now. Not I'm just opening myself up to more exposure. We'll look to see if the health trade can turn around today. Now in the last 5 minutes, it has been green. So I'm keeping an eye on the XLV to see what happens there.
Speaking of adding, SkyQ be one of those ones to look for that soon. It's looking to ramp back on around there, so I'm waiting on that one too as well.
Oh yeah,
it's my main ticker.
Q. So yeah, are we all YOLOing BATL? Long? Just in case.
Oh man.
Just in case.
You know, Kevin really would have loved that if somehow, like his last, Wednesday, it's in the threes. My gosh, Kevin would have loved for that to just somehow hit the single, this like true single, like $1, 30 cents, 50 cents. Oh my gosh, I'm surprised he has not. I was busy yesterday. Monday's my busiest day for what I do, and I could not join y'all's live thing. So how was the ceremony yesterday?
It was it's kind of like when you go to Trump and you kiss his.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Hey, that's kind of what it was yesterday almost. The lunch recap with Steve, and that we didn't know what to expect when Trump went live, and it was just essentially, our military is the best.
You guys watched that?
Yes. Oh yeah.
I watched it. It was fun too. I watched it also. It was interesting. He was like, it was like, yes, we are the best, Did you? Oh, hold on. I gotta find the meme yesterday. There was this meme out on.
Oh, you're gonna Trump. Play that on air?
The Venezuelan one.
I know
one?
exactly.
Oh my
That's
God,
the only thing I know about it. Is I sent that to the boys.
Oh, you sent it to the boys?
Man. After again, I'm not.
It was great. It was great.
I have one for not seeing that, so I would like to hear or see this.
Oh yes, I'm taking away from our education here.
This is like anti-education, as opposed to
this is anti-education,
making you smarter. This is gonna make you dumber just by watching it. Usually we try to add a couple brain cells, but we'll take a couple away this time.
Why not, guys?
Yeah, starting to
Oh, good lord.
maybe roll back
I think
over
I can
here.
find
See
this
some
here. Come
points.
on. I gotta find one that actually plays. This one gonna play? Oh, I think
Good
it
job
will
there, Aussie chick.
if I pull it up.
The Sky Q, good little dip area. Yeah, it's still just not pushing as much as I want off those pre-market highs. You know, just it's gonna. This is the lull area. This is the balance. So we're just waiting for some more volume to come back in for Sky Q to push us back on up. You know, we just haven't had anything in the small cap move today. So you know, definitely kind of scares a lot of longs away. But this is your one long potential here overall, in my opinion. AIXI has the potential. But this is your main one to look for as well, because the AIXI just hit new high of day. So it's kind of that mob flip back and forth there. That majority of buyers just went back over to AIXI and squeezed the new high of day there. And again, it's got that good news with Apple. Say it's good, but even like Mitch talked about there, these sub $1 plays that get to $1, you know, they don't really provide for the craziest of moves majority of the time, and this is what they do. Oh, new high of day, we're back on down to the 130s. You know, it doesn't give you that kind of potential of move up, move up, move up. Sky Q gives you that, in my opinion. And once you get to that $6, $7, $8, $9, $10 range, you've got a whole different slew of traders coming after you versus these. Like I at first, oh, I can get how many shares? That's a lot of these guys' thought process. Oh, did what with Apple? What? How many shares can I get? You know, that's what there's a lot of those trading AIXI. That's their mind thought. Yeah, that's their thought process.
All right, guys.
Rubio, I don't know who Rubio is. Rubio teases more news on Iran talks later today.
Donald Trump, the new president of Venezuela. Let me bring this in.
Oh, no way.
That's one. That's on the
El señor Donaldo J. Trumpo. Your ex-presidente, el señor Maduro.
No, it's not it. I gotta find it. It's on Twitter. Hold on. It was on Twitter that I found it, but
yeah, I can give you the link I sent to the boys, but the caption might not be something we want to show on screen if you've got the.
Oh man, it was just too good. Pretty much, it's just him like telling everybody.
You can't recreate that. That's but yeah. So there's the tweet that I saw, but like the caption that the guy wrote on it might not be a stream topic. That's the one I sent over the boys.
No, it was dude, that's just how it is, man. The internet has millions of these.
Oh yeah.
That's the truth. And I mean, he sets himself up for it. I mean, they're just too good. They're too easy to make.
We all know they're just more. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. I mean,
yeah, guys. All right, guys. We'll see what happens on the action there. Sky Q. I got 1,000 shares, man. I'm at 750s. I'm looking.
Yeah, 760. Yeah, it's 765's gatekeeper. That's when some orders start popping up in that area. If he gets through that, she's gonna pop up through the 680s, and then at that, not much in that area that I'm seeing that we can, like you were wanting those 8. So 765, we get through that. That's where our money will be breed. We'll be getting them bread, making that bread. Come on, 765.
Love to hear it.
Give me the bread. I want to break the bread with Mitch over there.
Josh, man, you might get some time off today. I don't know if we're going to be able to stick around past 11, so you might get some time off, my friend.
Oh, yeah? What's going on?
Our producer ran into Trump Power. They powered him off. Trump kind of said, I don't like your producer, and I'm taking away his power.
Oh, that sucks.
Trump threatened us too.
Yeah, you let me know. I'm good. You know, I'm team player. I do whatever you guys like me to do. I real quickly, because my daughter keeps coming over to me and she keeps slapping the back glass. So that means, Dad, I need to go outside, or I may be leaving you a treat on the back rug. So I'm gonna step away off the mic real quick, and I'll be right back in here.
Hey, we got you, my friend. All right, let's go back to the action here. Go back to see what we're seeing. What are you taking a look at out there, my friend?
Say this is the action on the SPY. We're now 30 minutes into complete sideways chop. So again, it's as expected. You know, this doesn't really surprise anyone that we're we're going to be in a little bit of a hold period until whatever happens. Looking across, like XLV has been recovering nicely. That's one area to maybe take a look of. XLF is trying to get positive here. That's one trying as well. But yeah, other than that, oil up, market down, see if that reverses in some way. If we get some sort of an oil sell-off, but you should probably see that at the same time that equities happen, because I bet you there's a whole bunch of algorithms that are just watching those two things kind of tick back and forth there. Nothing new from the news thing. There was that Rubio tease thing was the last thing that actually happened. And now we're just, again, it's a big wait and see mode. And I feel like, I'm trading this stock before earnings, and I'm like, oh, it's not going to move the day of earnings. It's going to wait till the earnings report comes out. And that's same thing that's happening with the market. So we just sit back and wait. I got a CEG trade. I didn't notice. So yeah, I'm short CEG. That thing's starting to break down a little bit there as well. But overall, not the best today. Down $70. So just part of it, just continue to test, continue to try this system, combine it with all the other systems I got on the go. I was listening to is Lauren Bensdrop, I think is the guy's name. Legendary systematic trader. He was interviewed by the Trader Lion guys, currently running 75 individual systems. Like, man, that's something to work up to. So monitoring all those systems, full-time job. But yeah, this dude's great author too. He's written a couple great books.
Yeah. He might actually need the screens, Michael, to keep up with all that.
I'm sure he's automated it all.
I would like to have a screen for each one of my robots and just watch it do its thing and just sit back in the command center. And
if they're
just watching it do its thing, right?
If they're built right, you shouldn't.
In the future, maybe it has a personality. You talk to it. How you doing today? You have like a board of traders for you, and you go, hey Kevin, how was the small caps today?
Well,
right? Hey, the future, man, the future.
Speaking of, here
all right.
it is.
What you got for us? And then I'll bring us a little education before we get out of here.
Yeah, just show off. This is the interview. Again, no affiliation here, but if you just Google Trader Line, it's one of the other one. So yeah, it takes him 10 minutes a day to manage all of his 75 systems. It's the point of automating it. But to your AI point, I'm already working on that. In which I just speak to Claude every morning. Because right now, Claude, I'm building the thing where it will reconcile the trades for me. So it runs the back test. It takes the trades I actually took, and it makes sure that those are the same. So it's just going to get to the point where I just go into voice mode every morning and just give a debrief of what happened the night before and have everything geared up and away you go. Like this particular system, I haven't touched a button in this system since its creation. So it's getting to the point where things are just getting kind of more and more automated. So I'm almost done with building that, where it will actually go to the Trader Evolution web version, download the data for the day, put that into an Excel document, run the back test from AmiBroker, put that reconcile to make sure that the trades that I should have taken are the trades that I would have taken, and just kind of do all that for me, and then write me an email and send me an email at the end of the day and say, this is what you got to adjust or go with. So we're there, right? Just got to set it up.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, guys. All right, guys, to give you guys one last kind of educational moment. We got about 6-minute video here. I'll just play right towards the end of the day. And I'm also getting SkyQ to run, so I'm going to buy on the ask on that thing and just add there and take a huge shot there in SkyQ. We'll find out how both goes, and we'll get you guys over to the video here. I'll play this up here, guys.
Is the backbone of modern tech infrastructure, and the global supply was just cut by a third overnight. It is the only element on Earth that can cool silicon wafers during semiconductor fabrication. There is zero chemical substitute available at practical temperatures. It is also the only viable coolant for superconducting magnets. Without it, medical imaging machines shut down because they physically cannot maintain near absolute zero temperatures. This chart shows exactly where the world's helium comes from. The recent conflict between Iran and Qatar knocked out 34% of global production. Combine that with sanctioned Russian supply, and the world is suddenly operating on roughly half the capacity it had last week. This is an immediate mathematical shortage with direct consequences for global artificial intelligence and technology supply chains. You might wonder why governments don't just tap into a strategic helium reserve. The problem is physics. Helium molecules are so small, they slowly leak through the metal of essentially any storage container you build. This illustrates the strict logistical constraint of liquid helium. Once loaded into a specialized cryogenic tank, it must be delivered and used within 45 days before insulation fails, pressure builds, and the gas escapes forever. That is a delivery deadline, not a storage window. With the Strait of Hormuz closed to commercial traffic, roughly a third of the world's specialized shipping containers are physically stranded in the Middle East. Even if a peace treaty is signed tomorrow, it will take months simply to reposition those empty tanks back into the global network. So how do you actually trade this? There is no spot helium ETF. To capture this macro event, you have to evaluate individual equities. That creates a structural trade-off. You have to choose between the safety of massively diluted multinational conglomerates or the direct exposure of highly volatile microcaps. This quadrant chart maps your stock options. The horizontal axis is enterprise scale and safety. The vertical axis is helium purity, how directly revenue relies on the gas. Up in the top right, we find the Tier 1 industrial gas giants, Linde and Air Products. During a shortage, these distributors use a system called allocation triage. They decide who gets helium and who doesn't. When a semiconductor fab in Taiwan is desperate to keep its lines running, Linde and Air Products have the leverage to charge premium, long-term contract rates for guaranteed supply. The catch is their overall size. Even if helium margins double or triple, the gas still accounts for a low to mid-single-digit percentage of their massive total global revenues. These Tier 1 stocks give you highly probable margin expansion from the crisis, but the helium impact is heavily diluted by the rest of their business portfolio. The alternative to the distributors are the Tier 2 energy giants who pull the gas out of the ground. ExxonMobil operates the Chute Creek facility in Wyoming. This single plant quietly controls 20% of the world's total helium output. Because Exxon extracts that helium as a byproduct of natural gas processing they are already doing, their incremental cost to produce it is near zero. When global helium prices spike, that increase drops straight to their profit margin. But there is a serious macroeconomic trade-off here. Buying ExxonMobil means you are inherently buying exposure to global crude oil demand. ExxonMobil is primarily a massive crude oil position that happens to have a highly profitable helium kicker attached. The next category covers the companies manufacturing the physical supply chain. This diagram highlights our middle sector, the Tier 3 infrastructure builders. With the Middle East offline, Western countries will spend billions rebuilding ISO containers and helium extraction plants outside of the conflict zone. The leading equipment maker is Chart Industries, ticker GTLS. But there is a catch here, too. Baker Hughes is currently acquiring them for $210 a share in cash. That turns Chart Industries into a strict merger arbitrage play. The stock price is rigidly capped near that buyout number, which completely neutralizes the fundamental helium upside for new buyers. If you want to invest in the long-term thematic narrative of rebuilding the global helium supply chain, that growth potential belongs entirely to Baker Hughes post-acquisition. Finally, we reach the exact opposite of the enterprise giants. Down in the bottom right sector, we have Tier 4. New Era Energy and Digital, ticker NUAI, is the only NASDAQ-listed helium pure play, holding 1.5 billion cubic feet of U.S. reserves. The upside argument relies on timing. If they finish building their processing plant and bring it online while spot prices are at record highs, it acts as a massive multiplier for their equity. The execution risk, however, is severe. They are a pre-revenue company burning nearly $30 million a year in cash, and management is attempting a highly complex pivot into AI data centers at the same time. This Tier 4 option is a binary bet on management's ability to execute, requiring you to be perfectly willing to accept a total loss. Let's summarize the options. This decision tree maps your personal risk tolerance directly to the correct equities. If your goal is capital preservation and safe dividends, follow the path to the Tier 1 monopolies like Linde or Tier 2 energy giants like ExxonMobil. If you want to ride the infrastructure supercycle of rebuilding Western supply lines, take the structural growth path toward Baker Hughes and SLB. And if you are looking for pure speculation and lottery ticket returns, you look at the microcap space with NUAI. You do not need to chase panic-driven spot prices. Pick the vehicle that matches your timeline and let the math of a 3 to 5 year structural supply shortage do the heavy lifting.
All right, that's going to do it for our helium conversation. And like always, guys, continue learning here. We'll be bringing you guys more and more conversations, and I think it's something to look into. And always understand that there's more trades coming, right? All right, we'll do just a quick little wrap up. Anything you see in the SPY here, and not seeing our producer. So, Josh, I don't think you want to run by yourself, my friend. So we'll probably wrap it up here on the day.
Cool. So yeah, just having a little bit of a downtick as we start at that. I'm not seeing any kind of news events to back that up, so it's probably more of this. Right, market is meandering on, but same kind of caveats we give everything. Is like, hey, I don't trust anything that's happening. Again, we've got this deadline at 8. It could be some sort of last minute Hail Mary. We figured out a deal and we're up 2%, or bombs start dropping and we're not. Or he just tacos anyway. There's no deal and he just kind of pushes it. That wouldn't surprise anyone here, right? So just beware. Cash is a position. I'm not usually one to say that, but I might even special today just ignore any swing trades from the bots if they come through and just take them tomorrow if something's happening. So currently testing today's low, but again, we're down 1%. So nothing really crazy going on.
All right, we'll see what happens with that, guys. Just moving up my stop there in CNX. It was a good day overall. Took a good trade there in LYB. Chemical trade is really the one that's been holding up all morning long. Going to keep riding that. And what am I doing? I'm taking my research and taking the trade, right? That's what you got to do sometimes. Do the research, do the hard work. You just might find the next area that's going higher. All right, guys, that's 11:01. That means we are done here. There goes Michael. He's a fast one.
He reminds me of my dad. My dad was always like that. We'd be like, we're at Vincent and stuff, and everybody like, "Where'd your dad go?" And I'm like, I knew, but he'd never say bye to anybody. He was always that like, boop, bop. He'd be like, "Hold on, where'd dad go?" He left. He out. He dips out real quick.
All right, my friend. Looks like do you want to go for a little bit here and just talk about maybe some market action and then just end it?
Yeah, sure. I'll do that. Yeah, if you want me to. Yeah, I'll go over some small caps real quickly, and then I'll put the scanners up. So yeah, I got the scanner.
Perfect.
There, so yeah,
I'll remove myself, so you'll be full. You'll have your screen up. You'll have yourself up there, my friend. Just whenever you start to wrap up, right at the top and broadcast, and you should be able to hit the button and end the show, my friend.
Okay, no scanners up afterwards. Steve, we're just gonna put a different one up for Steve later.
Yeah, the key there, we don't have anyone to continue running the stream there.
Gotcha.
Joe is also out there too.
I'll end it. I can end it. I'll just press the big red button up top that says, "Don't press that. Don't ever press that."
You got it, my friend. Also, just stay tuned. Maybe someone buzzes you on the WhatsApp. But have fun, my friend. Take care.
See you, Eminem. Thank you, Money Mitch. That's like Eminem, Money Mitch, and then Mike. So it's like you get the extra M in there. I like it. But yeah, so I think the main one to watch for the rest of the day as it comes back on down, you're gonna see the two that are flip and flop back and forth. There are gonna be AIXI and SkyQ. Now AIXI does have the actual news for the day, the patent battle win against Apple. So that's gonna help AIXI stay up for the rest of the day here. So we'll go over it real quickly and just show you. Now, this isn't always you get this from these tickers. Now, usually if you do get that from a ticker, ooh, symbol doesn't exist. Okay, so for whatever reason, really? I maybe have to, let me make sure here. AIXI. I was putting AIKI. That's why it wasn't showing up as it not existing. So let's go over to AIXI here. That's going to be a lot better. There we go. All right, rocking and rolling there. Tack, Derek, Yes. And the rest of you guys that are still sticking around. I like AIXI. This has the news today. Has this beautiful bull flag where up and over pre-market high there. This was running from yesterday. If you go back and kind of look at this, zoom back out here, you can see this is running from yesterday. Then gets that extra news this morning on top of the fact. I don't know if Smoke Tuna had this on his watch list. Didn't get to look at that today, but he may have. And may have had a good rating here. And of course, we see this nice, almost like what me and Steve have been talking about so much over the past, what, it seems like 2 weeks, definitely last week on the call-in show, and then before that the 2 days we were together, which is the lunch recap, which we had yesterday, and of course we'll have again tomorrow. Join us every Monday and Wednesday at noon Eastern time, or no, 1 p.m. Eastern time, noon Central. That's 11 Mountain time. That's 10 on the West Coast, so 1 p.m. Eastern on Monday and Wednesday. Join us. Don't forget about that. Come over and join us as me and Steve recap what we've seen for the day, what we traded, what we have moving forward, because then Steve will then have an hour off before we get into Power Hour and his commentary. Anywho, but we've seen what cup and handles. So overall here, nice cup. Got the handle up top. You know, it's a little bit of a fancier handle, you know, right here. Hey, how you doing? Oh, I've got my tea. Oh, do you have any Grey Poupon? I guess you'd have tea and maybe something with Grey Poupon. I don't really know. Making sure they're not telling me, get off the stream now, Josh. This looks like it wants to squeeze and go for more. Next leg up for me on AIXI, just going real quickly back in chart here. We are really hitting an area we haven't been in for quite a while. So I like to go back into the 4-hour, 1 year, 1 day. And it's right around 185 to 190. 185 to 190 resistance. And then we'll see some at 225 on AIXI. So this is really starting to steal the mob. And again, does have some news from this morning. Does AIXI overall talking about this, and maybe comes from yesterday. I think this really came out yesterday. Yeah. So this comes out yesterday strong on the 31st here, talking about the patent infringement lawsuit against Apple. And they got an update on it. Essentially overall, Xiao, Tack, how would you say this? How do you say this name? Tachytronius. Tack, how do we say that? How do we say this word? Well, I should get you on the call-in show. I wish you could call in like right now. Anyway, but they have gained the upper hand essentially there overall. If you could like put it in layman's terms for me, you know, like how would you spell that out? Like if you would say Josh, how do you spell Josh? Well, I would put Jawsh, Josh. Anyway, I love it. Thank you there, Ayush, if you're around. Of course, that's my man, Florida Joe. And Florida Joe, hopefully all is going good with the surgeries. When's the next one? Let's see here. Let's see. Have you look at it? No, I don't look at Soxus. I do. I used to. His name's Mafia. I haven't seen Mafia in a while. He used to be on my live stream quite a bit. Still gets my morning alerts, but he looks at Soxus a lot. Yeah, looks at SOXS definitely quite a bit. There we go. Yeah, look at the links coming out for Mitch and of course myself and Mr. Michael Nas. Regardless, so they do have AI patent showdown positive news against Apple. Does that always mean you're going to run and get the movement? No, I have seen times where, you know, things like this, you know, in more of a slower market where we don't get really so bullish overall in the small caps. And news comes out, like, again, we go back to, I don't know where Paula's at, but y'all have seen Paula in chat a lot of the time. She's been around, you know, in my live stream or whatever, following me for a while. Like I said, I brought this up a lot, but there was, I forgot what small cap ticker it was. You don't remember them all unless you see them quite a bit. And it had news with NVDA that day. And I was like, NVDA, schmimDA, you know, who cares? It's short city limits. Sure. Okay, that cool Carlo. Cool, guys. It's all good. Yeah, y'all are awesome. Anyone that's still listening, you guys are amazing. I can push this through. for a little bit longer. And then if y'all want to put scanners up afterwards, just let me know. We can do that. Carlo, if you're around in the background. I see you back there, Mr. Kylo or Joe. Joe's got scanners up, so we can put scanners up afterward if we want to, for sure. So let me know, or y'all can control that for me. Control the mothership. I'm usually pretty good. It's just, I used to work, again, literally, I've shown this off before. You know, like, let's just do this real quickly. Let's just show this off. But in small cap market, back to the NVDA, Apple news, whatever. Sometimes it's good, but we're coming off again back to QM. QM still T12. We know ARAB, Mr. American Rebel Beer. That was so great that we got to go over that on Thursday, and Michael Noss gets such a kick out of that. I love it. And so does Money Mitch. Oh, man, here. Let's go to What's up, boss? No, I'm good right now. I can go live, but all I'm saying is, whenever we've done, if we want to get the scanners up, we get the scanners up if you want to. No, I'm good. No, it's Tuesday. I'm good to go for the day. I can go for the rest of this hour. Like I usually go till, what would that be? I usually go till noon Eastern, so I can do that. I can go live for the next 50 minutes. I can 100% do that. I'm good to go, my man. Good to go. Good to go. Good to go. But this is the stuff like this back in the day, where I used to be able to do this and all these little, what all the different buttons did, and you had a control panel, and you had the TVs in front of you, the monitors in front of you. Like this is what I had to work with, right? So that's what I used to do back in the day for 5-10 years. I don't remember how long I did it for. I wanted to be on air. I tried to be on air. I was still on air a decent amount of it, but a lot of it was that, and you have to. You start off that way. Obviously, when you first start in any kind of business, kind of work, bottom part. But so yeah, it's funny. My point being, we're doing like having trouble with the call-in show, and I'm like, we can't get it figured out. I'm like, man, I am so sorry. I feel like such a rookie, and I hate that we can't get this down. So sorry for the troubles that we do have. It is hilarious. Love it though, Tack. Yeah, I'm gonna what's waiting on Joe. What's up there, Houndstooth? There we go. You have I'm telling you, and I almost said something. I didn't alert this on the live stream, and I was like, man, I really feel exposed about to test my. Oh, and I even have a line in here on TOS. I have a forever line in. When did I put this line in? Right. April the 2nd. So I just put this line in at 6:52, and we came down today, and I have a line around 6:52. Bounced right off of it, and when it was doing this, I call this like a boot heel, but it's like an H shape. Well, J Trades, he's on my live stream. Y'all may have seen or heard of J Trades before. He calls it an H shape, and it does look like an H. This is a huge H, almost an inverse cup and handle too. If you turn that upside down, almost looks like an inverse cup and handle, right? Where there's the cup, and now we're forming a handle. Handle's usually typically maybe right beside the low, but regardless, still beautiful. Beautiful. Making sure I'm not missing anything here. Okay, so everyone, we're all good. So I'll be live here for the next hour, rocking and rolling here. Yeah, continuation on down. I know you guys are looking at multiple different tickers when it comes to boop. Let's pull this back on up so I can see it. There we go. But stocks, this is another one that you guys can trade. So this is another one, right? It's going to do the inverse of what SPY is doing. There's many different ways to skin a cat here when it comes to the small cap, to a smaller way, in my opinion, to trade the SPY, the market, the Qs, the futures, whatever it might be, right? So you got the Qs here as well, right? SQQ. There's so many. There's so many ways to trade the market here. So many. Yeah, Hounds, I gotta let that go. Yeah, see, it's gonna happen though. So that's the thing too. You've got to learn to let that stuff go. It's hard. That's that mental psychological side when it comes to trading that so many people go through. Even like yesterday in the one-on-one I had, he's went over futures, and we do one-on-ones, but I do mostly equities, writing stocks and shares, and a lot of people I do work with. It's so funny. I was getting messages. A girl named Alejandra that has been on my live stream used to do one-on-ones with, some moved to futures, and now she's got her own live stream, and she's doing good in her own Discord, which I was just getting like updates on. Regardless, they moved to futures, but I can say a chart's a chart. Of course, people throughout the years, and they're like, man, as good as yours charting, you could do futures. You should go to futures, and it's a little too volatile for me. And that's what of course, we're talking about yesterday in the middle side of things, and how you have to get used to that. How much things move, of course, you think about NQ and how many points, and of course, they always say, well, the one contract equals this, and I'm like, okay, I know, but just getting used to that side of things, and that's one of them that he's having a hard time with, where, of course, in futures market as well, especially how much those move in days like today. You got to imagine, you cut too early because there's 100 points, there's 50 points, and then it runs for another 150 points. I would say the most mistakes traders make is they jump back in. Now they should keep trying. They paper cut themselves usually to death, to where the one good win they had could have just sat back and watched it and learned from it what to do the next time. They start jumping back in way too many times and paper cut. And next thing you know, they've given back everything that they've given, or one of those, they just hold way too long. And next thing you know, they're like, oh no, why did I hold this? What was I doing here? I thought this was the bounce, when they were going short and they could have so it's just look at that one trade, step back and let it go. That's one, going throughout, of course, even this, which I love to continue to hear, like Kevin and all the different people, man, you're just one of the most disciplined, like even the guy yesterday, because he follows a new guy, learn features from, and I don't care. That doesn't, no egotistical thing when it comes to this with me. I don't care. I mean, I even like to Michael Jordan, who I love the most, which was a GOAT. He didn't care about it. I mean, I remember seeing that. Forgot what was in one of the many things I've seen with Michael Jordan. Anybody was asked the question about what are the other, whether it was Johnson or whatever. He's like, I don't care what those guys are doing. He's like, I'm doing me. I'm worried about me. He's like, how I focus on my game. I can't worry about what they're doing. Like, yeah, he knows how to defend them, and he's worried about that. But he's like, well, I'm not, just because Kareem had the sky hook doesn't mean I have to develop a sky hook just because it's, like that kind of stuff, and so I don't know sky hook, so what, he's doing a sky hook, here's what I do really good. And so you have to understand that, and it's about just, blocking a lot of that noise out, and it's hard to do that for most humans, and you have to learn how to block that noise out, and that's one of those things which is noise that gets created, right? It's noise essentially is your brain talking, out loud, and you can hear it, but no one else can. Essentially one of those things, and you have to let, that's one thing. How many more trades are you going to have? And I've been around people of the world that stream live and say, they see like the TCGL trades of the world. Imagine if you got in here and you held it all the way up and you would have made this much money. I ain't no one doing that. And now I actually finally did that. I always would watch play, but again, were you in the hole? And I knew I would never be in full shares. I'm like, I'm not going to full port it and be full ported all the way to the top. It ain't happening. Maybe again, if we do those competitions again and we get the day trader, right, like we did for the beat to Ackerman, I can't wait to do one of those again. I love to full port that. But still, even then, you're like trying to take chunks because you're like, oh boy, I'm up so much with this share size. Why wouldn't you? Even when you're going smaller like me with TCGL. Now, again, holding on and being a piece of the move. And anyway, so you just have to understand that you're just going to miss pieces of the pie. And I have said that throughout the years. Just get a piece of the pie. Get a slice, get half a slice, another half slice, get 2 slices. Oh, you got 2 slices again. Oh, now you're getting close to a whole pan, and you fill that pie pan up. Oh, and then boom, there's your whole pie. And it could be a piece of apple, half a piece of pumpkin, and a half of this, 2 of this, and 3. Or it could be a piece of sausage, a piece of supreme, a half a piece of pepperoni. And so you're building your pizza pie. You're building your whatever pie you want to call it. And that's me, because I eat anything for sure. And so I'm just trying to build my pie up. Like, whatever you want to leave me, I am more than happy and obliged to take whatever you'd like to give me. Awesome. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, Tesla's it. I think, look at the big return, though. This is what gets a little wacky here. And again, now the big move overall, like we talked about there, again, Hounds, good job. Hounds never jumped back in. Because he, look, now, I got out too soon. And then, because it, like, say you were in short, long, whatever the situation, whichever one of these you're trading, right? And say you got out here, and you're like, or you got out at, okay, I thought we'd retest it too, Josh. I thought we would go back down there, right? And then it keeps going. Yeah, who cares? Because look at that, right? So that's why hindsight to me is always such a beautiful 2020 thing, where this one's one of those ones where I'm glad I took profit. Geez, who knows it, So could have got a little more, but then this could have happened. But yes, love it, Tack, love it. I think Tesla continues to come back on down here. I'm looking at multiple charts today. I'm always all over the place with how many. I need that. I can't wait for the when we build our house and how. Gee golly, you guys wait. I don't think I've shown off my house yet on the live stream that we're building yet. But oh my god, in the office is it's a bonus room. It's above the. I don't know if we're gonna do 8-car garage or not. Right now we have it at 6. To where we could have 6 cars. The way it's depth, it's 2 double car garage, 2 4, it's 2 right, but it's deep enough to where it's 4. But then you got 2 in the backside, But I'm probably just gonna do because I'm like, we're back anyway. I don't know if I want to because I can make it a little bit deeper, make it 8-car. Regardless, right now the bonus room's above it, and it sits right at, which is so funny how my architect, whatever guy did this. Favorite number 7. I don't know how he did this, but. He made my floor plan, because I went to school for architecture, and I have, literally so many of these drawings. Literally so many. Look at all these. So many of these drawings right here. Well, most of these anyway. But a lot of drawings that I did. And there's better ones, but I just have the initial ones here, which is so funny. I kept these right here. And I gave them, a much better, I used, the stuff that I used to have, anyway, I made it nice and straight. I didn't have, hey, I want this room to be this big. I didn't say really any of that. I didn't even think about that, which is really funny. But I said, but anyway, next thing you know, it comes back to me. It makes the living room right at about, huge, which I wanted, and the X amount of square feet. And point being, square footage. House, my favorite number 7. Favorite number 7. Made our house almost 2,700. No, the lower level, 2,777 square feet. Of course, you can't do odd number. 2,776, and the bonus room is 776. I'm like, oh my God, you almost got it 777. How did you do that? Because he does numbers too in a whole different way. I went to school for architecture. I dropped out. I think I've told that story about how I dropped out of that. Of course, probably one of my many of mental lessons of where early on in my life, I just didn't give it my all. Like finally, I almost did it in stock trading, where almost like a lot of people gave up and said, I'm just not doing this right. What am I doing, Josh? It was that kind of thing. Like, are you really going to give it your all? You're going to push yourself and motivate yourself to the next level. Because here you go, you're about to give up again. You never, you were really good at this sport. You went to the next one, and you kind of got good. I got good at golf, and even then went and saw a pro. And I was like, anyway, you're like a swing coach. And anyway, I'm not going to get into all that. But then it's just, I was in college. I was like 21, 22. I was like, I say college anyway. And then same with college. And then finally I started to get that gear grinding when I went back to college to graduate. Because I was like, oh, you won't do it. You won't graduate. I was like, yeah, no, you keep saying that. No, because when people know that, I've always been that way. Like, oh, you won't do it. Like, even back to it was so funny when I had a Dodge truck back in the day. I was like, I'm going to get 24s on it. Oh, you won't get 24. You'll get like 20. So 20, this is back when like 24s were just crazy huge. And I got 20. I was like, I told you guys what I was going to do to my truck. Anyway. And so I went and graduated. And then at first it was, and I had nightmares about this, guys. Like, I had true nightmares. I don't think I have them anymore. But boy, it'd be up until this house, I think is when I stopped having them, which would be about 7-8 years after me graduating college. Almost a decade, right? Like 7-8 years easy. And what I did at first when I first went back to college, and what I did when I first started going to college, I would just half butt it, right? I would kind of go some class, some I'd do more than others. But when I first went back, that first semester, some classes I did better on, but there was ethics class that you had to take for your core, right? Your core, you had to take ethics. I remember even the teacher, he kind of, what he dressed like, almost watching a MacGyver movie, and kind of the nerdy, but kind of Rico Suave-ish, trying to be both, a teacher. Anyway, wore slacks, dressed nice every day, did his hair. Here I am coming in late, hardly ever going, and then it would be that thing where I hadn't gone for weeks. And I try to show, I made like a D. I made a D. I didn't fail it, but I made a D or something like this. Anyway. It's just one of those things. And there was a couple classes, like one I had to drop out of. I'm like, nope, this is going to be, I better drop out. It's going to be a D or an F. And my bad dream would be that. Like, I'd wake myself up. I'm like, my mom was like, how do you have these? Like, so they're so vivid. I know that I'm in a dream, and I do this to this day where I wake myself up out of dreams. They're so weird, so real. But that was my bad dream, was the procrastinated of not finishing. And so my dream was, I'm running late, oh gosh, I got a test today. And then all of a sudden now you're at school and you're running, it'd be like hallways you went through. And it always seems to be like my junior high. I don't know why I'm going to my junior high, but I'm not in college. Anyway, and then I'd get to class and the kind of in there, like, oh no, I'm late, what, blah, blah. And I'd even did that, writing papers, right? I'd wait to the last minute to write them. Like, oh boy, it's due tomorrow, I've got to do this now. And I finally snapped out of that. It was something weird, and I finally, next thing you know, I graduate with honors. Truly, I pulled myself out of the ditches. Went to summer school, sped through it. Made the dean's list a couple of times to finish off with, which I was very proud of. And here I am rocking and rolling. And then I got into broadcast journalism, and I don't get a job out of college for months, team. I'm applying left and right. I'm trying to get out of Little Rock. And I'm at the time I have a job here, and I should have just stayed with it. And all this time, it's like grass is always greener. So one of the things where I learned, leaving a trade, right? Grass is always greener. Grass is always greener. You always think, oh, I should have stayed in that. Here's what No. I should have just stayed put. I was fine with that. Stay on your trade. Be happy with what you had. What you did, and so that's a learning moment that I didn't, and I try to go, and I don't get a job, and finally I do, and then I go, and I just get my point. Long story short, I didn't like where I was at. I'm years into this now, having to get multiple jobs. I think you've probably heard this from, Brenda Centerfogo, doing Uber Lyft back in the day, going, where am I at? Here I am, finally looked like I thought I gave it my all, and here's what my all gave me. Kind of one of those things. We were like, screw you, like, yeah, I try to finally do it. So I looked for more income and got to stock trading. I about did that with stock trading, where I about did the, well, here you're already giving up on broadcast journalism for the most part. You're still editing and doing some stuff here and there. That was when I was doing some acting gigs too and trying to get that, because there's a lot of stuff filmed in Dallas. I think we've talked about I was on Queen of the South as a side role. Did some audio stuff for them editing. Same with some short films down in Dallas. There's a lot of stuff that shot, you know, well, of course it wasn't around then, but Walker, Texas Ranger, rest in peace, GOAT, Mr. Chuck Norris, of course, but you know, that was filmed. Every episode was filmed there in DFW. I would say most every episode for Walker, Texas Rangers. There's a lot of stuff filmed in the Dallas area. So I was trying to do stuff like that, you know, to fill the void of the happiness, because I had a little talent there. But then again, I wasn't giving it my all. And so I'm like, Josh, what are you gonna give your all at? And it was the stock trading. I finally had to push and motivate myself. And so just know that, hey, if you're going through that and whatever you're going through in life, there was that moment. We all go through it. Even me, any of these people that you seem or deem as successful. Yes, there are some, you know, and I mean, usually it's very few and far between that just had it at 15. And then at 20, they had this business. And I'll watch it with me and Avery watch stuff. And I'm like, dang, I wish I had it together back then. Wanting to play video games or just doing the things that you shouldn't have been worried or concentrating on. And so, anyway, there's a little motivational lesson. Stick with it. Stick with it. By the way, what ETF best reflects the microcap space? Man, what is it? I think a lot of people, I don't really look at it a lot, but a lot of people sometimes look at, God, what is it the guys look at? I know VIX sometimes people look at, not VIXM, but VIX is one that some people look at. I forgot. I don't really look at any ETFs. I truly just look at SkyQ, AIXI. Even if I'm trading Tesla, look at Tesla. I've never been one to go venture off into the ETFs of the world. They're definitely tradable. You know, I just have stuck to what I like. You know, just like, you know, traders don't like to trade TCGOs or plays that are halting. I love to play and trade those. I say play, whatever you want to call it. SkyQ, I like it. Yeah, SkyQ is still good. I like SkyQ for the rest of the day. I like AIXI for the rest of the day. I just talked about AIXI earlier. My alert when the guys were chatting it up. I keep putting AIKIN. This was the first dip area. Go back and look at my alerts. I said 140 area was the first area, and then 125 is the safest dip area. So you have old resistance becoming new support. This old supply zone, this old top of the bull flag, you're going to find support there. Again, if we go back and even look at SkyQ, this is exactly what's trying to hold right here, and where I had orders in earlier at that mark off of this area. I just never got filled. All my orders, I didn't have them at the top, and that's why where are we going to find the bottom at? And truly, we kind of find it right around 720 into 715. Well, what is it? Old resistance becoming new support. We finally dipped down below that, but now we're right back above it. And so we're trying to hold this little area. We go into more of a micro time frame, say like a 1 minute time frame or 3. This place starts to look a little inverse head and shouldery, where we can see here a little bit, even in the 5 minute, we're getting a shoulder, a really pointy head, kind of a Slender Man type of head. And then right here, back on around, we could see that. Here we go. I'm back in AMD short. Glad I waited. No, there you go. AMD. How's AMD looking right there for my man Derek Thompson? Sorry, I had to include the go. Another rest in peace goat, Derek Thomas. Yeah, right here off this area. I do like this as well. The only thing I would say, this higher low pattern, you know, and possibly just overall finding that bottom floor here. So if we are in the short main area, you want to look back under is going to be right here, Mr. D. Thompson at 1740 to about 1735. We get back through that, then you're going to see an area easily moving down to 1675. But most likely, it seems like, and as you've seen before, when we crack through this area, we're down. We're down, and so that's what you need. You need right through cha. Let's see, my main issue is holding long enough and being patient there. So gotcha. Yeah. I mean, that's most. I mean, trust me. I mean, we're Saline, my girl Saline. I can, no offense, I hate calling out people, but listen. Anyone at first. I mean, that was in my freaking, and I do every year. The very last live stream I do every year since 2022, and it's a bang. I mean, I literally go live. I go live for multiple hours every day. But on Friday, I should say, I was on the live stream for about an hour straight doing the year-end confessional New Year's resolution, where I was telling you guys my year-end confessional and New Year's resolution. So what I'm confessing about and the sins that I committed this year in the stock trading realm and how I need to get better at them, and carry that over maybe into my real world space, which I feel like I have, honestly. But the main thing was that when I got into the New Year's resolution, was that I want to scale out. And even Kevin Avery, of course, if you listen, for the last few months, I know he's not around anymore with us on the live stream, is that I wanted to scale out more. I wanted to hold a little bit longer, even if it wasn't main. I want to be out, 70, 80%. That's fine. But then now I'm into such a small share size and such a good position that why am I not holding some shares and scaling out for more? Just have to work on it. Have about a 65% win rate and need to be better about those positions. Yep, exactly. 100 recommends for smaller period. There you go. Well, Hounds, like I said, I do one-on-ones. I know Joe already put that link out there earlier if Joe wants to put it out there again, but scroll back on up. But it's primetradinginvestments.com, and I've been doing one-on-ones since 2021. So literally this is my 5-year anniversary of doing one-on-ones with well over 500 people now. I stopped keeping track at 500. Gotta imagine even in that 500 how many times I've seen the same person multiple times. And the main thing now, especially as I've done these more, is that I'm really getting in more in tune. Like, that's what we're trying to scrap. Okay, done. Let's leave those alone for now. This is where we need to hone in on and really just focus to get better. There's only so much you can do early on in your middle capacity, like they say. I mean, I wish we could use 70, 80, 90% of our brain and really could just, right? Who knows what trading would be like, how much easier it would be for us. But, at least I would imagine. But we can only take in so much. And so that's when I'm there to help you be an extra brain to really say, this is what you need to do. Stop doing that. This is the key. Focus in on this. Focus in on this. Stop doing that. Just stop going short. This is where you're really giving back a lot of this is where you're going too big. You start to go too big. Now you're giving back gains. Or, in these setups, this is where you're holding and hoping too long. Or, hey, in these setups, how are you not holding longer? Look at your entry. You have to understand, and you will. And that was the biggest thing for me. And I tell a lot of traders, once we get our entries down, if our entry is off, our trades off. But if we can get our entry down, now we can start to work with that, because we can get that better and better and better, which we're going to work on. And so now our entry is getting better and better and better, which is already good. Now we can really start to focus and hone in on why am I not scaling out and holding longer is the key. Sky Q on watch for another push. Yeah, Sky Q here, like I said, kind of has that little inverse head and shoulder. He's starting to form a little bit. Hounds, got to go. I'm sitting here talking to nobody. ELAB getting some volume. ELAB's just going to be one of those ones too as well. I think you would want to watch for multi-day movement. In my opinion, ELAB's going to be one like Sungrow. Sungrow. I keep calling it Sungrow. I have no idea why. Ugrow. It should be called Sungrow. Ugrow. Even there it is. It even popped up today a little bit. Starting to form a little bit of a bull flag in the 15-minute time frame. Volume's still light overall, but Ugrow is still in one of those breakout modes, in my opinion. I don't want to stop looking at Ugrow. Ardle. It had a pop this morning in pre-market. Yet another one that I'm keeping on for a long-term look here. So we'll go and look at these. We'll go into a little bit larger time frame. I love the 15-minute time frame, team. Absolutely love the 15. We'll go 15-20 here and then back our booties on out a little bit here. We'll go to auto so we can see auto mulatto, baby. All right, so we'll go over to, I like using the market depth over here. We'll go to Ardle. I know I call it Ardle the Fartle a lot, but this one is on watch. We can go further back. It's been moving for a little bit, but it is overall in this nice downtrend. We'll zoom in just a little bit more here on Ardle. You can see here we have this higher low pattern. If we can start to sweep out and clean some of these highs out, we have a lot of stop losses going to get hit on the short side. This play is going to poof. It's going to pop and squeeze. What else do we have? You have Ugrow, another one I was just going over there, right? So Ugrow here, we have to zoom out a tad bit more from when this play really first got that bang-a-rang move. This was off the news off the 23rd, which was a Monday, if I do, not Monday, right? Maybe possibly. Anyway, the 23rd here had a beautiful squeeze up. Then Tuesday set. Yep, Wednesday did nothing. No, that was, Wednesday. Then this was Thursday, and this was Friday. Yes, I'm all over that. Okay, that's what I thought. So we had this great move up on Monday overall, which you go back and look at it. Doesn't look like much, but we go from 275 up to around 920. So you got to think about it, essentially about a $7, $8 move in one day. That's huge. Sit down in the second day, chill out, rest sideways. Third day, we go squeeze-orama. and go for that third day breakout mode. Beautiful bull flags along the way here. If you go to an even larger time frame, look at this bigger bull flag where we're downtrending here, and that's what a bull flag is. We have an ascending triangle that is a flat top, or we have a literally. Let's just go through it here. Let's go through the ringer so you guys can know exactly what we're talking about. Boom, boom. That's a pennant flag. Now, if we do this, that's an ascending triangle, and then if we do this. That's a bull flag, and then there'd be a polar flag up. So we have a spike up, and those would be the flags. The ones that trend down like that, that's a bull flag. The flat top ones with this going up to it, that's ascending triangle. And then we have a pennant flag, which hopefully most of you from baseball, and I know my man Steve, always wearing the baseball cap, and most should know what a pennant flag is. You had pennants. Joe knows. I know Florida Joe was listening. He had some pennant flags growing up, whether it was a baseball or a football or basketball team in the 80s and 90s. Those were huge to have up on your wall if you were a sports fan. Anyway, overall, that's kind of forming a what? More of a pennant flag, right? Where we have a trend line up. If we came in here, let's go ahead and mark our territory. We could even maybe base it from low. I'm not. I'm going to, whoopsies. I'm going to base it from here. We'll just call that right there. We'll go in and put another one in. We'll mark it from that about right there. And that's more of a pennant flag. Now, I know we don't truly have that pole behind it, but that's more of a pennant. So regardless, it's a bullish flag overall. And then, G got it. What was the other one mentioned there? It was Elabotronius. So Elab, I've got all my different, tickers and names, I call them. It's in more of a severe downtrend, but again, it's overall a stock we've been looking at for a while now is Elab here. I can go back further in days. We've been looking at Elab for a while. So those would be the ones keeping your eyes on. Ardle, Elab, Sungrow, Ugrow are your main ones to keep your eye on moving forward. Those are still possible potential Papatronius plays. Speaking of Pop Spy here, gee golly, sweeps down to new lows, right back on up she comes. Let's go back to that 5 minute. Love the 5 minute this time of the day with these large cap tickers. We'll zoom back in right here a little bit. Let me go. There we go. Let's crunch this up. Get this out of, and there we go. So SPY here. Forming this little downtrend overall. Speaking of lines, we can put those in. We'll just sweep off of high of day there right at the open. Not truly off the wicks. I'm not a wick-to-wick kind of guy. I like bodies of the candles. If you find me dancing, I like to be, listen, I'm not the scaredy cat. I wasn't the scaredy cat. Back in the day, and you're slow dancing, and you have the arms way out, and you're like this. I'm like, oh, baby, bring it on in. Give me the love. I don't stink. I smell good. All right, we got keep it rolling on through IW. That's it. IWM that's it, Joe. I'm like, that's not. It's IWM. That's the one, Joe. IWM. Yep, T-Web. If you want AIXI, I like the 125 area too as well. AIXI, I like the 125 area for AIXI. So we'll go to it real quickly. AIXI before we see the SPY. Looking now, SPY wanting to break. I've done it again. AIXI right here. Areas to look for. Pre-market high, right? Defined right here. We have good support off of that in this beautiful, what is this team? I'll give you 5 seconds. Can I start giving away evals here? Can I do can I do Tuesday trivia day, Joe? Carlo? Can someone give me a thumbs up, Ayush? Can someone say, give me the thumbs up? Can I give I should start doing that. Come join AK Josh Smith. Sorry, AK is like everyone used to always still do call me AK. It's funny, but whatever you want to call me, I don't really care. Well, not whatever, but AK or Josh is the best. Anyway, come join Mr. Smith for Trivia Tuesday. That's right, Trivia Tuesday. Josh gives away a 5K eval, and we'll have a trivia question. He'll have a lesson he gives, and afterward, he asks you a question. First to answer wins a 5K eval. And today's trivia would be, I just went over flag formations. What flag is this right here? So we have the pole up. What is this flag? I'll zoom out so it's not so. What is this flag right here? I just went over it. What is this flag right here? And I'll even outline it. All right, what do we have? Which one was this one? This is called a what team? Which one of the three? Is this a bull flag? Is this an ascending triangle? Or is this a pennant flag? And I know it's tight, so we'll go to a 1 minute time frame to really extend out this flag. Which one is this? Sailing With a, I need to get a wrong. Oh, here we go. Let's see if I can get one. I don't know if you can hear it though. That's the one thing. There we go. Jackhammer sounds. I don't know if you guys will be able to hear this. Do we have one? Here we go. Can you hear that? That's probably the best one right there. That's the best one right there. I don't know if you guys could hear that. I need to get like sound effects on for wrong buzzer. All right, so bull flag, wrong. So it's either a pennant flag or it's a ascending triangle. Ascending triangle or pennant flag. What would be another guess? We'll check into that, Josh, for the next one. Yes, Joe, I'll get it asked too. I'll ask Gil. We asked about this last week on Friday with the Friday night live stream. I can just text message and always call her my bestie. We got really close at the money show. She's such a sweetie. So it's like literally, I knew I had a sister, so it's like you would be my sister. So because she's so, Joe. She like even in the meetings she's like, all right guys, it's like, I'm like, that's my sister. That would be like me if I was a woman. That would be so me. I love her. I love Gil. I love her. She is so awesome. So fun. And like me, just all the energy, I hear you, TikTok Doc. All right, so but yeah, well, I'll ask her and then let's get it. We'll figure that out. All right, well, next one. Pennant. Yes, Mike, it's a pennant. So again, saline. If it's trending downward, let's see if I can find a true bull flag. This is kind of a bull flag right here. So pull, this is perfect. So see this right here? Right here, saline. This is more of a bull flag. Come on, there we go. This is more of a bull flag right here. Pull up, see the pull? There's our pull. And then there's our pull, which our pull's never straight up. Right, boom. And not that this is right on. Let's just make it right on, Josh. If I was actually going to draw it in. Doc, I am working. I know, mister. My cat's over here, like. See how we're downtrending? So we have the pull up, and now we're downtrending. Look at that, 35 degrees. I love that. That's more of a bull flag. Above the VWAP, above the moving averages, whether it's the 50, the 9, it's above all the bullish ones right here, right? Flag up, bull flag. These are micro. You'll get these in bullish plays, right? Boo, and they kind of typically downtrend. This one doesn't, and this one doesn't. But these you would just generally generalize as a bull flag because it really doesn't last that long. Now, maybe in a 1 minute time frame, you can see a little bit more downward movement, and you can definitely in those two. Those are just bull flags. Now, if I can't really find an ascending triangle, but this then really starts to form what? A pennant flag. There's your trend line up, your downtrend down. And then we finally get this pop, but it isn't toward like later and after. That's like at midnight, whatever, anyway. And then same thing right here. So if I go into a 1 minute time frame, so you got to see at least true bull flags. Bull flags downtrend. The ones that uptrend like this, but also downtrend as well, those are pennant flags. Does this really matter? No. They're all bullish. The best ones, though, and it's not even a question, I would say the best ones, it's the very first one. You haven't seen a flag yet. The best are the flat top breakouts, the pennant flags. The pennant flags the ascending triangles. The ATs with a higher low and it's got a flat top, those usually generally break the best and the highest. The second best, to me, are pennant flags, these right here. And then lastly are bull flags. Bull flags are always going to be popping within the bullish move up. If you go back again like we looked at and saw yesterday, you're going to get these, and they do work out, but it's in such a bullish state. These quick little guys, this and this and this and these, right? The more elongated ones, 20 minutes, 40 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour long. Usually the best ones are going to be the ascending triangles, number one, pennant flag, number two. And the main reason why, too, if you think about it, in a bull flag, when you're downtrending for so long, the more of these reversals you make, the longer you hold in that, now when you pop up, you're going to run into those, right? So that's why you don't want a bull flag or even a pennant flag to last that long, because when you pop up, now you only have to worry about this really area right here and this area here. We're in an ascending triangle and say it's all flat and it keeps hitting the same spot over and over and over. Well, it's all flat. So when you squeeze, you squeeze. There's nothing to run into but something back yesterday or maybe days ago or months ago or years ago. Depending on a small cap play, could be years ago. And so that's why I love the ones that have, and this one's kind of getting close to a ascending triangle. You know, to be honest, it does have a little bit more of that downtrend look to it. And what do you generally do? You pop up and then you can come back and bounce off of that level, and that generally will then hold as support. Doesn't do it perfectly here, but it's kind of, again, because it's not perfect, but what Sky Q did today as well. So if we go back and look at Sky Q did this exact thing, right? So if we go back and look at it, we'll go in a little bit larger time frame. We've got the 3 minute here to help out. So if I put a line in right through this area, we'll just generalize it from here. This isn't perfect, but you have more of a downtrend to it, right? But you're going to come back and bounce off of this flat plat area. And I'll talk about that, the flat plats, flat plateaus. Doesn't hold perfectly, but it, for the most part, does. You can see, right? That's why I love them when they're perfectly flat. It just let's say, for instance, we run into 8, and I don't like the upper. You know me, I'm not a big wick fan. I like little wicks. So let's say, for instance, we do have wicks here, but we do have more failing up top. So we come back up, we're failing. So all through this, we're coming into it more and more and more. Then this ascending wedge, if it kept coming up into it, there's just too many wicks here. There's not enough bodies into that. I like it when it's just straight body, little bit of wick, right? Boom, 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 boom. Those are the ones that absolutely go banana Joes. These with the wicks, you'll get the move, but the thing is, then when you come back down, where's the bounce play going to be at? You like less wick, more bodies of candle. More bodies of candle, less wick, you know exactly where the bounce is going to be at. More wick, less bodies in this area, generalized, you can tell you can't find exactly where you're going to dip into. And that's why even earlier when I had my orders in, I had an order in, it's all the way down at 7 to get filled off of here. But then I start getting worried that, well, nothing's holding today. This is going to come down and I'm going to go off the lower VWAP band. And these plays have been money for me. And I'm going to leave this order in all day. I'll probably surround it with more in the end for a bounce play back down around the 630, 620 area. And I did a lesson, and I'm going to, I'll tag trade the pool, see if they want to, put it out there as well and share it. I'm going to do part 2 today on my live stream, but part 1 I'll post today. And where I'm finding these bounce plays, I love when channels get created. So just overall, if I went into this, I'd say, here's the top, generally, here's the top of this channel. And again, it's not perfect, right? Because we got this, but then we got a lot of this down here. So I just say there's the middle of it. And then I'd say, well, of course, my line's already there where I'm going to get an order in. We'll just say somewhere right about there, right? So we see that lower wick. So that's your channel. Consolidation, your flag that was built. So you're going to come back and trade the top of it for bounce plays, or you're going to come down and trade the bottom of it for bounce plays. And I guarantee you, well, this play just didn't start running, so never mind. Crapola. So I forgot we have charting from yesterday. Let's say we don't, and this is a first day runner. I love trading those. I know a lot don't. Money Mitch talked about it. I do like trading first day runners. I've just seen them, so many of them. I guarantee you, bet your bottom dollar. If this was a first day runner, we would come back and bounce off of this area, somewhere in here. And then guaranteed, we'd come back and we'd bounce at about this area right through here in the bottom of that channel. And that's where you're finding and then you'll eventually get sandwiches formed. So say like right now today, let's just say, for instance, we come down, we bounce like we do, we go back up. We get this U shape, it comes back on around. Now this becomes a sandwich area. So that becomes the first true dip buy. Old resistance truly became new support. We're seeing that. And so not only was the top of the channel, now is most likely going to become the bottom of a new channel, with this being the top and that being the new bottom, right? So we have a channel here when now we've created a new one on top of it, right? So you're creating these stairs, like Lego pieces, so to speak, that you can put together and trade. Thank you, though, Joe. We'll check into that in the mic. Yes, you're all over it. Gil's on point. I love my Gil. Love Gil. Love my Gil. Got it, Saline. Yes. Saline in the house. Head and shoulders. Love. Yes, that's just me. Here she is, though. She goes, oh, okay, got it. She got it now. All right, well, Saline Girl, next time we do, we have a one-on-one, and I'm going to show you. I'm going to draw them. I'm going to say, what is that? Not that it matters, but it would just be cool to do like lesson of the day and then just get some intrigue and maybe some people to stick around for my hour for a 5K eval. All right, AMD finally coming back on down. Yeah, SPY coming back on down today. It's a little hand-in-handy when we get to this time of the day. A lot of it, not always. What's going on here? Okay, well, my keyboard stopped working there for half a second. But we get like this time of the day, we start getting a lot more of that hand-in-hand action. What is going on here? Why is this box not working? Intriguing. There, I have no idea what's going on there. There she comes, and what did I say? Just a walking down the street singing do-I-did-it-did-it-dum-did-it-do. So she looks good. She looks fine. I don't know the rest of the lyrics, but I'm going out of my mind. There she is, just a walking down. But we do have this beautiful, again, what? Lower high pattern. We have a downtrend. We also have this uptrend channel. That's going to be the key. I felt like I was a little bit. That's going to be the key to the dining restaurant. You got the trend line here. I wouldn't be surprised that it doesn't if it doesn't touch this. So I would be surprised if it doesn't. So look for this to get down to this area, my man, Mr. Derek. Is that you that had that, Mr. D. Thompson? Gee golly, I'm so behind. I get you guys chatting it up now today. All right, we chatting today. Man, look at us flying through this hour. Man, we fly through this hour. Mitch was going to hang me up like a phone call. And I said, no, come on, we got this. We got this. I always get confused between the bull, the flag is going down, so I think it's bearish. Gotcha, yes. Well, Aussie Chick, we can go over that in the next, I can even go over that on the live stream. Girls, guys, anyone that's on my live stream. Of course, we have the Bounce Play Part 2 lesson. Any of that stuff, hey, let's go over it. We'll go over it, and I'll touch up on it. But any of that stuff you're ever confused about, please. Even right now, when I have this whole hour to myself to yap it up, but we flew right on by. I love going over stuff with you guys. Like it's so fun. It's fun to break down charts. What is, what isn't, so to speak. Okay, no, it's not this anymore. Like here, here's a good example. And here it comes. Come on, where's Derek at? Derek Thomas and Derek and the Dominoes. Derek and the Dominoes, here he comes, baby. Woo! Come on, Derek and the Dominoes. Come on, sing me a little Layla. You got me on my knees. Hope I don't get copyright for TTP. I'm just singing. Don't have any real tunes that are going on. I'm over here just saying words. Come on down to that trend line. And if we crack that trend line, D-Tom, we're heading down to this right here. We're looking good. I learned something, pennant versus bull. Yes, you got it. Pennant versus bull. And again, ATs are the best. Ascending triangles are the sexiest things I've ever seen. That or when trend line cracks and shell cracks are working. But ATs for long, they absolutely. What's up, Coach TB? Going long on nothing. You ain't going long on no large caps right now. Maybe there's something to go long on large caps. Right now, even small caps coming back on down. Hey, it's short right now. We're short right now. Nice lesson, you got it, Saline. Got a few. There we go. Oh no, freeze up on test. There we go. Let's see here. What happened to our cat? I don't know what happened to our cat. Just walking down the street singing, do I did it, dum did it do. She looks good. Look at that 4 hour on our cat. Woo! Oh, she's fine. She's just channel mode right now, it looks like, in my opinion. There she was, just walking down the street singing. Yeah, a lot of resistance up top here, right around that, 16 to 17 mark. Getting a little bit of this uptrend crack too as well. If we go to it, right, we'll put a line in. Boom, bam. Almost touched it. Essentially, we're touching right through this area, right through there. Now that's what resistance. So now we've cracked that uptrend. So she's going to have some trouble getting back through that. But then again, once we get back through that uptrend, hold it for a day. Candlestick confirm above it, especially 2 days in. I like. We're going to see a move right back on up. So just the base down here at 11. Good God. Here's a terrible sound when you have a lot of dogs or just a dog, bigger ones at that, and you're sitting around and you hear a. Speaking of Money Mitch earlier and helium, it's like letting air out of a balloon real slowly. I just heard that. And then followed by that, your nose does not like what comes. I'll just say that much. I'm still on it. Good. Mr. Derek Thomas and the Dominoes. Going back over to AMD real quickly here. We'll go back to this. Oh, that's right. We're in a 3 hour. We'll go to a 5. Oh, we got so close to it. Oh, and that's where I lock some up. I don't know if you lock some up there, D-Tom, but that's where I'd be locking some up as close as you can to that trend. Doesn't know Buc-ee's. Hey, it's all right. I'm maybe the only one that's been to Buc-ee's. The gas stop food chain and the SPY. Can't remember the ticker. What is that? Josh the boss, your book is in the mail. Oh man, Coach TB. Yeah, Florida Joe's around. Thank you, Florida Joe. What's funny, Florida Joe sent a message to me and was like, "Hey, I need your mailing address. Blah 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 blah. I only have your emailing address for the book." You know, I was like, "Okay, cool." And I sent him back my email address. Joe was so busy one day. Joe, if you're listening, you're probably like, the first 2-3 words, I was like, it was so funny. I was like, oh, my bad. I don't know. I must have been obviously super busy when I read that text. And the last thing I remember seeing is, and I saw, of course, address twice, but the last thing I saw was email address. And I was like, oh, yeah, here you go, boss. And Josh, whatever. And I sent my email address. Sit down. Merlin, stop. Merlin, get to your spot, actually. Get in your spot. No one's even in your bed. Merlin, get up. Up. Merlin, get in your spot. Lay down. I'm almost done. I'll let you all out. We'll go have some fun in the sun. Sit down. Thank you, son. That was so funny, though, Coach TV. I was like, oh, yeah, my mailing address. Yeah, that. Oh, man, that was funny stuff. Good, 2/3 out. Yeah, because see, look at the SPY right now. SPY really starting to pop back on up if you're paying attention to that. And again, just seeing that hand-in-hand action, I'm noticing that just at lunch a lot more often, Derek. So if you guys are starting to take trades, just notice some, not all tickers. You're going to notice some, though, start running a little hand-in-handy with the SPY. SPY here out of that downtrend, really now moving back up. Testing that VWAP and that 50 EMA, both I like using quite a bit here on the large cap or small cap space. I love the 9 EMA as well. Those smaller time frames on those EMAs, larger for the SMs. If you use the SMAs, it's going to have some issues right through here. Right around this like 55-ish area at most, through the 54s for sure. I'm out now. Good problem. Yeah, there you go, bro. There you go. Good. But yeah, no, Buc-ee's is, I mean, it's nice. I mean, a lot of people like the brisket sandwich there or whatever, their barbecue. It's not fresh. It's not made there on site. You would see a smoker. You would smell the smoker. It's cooked off site, and they have a lot of heaters and warmers. You'll see that. It's this cool little circular station where they're like prepping it all. And it makes it look like, oh boy, here they are. There's their fresh barbecue. I mean, it's good. I've had it. I've had run-of-the-mill stuff there. It is good. For a gas station, like those nice gas stations you go to now, there's a few of them out there. I like Racetrack. I like Q-Trip. Quick Trip. Quick Trip is good. Racetrack, I think, is the other one. Whatever. Those are nice. They'll have some good, more fresh food if you're looking for that. Bathrooms are clean. I think that's just the main thing, of course. Buc-ee's being from Texas, and they want to show that everything's bigger in Texas. And they love to be very they like to promote that, right? So, let's get a gas station that you can buy, you name it. If you're on the road trip, and especially with kids, most people on the road nowadays, any days, what? You have a family, that's perfect for a family. You don't want to go run of the mill. Well, they're trying to find, I remember that going back in the day with traveling with my parents. You'd hit those, and a lot of their gas stations are that. Some are in populated areas, but they hit some in areas where it's not so, it's right outside the populated area. So you're like, where is a gas station here? Well, you'll run into a Buc-ee's, right? And you'll find that. And of course, those would be great. Back in the day, I talked about this whenever it was last week. No offense, but you go into a gas station and they gotta hand you a key, and then they have like some attached to the key so you don't steal the key. Like that's gonna really prevent you from stealing it. I'm like, why did you attach that to the key? Now I've got that much more to hold. And then I got to a point as I grew older, I was like, when they brought the key out, I was like, nope, I need to touch the key. I said, nah, I'm good. Nope. Nope. Casey's, that's it. Casey's. Yeah, Casey's is huge. Casey's General Store. Yeah, we have those in Arkansas, Missouri. Casey's. Yeah, Casey's is nice. Casey's is nice. Casey's is nice. Yeah, here it is right here. There you go. Yeah, Casey's. They're nice. That's another one. They have those in the Arkansas area. We actually had, they're called Come and Go in Arkansas, but then literally Come and Go. And they just got bought out by someone, but that was another local one here that wasn't really nice. But yeah, they're, I like that. You know, no offense, but the run of the mill back in the day, you know, you'd run into some sketchy gas stations out there. Some sketchy gas stations, and boy, look at Casey's. Holy, what? Look at this. Yeah, I should sell this to my parents, or next time I'm around someone that, you know, not that they know much about stocks, but I'd be like, yeah, you know this place called Casey's? Look at their stock and how much it's up. What? Oh, I should have invested into Casey's years ago. God bless. I don't even want to look further back than this. I can't believe that. And so in the last year, 52-week low is 410s, looking like we were probably even lower than that last year, obviously, early in the year. What? Wow. And they're nice. These are nice gas stations, but yeah. Imagine if Buc-ee's went public, if they had a stock and Buc-ee's went public. No lie, I'll tell you right now, guys, anyone listening, if Buc-ee's, and I'll show them off before we're done for the day. If you ever see one of these guys right here, just stop at it. They're fun. They're interesting. Here's a Buc-ee's. Yes, you can see how freaking big they are. They are huge. Absolutely ginormous. And yes, those are all stalls. I mean, some of them have, and this is the inside of Buc-ee's. I mean, it is truly a mall inside of these places. I mean, there's one from, look at the aerial view. Look how big this, there's just huge. I wish we could get more like aerial view footage of, look at this. This is like one that probably just opened or about to open. I don't know. But they're massive. And there's a lot going on the inside. As you can see here, it's like a market in there. There's where the barbecue station is. There's all peanuts in there or whatever. They got jerky wall. They've got it, you name it, for the most part, right? If this place ever goes public and they put a stock out, I'm going to tell you right now, if you don't invest into it, you're missing out. Because this thing will go probably 500% in the first year. There's a better aerial view. Look how, truly, look how big. Look how big this is. It's the size of like an old Walmart. I don't know about an old Walmart. Maybe old Kmart, maybe. I don't know if they're that big. They're, what store? It's like, it's an in-betweener. It's not quite Best Buy, Walmart big. It's like small, but they're just huge. They're out, and then how many stalls they have in the parking lot, and just anyway. And there's so much space in there. You're not cramped. They look at the soda wall and the wall and the soda. They just like, I can't. You're kidding me. 255 feet long car wash. What do we got going on here? Anyway, if they ever go public and put a stock out, you better invest. I'm just telling you that. Oh man, what do we got here? Casey's is crazy though, right? Ran from 2. That's nuts. That's nuts, Tack. Buc-ee's in their bathrooms, yeah. Oh yeah. Buc-ee's in the bathrooms, I feel like I'm at like when you go to a sports arena. Like you walk in and you're just like stalls on stalls on stalls. Literally it's like going into like a nice sports arena, a newer one especially, right? You go to a basketball arena and go see a concert. You go to a nice football game especially, and you're just like, wow, I just have, not at how when everyone, but you go in there, run of the mill, and they're just like, wow, this is a huge bathroom. There's just, wow, there's lots going on here. Have you look at RCAT, big bounce at 18, big bounce too. Okay, let's go back and look at that real quickly from my boy over here, Mr. Michael Anthony. RCAT, come on. RCAT, come in there for me. Why isn't this coming up? There we go. Keep it in the 4 hour here. If we're going for a bounce long term, Mr. Michael, I like this where we just came down to. This was the, which is so crazy here. Look at this old long. I must have looked at this recently in this overall long-term trend line we were on before this newer one we were built. It's crazy. I have that line in. Lines on lines. Safest area, you just put orders down here at 5. Somewhere in the 550, 450 area. Right now, I don't know that we get lower than this $11, $20, $11 area. Right through this area, what we've been holding, and we're trying to push back on up. And then I can, that's it. Otherwise, you're going down lower. I'd have to go out and really start doing some examining on RCAT to find better levels, possibly to go a little bit further out. But I would say this is your best area, right around 11s. Mid 10s, 11s, somewhere in this area. You can see you're gonna have old resistance area that's gonna become new support. So this area is gonna be the new demand zone. Demand. I love Buc-ee's. Let's see. I never have been to one, but Jason and I want to go. Like I said, me and Avery think they're overrated. It was so funny. We were out at a bar in Texas when we lived in Texas and heard a table behind us talking about it. And then Avery had one of her good buddies. Holy SPY! What just happened? Holy SPY! I don't know, but SPY just went on a bonkers move there. Glad you got up at AMD went ramping up too as well. Holy banana Joe's here. SPY just went on a Ripatronius here. So on all the days the boys say, hey Josh, make sure the SPY you hold it up. Yeah, holy bonker towns. When our last hour started, we were hitting new lows, and we were talking about that, and you guys were saying, I wish I held my short longer, and then look at that. I'm not seeing anything on the news right now. Earlier, I did see on X that says that diplomatic and indirect channels of talks with the U.S. are not closed. Anyway, I'm not seeing anything that's real recent there at the top of the hour, though. Huge move. Anyway, we're just heard the point being, we told McKenzie, yeah, on the way down, you got to stop. It's just kind of one of those things, kind of a must-have to. First time you see it and you pass one, sure, what the heck? Let's go experience it. I'm not some people love them like to death, like they have to stop at them every single time. It's not like that, but some people make an experience out of it. To me, a gas station's a gas station. Is there, food maybe a tad better than other gas stations and a little bit bigger selection? Yes. Do I need 70% of the stuff in that store? No. 70% of it, I just don't need. Hold on a second. Einstein, come here, buddy. Einstein, come here. Old dog he's like, he has like no teeth. But anyway, so point being, we make a comment like, hey, blah, blah. What I forgot, how it started. They heard Avery say something. I forgot what it was. But next thing you know, this table behind us, we're having like a battle about Buc-ee's. And they're just like, I forgot even anymore. I can't remember because that's from 2019, what all was said. But we were just trying to laugh it off. And yeah, we're just giving, a hard time about Buc-ee's. Because I think they heard us saying, I can't remember how it started, but they took offense to us saying that Buc-ee's is overrated, and there's just like, you don't need all that stupid stuff in there. It's like if you've never been to Buc-ee's, half the store at least it's like you walk into a Hallmark store, or you walk into Crackle Barrel. You walk into Crackle Barrel. Any of you people, and I know all of you right now that I'm talking to, Crackle Barrel. You've been to Crackle Barrel. I don't care if you lied or not. You know exactly you've been to Crackle Barrel. It's in the right when you walk in. What is all that stuff you don't want? You look through it when you're waiting for your table. It smell the candles and all that. You ain't buying none of it. Never. In my years, I've bought any of that stuff. Maybe because of Avery. Maybe because of Avery. But you get my point. I was never looking through it. But that's what Buc-ee's is. Half of it is that. I don't need any of that. Why'd you turn? What are you doing? But boy, people, next thing you know, like I said, they go in there for, all right, let's just get some good jerky and next thing you know, they spend $100, $300, $80, Oh, man. Let's see here. But yes, got to go at least once. Casey's crazy. That's nuts. Great for RVs. Oh, yeah. Yep. It's nice. Trust me. I think more gas stations could do that. I don't think they have to be that big. Of course, Texas and Buc-ee's, and they want to do their over-the-top thing. I get it. But to me, it's a little too much over the top. Like, really? Because, no offense, a lot of the time you'll go through there, if they're close, like, my point being, they're very rarely, other than when they first open, those stalls aren't always full. Like, there's one in Roy City, Texas. It's right there, right off the interstate, by the high school. I mean, it's right there, major city, right before you get to Dallas. So it's millions of people are around it, hundreds of thousands regardless. And I've been there, and that one is one of the more busier ones I've seen, and it's maybe halfway full, but never like fully full. You know, you know what I mean? So the parking lot, you know, but point being, like, the stalls to the people using the parking lot, I think the most I've ever seen is like halfway full when we were there. And so I think it's a little overkill, but hey, if they're making the money, I'm guessing they're making, and they always, you see those signs all the time how much they're paying people, because Buc-ee's, I guess you can make like $150,000 being a manager of one of their stores, which is crazy for I say a gas station. That's more than a gas station. Crackle Barrel, yes, you love it. You gotta love some Crackle Barrel. All right, we showed just a pop, no news. That's what I thought, Tag. I don't think I saw no news there. Big reversal. All right, so for the rest of the day, my hour's over. Joe, Carlo, Ayush in the background. We'll put the scanners up. I'm done talking and yapping it up. We're gonna see a big reversal, little profit taking. Whoever was in long, or anyone that caught that ride, you can see up to 57 back down to 55. I think for the rest of the day, in my opinion, we stay channel mode. All right, 57, 51.50 or so bottoms. In my opinion, this is kind of one of those channel mode days. I think you guys talked about it earlier as we move into the rest of the day for the SPY. Now, moving over to small cap plays. This has the news. Almost did it again on this one. AIKI, but it's AIXI. Has patent good news. They won patent news over Apple. Yes, Apple, AAPL. Apple is dumping down today, but we have AIXI up for your small cap tickers. This is the first one to look at, AIXI. Over this 180 mark, we have resistance at around the 2 mark, and then around 230. Down below, we have 140 support and 125 support. And then your last play to look at, let's say last, but at least for the time being, SkyQ. Had news multiple days ago. We're seeing multi-day run now as is. Trying to hold this pre-market high resistance area right around 710. If it cracks, we'll probably see a little bounce somewhere right around 660s or so, possibly somewhere in this area. This could be a sandwich that gets created, possibly. But I do love it. You can see my order down low, 630, 620 area for the dip buy. This, in my opinion, is going to be like the SPY today. I think if we have a play go to new high of day, it's AIXI. If we have a play to channel up, definitely still could be AIXI, but I don't feel, and especially if SkyQ cracks 7 again, we'll not see new high of day. This will be on 100% SPY mode, channel mode, where we've got 820 tops, that magical 820 from Mr. Kevin Avery. We know that 20 mark is magical. And then down at 20 again at 620. Those are going to be your two main areas up top, with this 7, almost 720 mark being the middle ground, right? So we have top, middle, bottom. There's your full overall sandwich. Let's see here. Damn good deal. Why is it rising? We don't know damn good. Literally, we have no news. Not seeing anything. Damn good. Attack just said that. He's really good. He's been doing this for a while. He would know right away. He has outlets, and he would be, like Michael Noss. He has those PR, whatever he's looking at, Bloomberg, he's looking at AP, whatever it might be. He knows when those are coming out right away. Even TOS is pretty quick about putting it out. No news I see there. Could be something insider-wise that maybe hasn't been released yet, but we didn't see anything as far as news is concerned. So I think it still stays flat. We call that an arbitrage trade. Yes, exactly. There we go. Thanks for replying. You're good. Yeah, I always try to make sure I get back with everybody. I've always been notoriously, luckily, people love that. Which I did. My dad was a morning show host on radio. Was really caller driven. I want to make sure that feedback from the fans, the listener, of course, fans. When I say that because of radio, but the listeners, the people that are here listening to me, I want you all to feel that you're all worthy of being here. Everything's going to be addressed. I'm not going to let any question go to the side. And I appreciate all of you for being here. Damn good. We had a place here in Arkansas. It's not here anymore. God, such good pizza. It's called Damn Good Pies. So when it first came out, my buddy's like, let's go to Damn Good Pies. I'm like, it's night time too, by the way. And I'm like, bro, I know we're college, so we've been drinking whatever. I'm like, I know I'm kind of like hungry and all, and I'm in college, but you want to go eat like pie for dinner, like apple pie, whatever I said. He started laughing his ass off. He's like, no, it's pizza pie. Pizza pie. I was like, oh, man, that pizza was some of the best pizza. But thank you for coming over real quickly toward the end. I think, and again, like I just said, we stay channel mode. If anything, we have based out at the bottom. That liquidation sweep back on up. We might push our way back into pre-market highs, but this is going to be, in my opinion, low of day unless some sort of news is put out. I would really highly venture to say we have found our lows. Now, if we can push back and hold this 55 mark, 54.50 area here, this has that shot to push in a high, maybe make new highs in market. I still feel overall majority of me says we stay trapped. 57 tops, 52, 51.50 bottoms. and we channel and chop between that. If we go to one side through the other, I say we break up before we crack down on the SPY. Sorry, I was looking at it on my right-hand side. And we'll go back to it. So I say we stay within this area. I say we stay within this area. And I say this is a done deal. We won't get lower than this today. And we say chop between this and this right here. And if we do go through one or the other, I'm saying we push up before we crack down for more. Again, unless some sort of news is made. Let's see how many scanners you use and what are your chart settings. Man, chart tack. I'd be on here for another 20 minutes. I'd be like, the trade the pools. Like, I'm sure they wouldn't mind it, but that's you know what I mean. I want to put the scanners up, and I don't want to go outside my limits or whatever. But that'd be a whole other discussion we can talk about on Thursday. That'd be actually great. That actually, boom. You just came up, Joe. If you're listening, Florida Joe, that's the topic. Call and show Thursday. How many scanners do you use? What scanners do you use? What are your chart settings, your go-to chart settings, your time intervals, that kind of thing. So like I use the 3 minute, the 5 minute, the 50, go through that would be perfect. So what time frame and scanners do you use? Because that goes in with how many, because of course then you'll talk about how many. So there we go. Joe, got it. Yeah, boom. Perfect, right? TAC Israel reports 8 down. Okay, could that could be it right there. Okay, that could be it right there. We have up to 3 business. Okay, there we go. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good one. What scanners and news outlets do you use? Joe is the wizard. He is. Even with one eye or no eye, they call him Joe, Florida Joe, for that very reason. I love it. What scanners and what chart settings do you use? What scanners and chart settings do you use? Love it. Love it, love it, love it. All right, team. You guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled rest of your day. Scanners up. Almost said Florida Steve. California Steve. Steve the Achieve back for Power Hour. I think we're still rocking and rolling. Scanners up in a minute. Steve the Achieve back for Power Hour. Of course, back to normal. Same thing again tomorrow. Join the guys early in the morning for pre-market. Get that rocking and rolling before you get set for the day. And then, of course, Steve, Achieve, and I tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern for the lunch recap every Monday and Wednesday. Don't forget about that tomorrow as well. Do you ever backtest anything? Oh, yeah, TAC. Oh, God, that's all we do. Sailing Girl. Hey, Sailing Girl. You could answer that question for TAC. Tag TAC, at, and then tag him, right? Tag him and say, that's all this guy does. That's all we do. That's literally all we do. Be sure to, because we do one-on-ones. Do I see you today? I see that. I see you today, don't I? What do you think we'll be doing this afternoon? I'll be doing this. And she's like, oh. I'm like, yeah, take that. Take that. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. You got it, Aussie chick. You got it, TAC. Yeah, bring up the bathroom trader setup. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. Hey, we'll bring that up. That can come up. Steve just saw it for the first time, whatever, the other day, so that'll be great to bring back up again to pull up on the live stream. My girls, though, out there, thank you for joining. You guys are amazing, each and every one of you. Again, guys, sit back, wait for your trades to come to you. Have patience in the stock market. The more you can sit back, good things are coming to those who wait. So if you wait and have patience, things will come your way. Oh, yeah, and Masters, we talked about that. You said that earlier. Yeah, Masters. The Masters. Yeah, I'll put that up here. That's what I love this time of the year. It's kind of that time of the year where, well, not golf as much, as it used to be for me, but college basketball, and then, putting the Masters on or having those tournaments on. So, like Thursday, Friday, it's the end of getting back to that school theme of I feel like a kid at school. I can put the TV on at school, while I'm at school, because I'm actually the teacher now, kind of so to speak. So it's a good feeling. It's really cool. I love it, and then, watch sports, trade stocks. I know, quit licking me. Quit licking me. Guys, have a good one. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. And exactly Trade the Pool said, stick around. Steve will be back here in just a bit. I'm out for the day. Scanners up right now.
What is up, folks? It is Steve Tileman. I am here with Trade the Pool. It is Power Hour, and we've got some stuff to talk about because it's been an interesting day. We've had quite a move from the lows to the highs, almost a 10%. That'd be crazy. $10 move on the indices here. And we are going to get right on into it. Let's turn this music off. It's nice, but we got to get some energy going in here. I see the last comment is Josh Smith, Mr. AK-47 with the boom. Trading some AIXI. We're going to look at that trade as well. There we go. So what are we seeing today, guys? We are seeing some stuff. Let's start talking about it as I load in here. Okay, so this is a 1-minute chart on SPY. We're going to talk about intraday real quick here, but I think we need to zoom out just a hair. So get into a 5-minute chart. We're going to start to see the picture here about what we did overnight, what we did into the morning session, and then how that's kind of played out since, because it is looking a little bit dire straits after everybody kind of thinking that we were a little bit safer. So first off, this is our overnight session, this dark area. This is yesterday's session. This is today's session. Yesterday's session, we were setting up for a potential breakout. This was basing action. We push up, set a break of the morning range, pre-market range, showing an incentive to go higher. We sweep out, but we hold the lows, and then we close very strong. The reason why I didn't buy it was because on this Trump talk, when we knifed down, we actually lost this previous low. And to me, it seemed more like we were reaching back up to get more momentum for a deeper push down. So we did get that after hours. I consider this kind of the blowback of a Trump speech that really did not accomplish what bulls would have liked, which is any kind of clarity, any kind of resolution on the issues at hand, specifically the Iran war. So what we kind of saw overnight, that did get mean reverted, but really all that we saw when we pushed up overnight into pre-market was a great opportunity for bears to hammer it back short. So pre-market, you see the sweep of the cash session here, as well as the pre-market highs there. And ever since there, it's just incessant selling pressure. So we get into the cash session, more selling pressure. Now we're starting to lose other levels that we'll have to zoom out a little bit more to take a look at. So we're going to go to an hourly chart here, because this is the name of the game. That one big downtrend level, one big downtrend line. See this one? This baby right here looks to me like we have been capped. We tried to break out. We could not get the clean breakout overnight. We could not get it to stick cash session. I think if we lose this morning cash session low, we start sliding. And so here's what I'm seeing. This whole consolidation, past couple days, feels very eerily reminiscent to this whole consolidation, where we got the big stick, we got the big bullish candle, guys. It's time to FOMO. It's time to FOMO. Oh wait, look, the big stick, it came back 50%. Right here, you gotta buy this, right? This is your chance. This is the double bottom. It's gonna V-shape. No, not the case, because it still couldn't get over where it needed to. It still was stalling out every time it tried to push up. More specifically, the horizontal level that it previously dipped down to just could not really hold. And when it tried to break over this kind of neckline, maybe like that, you can see that it was really stalling out and having trouble. Then cash session came in, another day of consolidation, and we just started sliding. I think we might be seeing the day of kind of consolidation here, similar to this. And then the next day we might gap down and start the kind of slide. And I think you could even consider yesterday the day of consolidation. We did gap down. We retested that level, and now we're kind of starting to slide again. So I want to zoom in once more, because the afternoon pop that we saw in the cash session here, I think it's real sus, and let me show you why. Talk saying no FOMO, absolutely no FOMO here. Let's talk about, oh yes, this level. This is what I wanted to talk about. And actually, I have this zone already drawn out for me. I just have to draw it on out, drag it on out. Yeah, this zone got validated and rejected very, very, very cleanly here. So what I'm saying here is that the past couple of days of consolidation tried to break us out. When we failed and we started getting whipped up in this chop here, The upside target was just letting bulls out, the ones that were trying to break us out previously multiple times here. So once they got out, well, pressure to go higher just dropped like a rock. I think that's the real tell here. So when I'm comparing it to this previous levels or this previous consolidation zone, saying that I think we're on this day here, the 25th of March, the analog there, or maybe the 26th, well, that's to say that I think that we need to make a new low here. At the very least, a new low from this little push down. But I think what we saw here was a double top into a new bottom. Then we got a double bottom here that we're trying to push off from, but it's not a clean double bottom, right? And we were talking about this one because the second low here actually was lower than the first. Not my ideal structure. So then when we're failing up here, we're starting to look like it's a rolling kind of distributive top, just getting the same vibes as I got here. I think it's safe to target. Well, let's do it by the book. We'll take the low, we'll take the swing high. 50% would be equal to this swing low as well. I think that's fair. 644. I'm also zooming in on the volume profile here on the right side. It's a little hard to see, but what I'm seeing is a big gap from 645 down to 643. So there's a kind of hole in the tape there that I could see being a very, very good target. The last reason I think it's a good target is because that should align roughly with the kind of area that we broke out from. See, there's a W bottom here, and then it consolidates and you break out. So that could be a logical place to take us. You've been taking it easy, Mike? Me too, man. Me too. This is you can barely even type. You're in big relaxation mode. Oh wait, no, I'm scrolling up. I'm sorry, man. You're hurting? I hope you're doing okay, brother. Hope you're doing okay. Dude, there's something going on. So all right, too much information health hour. I also have a chronic condition, and yeah, mine's been flaring up real bad lately too. Mine's I don't know, yours sounds more exotic. I just got like fibromyalgia, but you know, I don't know what it is. For me, I think there's a lot of kind of like colds and stuff still kind of floating around, at least in the past month or so. So when my immune system's bad, it kind of stays bad. So it's you and me, Mike. We'll be sick freaks together, you know. I like you and my Discord is always funny. Like, I don't think people understand yet. It's like, no, that's just Mike. That's just how he is. He's one of a kind. He's a unique specimen. All right, we're gonna get into some intraday charts here now. Sorry, guys. I'm in kickback, max, and relax and all cool mode. Talk saying, look at Moderna. I saw it earlier. I haven't checked on it today. Let's take a look at this because it's okay. Here's my blind interpretation of what Moderna was doing. I thought that it wanted to break out. Pharmaceuticals and healthcare in general were just having a hard time. You were seeing a little push and pull with XBI, with biotech actually holding up pretty well. Despite that, it was like a tale of two tapes in biotech. Some were doing amazing. Others just could not get off the mat. So for Moderna itself, it looked like it was kind of attempting a breakout of the 50 handle, and I thought it failed, but it wasn't a hard failure, so maybe we could have seen it rebase. I'm curious to see. Yeah, okay, nice. So yeah, I was looking at it last week when it kind of did this thing, and it was just like, ugh, yikes. It was actually this one here where it did the headbutt through 55 and then ended up closing like right back into the 50 neckline. So we'll start drawing this out a little bit. Let me know what you think, Talk. I just get worried about when a flag just keeps on flagging like this. It's like, why didn't it break out here? Maybe this is okay, but it feels like it's just gonna. It reminds me of trying to trade the oil breakout post Ukraine war. So not the initial move, but the follow through move, and it just kept flagging. I remember on an hourly chart, it was just flagging down. I was like, this is fine. And then it was like a 4 hourly chart, it was just flagging down. I was like, it's still fine. And I was like, okay, now it's flagging down on the daily. Okay, well, now we've retraced the whole move. Am I still bullish? Okay, now we're under the initial move. You know, you can kind of just get cooked down to the side there on some of these if there's no catalyst. What I am seeing, though, is you get a nice pinch off the 50 moving average here. Talk saying something in the air. Ooh, all right. Yeah, so I had this vibe a while ago, and I caught a 10% move on NVAX, and then I got stopped out on the rest. So my vibe sentiment was a little off there. Made a tiny bit of money off it. Nothing really to write home about. This is also compelling because we have this new range forming and the pullbacks right into the 50%. You got the rising 50. And more importantly, this has nice structure on a weekly and monthly chart. So I want to pull that up real quick for y'all. This is where we call this cash money. Like, I can't ignore how pretty this is. This is a pretty textbook cup and handle on a high time frame. You can say, oh, Steve, look at those top wicks. Look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sequential months down or weeks down. I don't care. I don't care. All I see is a big old neckline, and it's basically holding it. When it punches this thing, measured move of the cup and handle pattern would be roughly, I mean, heck, guys, we're talking about $75 perhaps, at the very least 65. You could do a whole lot worse than this chart, I will say. Talk, thanks for putting this on my radar. I kind of forgot. TL Bryant with the very kind words. Love the show. Well, I love you, mister. Thank you so much. Yeah, you would love a bull flag. Is that a... That's what Phil Collins said. What did I even say? Did I even say in the air tonight? Or... Oh, now you got to make me look at Mara. We'll look at Mara. Still don't like it. I still don't like it. But for you, we'll look. It's decent. It's a decent base. It's just been so beat up. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe the pain is done. What I will say for me, it's just a dance with this 50-day moving average. This white line here. I can't be bullish until we close above it. You can see just head bonking. Just it's brutal out here. If you're a bull trying to front run this, it ain't happening. It ain't happening. Wait for the clean one, right? Wait for the clean one. So if you do get that clean close over that 50, maybe over this previous day's high at 911, call it close over 905, something like that, then you're cooking. Then I think what you're targeting is a mitigation move back to the top of this previous range where we kind of fell off from. So you can even see a little imbalance here that it did almost transact. I still think it wants to reach up there though. So you would be looking for this to fill up, and you can even see it on the volume profile right here. Going to mark out a few things for you. So you see, let's do it like this. All right, you see the two kind of big blocks here. See that guy? And you see down here this guy? Well, you see this little crack right here. This is going to be an area of interest. 992. So you got 992. You got a soft spot in the tape right under a big hard 10 level. You know what I'm saying? So it makes a lot of sense that it could run up, and then even if it's going to reject and go all the way to 0, it could run up and kind of just chill, just pop up and retest that zone right under the 10 handle. It's just a little bit of a kind of like an air bubble for it to refill. Even if the trade doesn't work overall, you can still get a nice trade on that close over the 50 and just trading it on up into that and then waiting, taking some off and seeing what it does there. So what we can say is setup would be, yeah, pretty much that. Pretty much just like that. And then you would say stop on a close under today's low, because then it would be a close under today's low. It would be close under the weekly and daily. I'm sorry, the daily 9 and 21 moving averages. What I will say is, hey, sometimes on these stocks that aren't, I'm going to say it, aren't very high quality, sometimes they act like they're not very high quality and they mess with you. And it might be like a really choppy bottom here. They could even run this low, but hold this previous low here. They could even run that low, but still ultimately hold this low down here. And because of that, for me, I just got to play the initial momentum of, hey, if it isn't holding under this candle, then my setup is no longer good. You know, if it closes above here and then comes down here, it's going to mess with me, even if I'm right in the end, you know? So that's how I would kind of look at this. We can look at some of the stronger ones in a second here too, but I don't know why we should be interested in Bitcoin in general. I'm short Bitcoin through MicroStrategy. I'm still holding that short talk. I don't know about you. I did cash in a little bit just because it was working nicely, but actually didn't work that nicely yet. I was just green at one point, and I wanted to harvest a little bit of cash on some shorts. So I closed a little, but then I added it back this morning just because of this 9 moving average that looked really weak. Yeah. So I think that this is going to die. I'm just not seeing a catch, and just going to let these moving averages guide us down. We had a really, really nice kind of breakdown of this kind of, whatever you'd want to call it, ascending triangle, bear flag, probably just a bear flag, rising wedge type beat. I think this goes lower. I think it didn't really pop much with Bitcoin too, and that's another sign that this is where I want to be short. So holding the MicroStrategy short, I'm holding my hood short. This is the one I'm least sure about. It's the one I'm least sure about of the shorts, but I am still holding until it proves me wrong. A proving wrong would be a close over this 9-day moving average. Maybe over this, I'm sorry, this is the 21, the yellow. Maybe one over the 9. We have the 9 at 69.40, so a close over 70, and I'm definitely 1 foot out the door. I will say that. But I think this one still looks pretty bad to me. It is negotiating, trying to reclaim the Stoom line, so that's the only thing that's kind of in its favor. If it reclaims the 70, it can pop 76 and mess around. Could even pop up to 85. But if it loses this, I think that it's just another little one of these types of consolidations. Or see how it does it for like a week. It's just kind of a sloppy, weird little bear flag. See how it keeps doing this? And then just stair-stepping down. Can do this all day. So that's what we're kind of hoping for. That it's just another widening, sloppy little bear flag in this stair-stepping down. I'd just like to see blood in the water capitulation on this name, like we've seen. I mean, maybe I'm being a little dramatic, but Tesla is much more dramatic in its sell-off. And so this one I had to take a little bit more off the table here at 340 today. It's one of my only moves today. I'm in Tesla Z, so it's a 2x levered one. I just, we're up how much? Got to protect profits. We got in off of the 390.50, call it, right about there was our entry. So yeah, up 12.5% on the common shares, which would be just under 25%, or right about 20%, 25%. Jeez, can't do math. 25% up on a trade in a week or two. If you're looking for something to sell when you're having all these shorts, that's not a bad one. Not a bad one. You made a ton short hood. Good stuff. Good stuff. I made a little bundle. Definitely not my biggest short, but I like it. We'll talk about my last one too here. Talk about my last short too. I don't know if you're subconsciously signaling me to talk about it by spelling love, LUV, but isn't that the airline ticker? Yeah, Southwest Airlines. Well, here's Love's chart. A little bit better than the one I'm short. I'm short AAL. And I could be wrong, but I had to find my risk with May 10 strike puts for earnings. Small little gamble. And we'll talk about why real quick. Yeah, Delta tomorrow, a little spooky. This might be, you might get a short entry if American Airlines pops on the Delta report if it's good. But if the Delta report's bad, then I expect continuous selling into the AAL's report in a couple weeks. And if that's bad, I will hold runners, through that. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, talks mentioning that Delta's margins are almost twice that of AAL. I don't know the exact numbers, but that sounds like good napkin math to me. I'm a vibes trader when it comes to fundamentals. Like, I don't really care. I don't really care. If I'm going to hold it for more than 3 months, I have to know about the fundamentals. I still don't really care because fundamentals that are amazing can be ignored for so long if the technicals aren't there. So the fundamentals, they are something that I check and make sure are supportive and good if the technicals are there. If the technicals aren't there, I don't really care about the fundamentals unless I'm literally saying, hey, I'm just going to buy this, and in 5 years, it'll be higher. I don't really care if it goes up or down 20% because I'm not going to look at it. I'm sure as heck not going to sell. If it's down 25%, I'll probably buy more. That kind of thing. So when it comes to, exact numbers for fundamentals, it's a short-term trade. I don't think it's going to matter as much as people stress about it. I'd rather just keep my eyes peeled on the charts and look for hints that the fundamental narrative may be changing based off of that. So AAL, we have this kind of basing pattern, perhaps. I think it's just a continued distribution pattern. I would like to see a retest of a new low here, going under 10. And I think I'm feeling good. Yesterday I was a little more ambivalent. I was like, I might be getting cooked here. I might just be wrong and in slow-mo. Now I'm back to like 70% sure I'm right. But not 100, that's for sure. All right, guys, we got to check in on what is happening. What is happening? Oh, jeez. What happened? All right, I got to go check for tweets now because that's a big old green candle on SPY. I still think that these are getting sold off pretty aggressively here. We're going to keep watching and seeing if this sells off while I look for the headline. Oh, man. Un momento there. But you see just the head bonking from the morning highs there. So this is definitely a level of interest, definitely still a seller here. And until we digest this, you cannot be too sure that we are going to be up and to the right yet. Still think that this is a tough, tricky trade. So let's see what is on my Twitter. AA, I'm noting. Very nice action today. Very nice action in the past 5 minutes, too. USO just got whomped. Just got smacked decently. But, hey, you know what? It is still trading just back into yesterday's close, and this is where we could see a catch. So we've got a kind of pivot action happening here with SPY testing its, I believe it's close. No, it's still under its close, but it is testing the open. So you have that pivot in effect. And then on the other side of this, you have USO testing its yesterday's close, and it's finding a strong bid there. So the war premium, every time there's a headline, I bet I'm going to find some kind of headline. Okay, yeah. Kuwait to close shops starting midnight until 6 a.m. local time on Wednesday. Iranian officials say that exchange of messages with U.S. via mediators is still going on. Gives no details, so that might be what that probably be what would be what caught us 13 minutes ago. Get to a 1 minute chart. Seems like it lines up decently. So if we just bid that little squeeze candle, we couldn't make a close higher there. This might just be another short opportunity. Iran tweeted something saying, hey, we're still talking to these guys. They also said, hey, we're closing shops at midnight and until Wednesday. So they're saying communications are still open, but we are not saying that they're going well. So that would, I think, kind of explain that price action. They didn't say they're going poorly, but they didn't indicate that they are going very well either. Let me see if I missed anything else here. From half an hour ago, Iran's Tasnim cites military source saying that Iran will add oil facilities of Aramco and Saudi's Yanbu and UAE's Fujairah pipeline to its targets if Trump attacks the country's power plants. I said that like I was on King of the Hill or something. Fujairah. All right. Yeah, so we got to watch the next 5 minutes. It's going to be really interesting to see how the market digests this news. We do have the bare bones structure of, you could say, high or low if we do break this neckline. I'm just not seeing the break of the neckline in the cards quite yet, unless we really see oil make a new low and continue down lower there. That's the name of the game for me here. Going back just a few more minutes, 48 minutes ago, we had Iran's first vice president, Aref, in response to threats against Iranian infrastructure. The government is ready for all scenarios. Okay, all right. So just more saber rattling on both sides. Yada, yada, yada. Show me the money. Show me where the money is moving. Let's take a look at that XLE. Looks like a runner to you, Bryant. Let's take a look. I mean, it's definitely been cooking. All right, let's go intraday here. this basically looks like my VG chart on the daily. So we're going to take a peek at that one too. So, okay, so here's where they're going to try to stabilize. Oil's going to try to make a push down, and bulls are going to try to use this to push up and spend the next 5 minutes or so in consolidation, trading sideways, eating into this resistance, which if they pop it, could be quite an explosive move. Let's see. Talk mentioning Iranians have surrounded a nuclear facility or two. Are they doing the helping hands across America thing? They're all like holding hands around it. This does not seem like the most effective strategy. That being said, I don't know. I guess I'm being flippant because it's all very grim. Human shields, very depressing stuff. Yeah, very, very depressing stuff. I just hope we get through this with the least amount of bloodshed as possible, and I know that there's bloodshed coming, so bad vibes. Bad vibes, guys. Kevin Woodward in the house. Good to see you, man. Your puts just got... I'm sorry, brother. Your puts... how much time you got? If they're not 0 days... If they're not 0 days, I'd probably hold on to those. Not financial advice, but I mean, let's look at price action a few days ago, because I got my puts cooked. And if I took a 40% loss because they were 1 DT, and I said, well, the setup has changed. I kind of just got burnt out and just got cooked out of them and never re-entered. And then that was the day, that was the Trump speech. So what was that? Thursday into Friday? Gosh, the past week's been going by fast. Yes. So I bought puts before Trump was speaking, right about 653 on the first. Market looked like it was going to dump and do the thing that I was expecting. April Fools, ran it up into the bell. I sold at the bell. I was like, maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe I'm just wrong. Was it this day? This looks wrong. Sold my puts here, and we opened. Yeah, and we opened down here. That was right. Okay, yeah. Yep. So that would have been a 4-bagger if I had just had a little more conviction and held that as a pure hedge. I would say, yeah, 1 DTE. I mean, it's your decision, your money, of course. Keep in mind, tonight we are getting the decisive. Hey, what are we doing? What are we doing with the round? I mean, he said he's not going to kick the can down the road and move the deadline further. We will get. In one sense, we will get a reduction of volatility, just in the sense that we will have some clarity and the market will be able to start trying to price things in. That being said, so XLE 1 minute in the bottom left here looking incredibly beefy, incredibly strong, like it wants to squeeze a Reno here intraday. I would not be fading this. I would be much more inclined to fade the SPY pop here intraday. That being said, this doesn't look weak either. I don't know what I want to do. I just want to wait until the end of the day. You could look to scalp this long. I'd want to see failures on energy before I trust this on the 1 minute chart. I will say that. Okay, catching on up here. I'll do my best, Talk. I'll do my best to have some faith. It does not come easy to me. You bought it at the same time as me? Same thing. Yeah, man, it's rough. It's rough out there, brother. But hey, you gotta have a good sense of humor, and it sounds like you do. That's the thing. If you're the kind of person who will get offended and potentially do something financially responsible, if something like that happens to you, just don't touch options. Probably. I totally understand it. They're not for everyone. It's incredibly angering, but you got to be able to laugh and go, all right, you're messing with me today, aren't you, God? That's fair. I probably deserve this. Not easy in this environment, guys. One tweet can have you head over heel. I don't know. Where am I going with that? It can have you messed up. How about that? Can have you messed up in a hurry. All right, so let's take a look at a few other things around the market. This is my darling AA, my Alcoa aluminum. They keep on bombing aluminum facilities. We keep on needing aluminum. I think it's a very, very pretty chart, and it reminds me a little bit of that Moderna chart. Very different sectors, very different drivers of price action, but what we do see is a big old cup. Let's go to a monthly so you can see it. And then we got a nice handle on that cup. Cups right here, and then harder to see on the monthly because these are a little more condensed, but this is a handle. This is consolidation that's breaking out further. I see a gap at I think it's right about here. Yeah, it's 81 to 82. There's a gap on the daily chart. That is my target. I think it hits that. I do think it makes a new high and goes a lot higher, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. That'd be a 30-40% move. Give me the 10-15% straight shot, and I'll take my money and reevaluate. Ooh, Talk hitting us with a spicy helium ticker, LIN. Let's take a look at that. Dude, this chart looks good. On a monthly, this looks very good. This is looking pretty similar to, I don't know, some kind of commodity that I can't remember which. Let me draw on my chart. It's like a pristine megaphone. Look at how pretty that is. So you have your megaphone there. The expanding shape shows the strength, the power that this thing wants to cook with. We also have our, let's find our top of the range here. That looks fine. There's your top of the range. It's where sellers kind of took a stand multiple times before getting recently backed off. Bottom of the range, somewhere about that. That looks good. Undercut, totally fine. So now we framed it on the monthly. This looks really, really nice. I would expect maybe 1 or 2 more months of consolidation, if that, and then up out the top here. So considering it's a macro, like geopolitical play, probably doesn't need a full month or 2. Probably can start going. Linde. Are you selling me Swiss chocolate? Is that what's going on here? Do they make helium or something too, Lind? It must be a different company. I would hope. I would assume. Okay, that being said, on the daily here, this is compelling, but it does give me a little bit of a hint of like the Micron, where it's like, is this actually accumulation, or is this maybe a little sneaky distribution midterm? Not sure. Hey, Nicholas Enrique. Cannot read the rest of your name. It's going off my screen, but good to see you in here. Quick question. Your entry exit arrows disappeared on trade evolution charts. How can I enable them again? Great question. You know, I am actually not 100% sure, but we can definitely help you out. So let me get you the link to the Discord channel that we have, the Discord server. So Discord server. Sorry, I got distracted there. Joe, if you are in the chat, if you could hook my brother up with a link, that would be great. Otherwise, you can search Trade the Pool Discord, just on Google, Trade the Pool Discord, or go to our Trade the Pool website, and you should see it in the corner there. Either way, you'll get yourself on the Trade the Pool Discord, and there's a help, so like a customer service questions section there. We have people dedicated to answering those questions. Very fast, great people on there, and they can help set you up, because I'm not 100% sure. What I will say, we can look really quick together and see if I can find it. On the charts, we can go to settings. So right click settings, and let's look in view. So you're looking for the entry and exit arrows, correct? So let's see. I think it'll be chart order entry. So this might be what you're looking for. If you go to right click on a chart, then go to settings, then go to the chart order entry tab, you got the visibility show order entry. So I'm pretty sure this is going to be your one. I don't trade on this account because it's just my little demo to show all my charts, so I have them saved. So that's why I don't have it checked there. So I would assume that most of you probably do have this checked. And if you don't, that's probably the problem. You can't make me look at the 3-year chart on Casey. It's disgusting. I know exactly what it looks like. You know what it looks like? It looks like I'll show you what it looks like. On my napkin. How's that for napkin math? It looks like it's going parabolic. Yeah, we don't need to do that. We will, fine, we'll look at it. Ugh. Gas stations. It doesn't look like it's done either, does it? Okay, let's look at the monthly. Just ain't right, I tell you what. I mean, like, what do you do, right? What do you do? You hold on if you're long. All right, okay, guys, we might be seeing a false flag breakdown on SPY. I do not like how it's just was meandering, barely holding. Let's look. This part of the flag, big candle up, and then these big choppy candles getting tighter, getting tighter. That's nice, consolidating downward. This, much less nice. It's like limping. It's just barely holding on to this blue line. So now I would expect this to be a short entry as it pops up and rejects into that blue line. Then we're going to start cooking on down, wiping out the bottom of this, getting into this, cracking the shell, into the meat of this candle here, getting on down into this low volume node, call it 654.60 to 655. Under that 655 handle is what I want to see tested. What I want to see tested with the potential for a long way down. Potential for a long way down. This is not a good structure in my book, guys. These big pops, this is why you got to trade small if you're trading in this environment, because otherwise you'll see a candle like this and you'll, deep inside your guts, think, I got to buy every single dip from here to Timbuktu. The bottom's in. It's time to lock and load, baby. And it's simply not the case. Simply not the case. You got to zoom out and realize the angles of these patterns are not accumulative. They're distributive. In my book, at least. This is not a good sign. Looks like crap. I don't know. It doesn't look good to me. And maybe you could say, hey, we have the higher low. We have the lower low in the morning. We have the higher low here. Maybe you could say on the hourly that we did get the requirements, meet the requirements of an inverted head and shoulders, right? Left shoulder, head. That could be the right shoulder. Maybe we're done. Maybe this was just a little dip. It's not acting right. If this was a proper head and shoulder bottom, inverted head and shoulder bottom, why didn't we break out here through this downtrend line? We had such a nice attempt here pre-market. Like, why did it even happen pre-market? I literally don't even know what the candle was that tried to do that. But to me, it's just showing that things aren't sticking at a level where they really need to stick. And if they don't get that move, then you can start thinking like, hey, this was not a very decisive higher low then. Because here's my thought process. What I would like to see is big ol'... What's the best way for me to illustrate this? Here's what we're going to do. Look. All right, whiteboard time. Let's actually see if I have... Do I have that pen? Yes, awesome. All right, we're going to John Madden this. We're doing it live, folks. By the way, 12 minutes to our mock candle and 22 till the close. All right. Let's try this on for size. Oh, let's go, baby. Can I delete it like that? Awesome. Okay. So we have... Let's go like this. So our chart is going to be... All right, yeah, it doesn't matter. The point, I'm overthinking this. The point I want to make is there are a few anatomies of a bottoming structure. So you can have the capitulation move, big sharp move down. Then the move will retrace back to where it kind of sold off from. So you have this kind of sell-off zone. Then it will come back down again. Usually about 50% of this move, right in the middle there. Then, if it's constructive, it should do something like this, where it forms the higher low, about halfway off here, and then it shows strength into this zone, into the neckline, where previously it was holding us under in this range. So if it flips this zone, then it opens up the whole top half of the range. Does that kind of make sense? So that is what we would like to see. Let's look at one thing that could happen that is less good. So what we kind of see right now is we got like one of these. That's kind of what we have right now. So this wasn't a full 50% retest of that move. It came a little short there. So it's kind of like if you're jumping on a trampoline and like you want a really big jump, you want to go really high. well, then you have to push down really high, right? This is not a push down to get a big move up. This is a push down to get a little move up like this that we kind of got, and now it's kind of stalling out. And you also got to remember we have this big downtrend line coming like that. So we're trading over that downtrend line, and we're just waffling and starting to lose force. This makes me think that this was not the higher low. We need to come back down and form a higher low that's deeper and kind of confirms this as a bottom. So if we draw that out, it might hold the low but kind of test that zone. Or it might need to come all the way down and go lower. So because of that, what we got right now, we got like this. I'm more inclined to go, hey, I think it's going to break this and start going down. That's kind of where my head's at, and why I've been really hesitant to get too involved here. All right, that's a cool tool, though. We're going to be using that a lot more now that I figured out I can use it on here. Whew. Chaos. All right, this chart stresses me out, too. I got to clean this up. We're going to do that after hours here. Give you a clean chart for next session. But what are we seeing intraday? Let's talk about it. Let's see. Let me get back to the comments here, by the way. Awesome. Yeah, no problem, Nicholas. Glad that helped. Also, just while we're talking Discords, I'm just going to drop mine as well. I've been not great on health, so I haven't been contributing as much as I'd like, but that's going to change a lot going forward. And the awesome thing is, hey, when I'm having a sick week, there's a lot of really good traders in there that are picking up the slack, putting out great plays, putting out great information for everybody. So definitely check that out. I just dropped the link in there. As Talk says, there's always money in the banana stand. All right, so getting into this 5-minute chart on SPY. Is this 5? Yeah, it's 5. All right. Bulls are still trying to hold this little consolidation zone. I'm just not really seeing it in the cards personally. But hey, we'll let the markets decide. Until we get that big sell-off on USO, don't think that we get a big major push. I do think we try here. I just think that there's a good chance that it fades before sweeping this high. But hey, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm liking the weakness on AAL, holding those shorts as well. Let's see what's happening in the precious metals space. Energy, a little bit of a bid here. Starting to feel like this is going to be a little fake bid on Qs, and it's going to close weak. The other thing that I like that kind of influences my perspective there is that when did we see that little jolt of the Qs candle down and XLE candle up? Well, we saw it right at the 30-second interval of that candle. So if you're going to paint a 1-minute candle with a top wick and then close it low, often how that will look is you run it up in the first 30 seconds and it kind of waffles around the top part of the candle, but it doesn't show really strong action where it's breaking above the previous high candle, right? So it pushes up a little, but then at that 30-second mark, you see it go dink, and it's like, oh, somebody just joined the party. Somebody just joined the chat. And then you'll see over the next 30 seconds do exactly what I just described, where it tries to push up once more, usually to about the 50% of that little candle, 1-minute candle range. And then you'll see it close near the low. The next candle will open down below this. Okay, all right. And then my whole example gets blown up because something happened and there's a squeeze going on. All right. So let's see what just happened. Let's see what just happened. I'm still so biased to say, all right, Trump said something. It's going to be BS. Short this pop. If you do, you got to put a stop over this, though, because if you get squeezed, I don't want to hear about it. Because you know what? I'll be getting squeezed too if so. I think this is a shortable pop, if anything, once we kind of see a candle or two play out. And ideally, we get to see what just happened there. But, you know, it's a little sketchy, so don't get hurt. Good days to just watch and laugh instead of get angry when you get a big candle against you like that. Because it sure was acting right. I'm trying to buy time here till I find a link. Yeah, look at it revert already. I'm not saying it will just go straight out of the bottom, but it doesn't seem like it's a big, major, strong thing. All right, so 2 minutes ago, we have Israeli military says situation assessment shows possibility of increased fire towards Israel may occur in the coming hours. That doesn't sound bullish. Maybe it's something else. If anybody's got a headline, do let me know. Oh, this is what it was. Okay. White House Levitt to Axios on Pakistan's proposal on Iran. President has been made. Oh my God. Okay. Wow. Something just happened significantly. Don't short this. Oil just dropped hard. Wow. Okay. President has been made aware of the proposal and a response will come. I don't know, guys. Let's see. This is insane. This is really wild price action. Oil just dropped $9. Okay. Is this the end? Did we get peace? Is this the 11th hour? Oil's up $5 from there. Oil's up $8 from there. Guys, I don't know. I don't know what we're seeing. We gotta just watch this. Holy moly. All right, let me get my Twitter back there. Let me... What insane moves. Stop, save lives. Absolutely. Whew. Sheesh. All right. So I don't know what we're seeing quite yet. I'm going to keep on monitoring the news. We're going to keep monitoring this zone as we try to transact. Remember, this is a big pop into the 660 handle. It didn't even get there. So maybe another push can. Yeah. So here's the thing, guys. Is this really investable? Is the thing, like, yeah, better than nothing is one thing. Is this going to open the straight? It's just hard to say, but you know what? All we knew is that there was a deadline, and the market is trying its best to believe that this could be a resolution. So USO, we're going to go to a 1 minute chart here. What an insane little yeehaw back and forth. Here's the thing. How real is it? How much of this pump is fake? Because one of them's wrong, right? USO is down much less than SPY is up. I guess not really. SPY isn't up that much. SPY isn't up that much. So let's see how this bid sticks. This is a spicy one, guys. And we have mock candle in 3 minutes. We got a lot going on, guys. And just remember, it's always a little sketchy. After hours is when the big stuff's going to happen, right? After hours is when the big stuff's going to happen. And they're kind of running it up into the bell. This is, if you have no hedges, I think that you probably should be hedging into the bell. That being said, this is a strong move. What's going to happen? I couldn't tell you. I'm holding my XLE hedges. Toxeni added to oil services. All right. Ape strong together. Ape strong. Senior Iranian officials want a 2-week ceasefire. Yeah, okay, according to them or according to Trump? That's what I'm not sure about. So let me try to find that headline as well. Oil services may be months away from a restart. Huh. What a wild little candle there. Levitt says response will come. Okay, so Tehran positively reviewing Pakistan's request for a 2-week ceasefire. Okay, it's Pakistan's request. Okay. This is tough. It's like you're playing a video game and there's a quick time event. It's like, hey, really quick, geopolitical trivia. How much does it matter if we entertain the possibility of whatever the heck Pakistan just suggested? It's like, okay, I don't know. Let's see how the market decides. It's the easiest answer if you're not sure. USO does not look weak, guys. Look how strong it is. This is terrifying. Like, honestly, I think this is a short op, but I don't want anybody to get hurt either. So if you're trading at all right now, just please be careful. Like Talk's saying, it's a marathon, not a sprint. I'm sitting here. I'm just hanging out with you guys at this point. I'm here for the show. And look, another violent candle up. We'll see if this candle holds or if it gets smashed on down, forming a brutal top wick. It's one or the other. Yeah, there's the brutal top wick. Let's go. Whenever you get a big explosive start to a candle like this, it better find the juice. So it still is a battle. I'll admit that. But I do think that I'm just seeing more strength in the post-candle action on USO than I am on the indices. A little bit spooky for bulls. If they can't get it up here, then what will it take? What will it take? Oh man, XLE is looking a little heavier here. So we're coming back in. USO did get the clean 100% retrace of the move. So if you wanted out of a USO long position, you got the mean reversion back up to that level, the mitigation move, and now it is time to see where the chips lie after the dust is settled right there. Okay, the Q's making me eat my words. Still strong. The bull is still there. Got to respect that. And we're just going to see which of these two forces plays out into the close. And one of them doesn't have to break before the close. One of them can wait until after hours, until we get the big headlines. You have till year end to close your trades, talk. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I'm sitting in my shares. I'm pretty chill. Chill vibes. Q stronger than SPY. Both caught very nicely where they needed to off of that 9-minute moving average. So I'll have to eat crow on that one. Looking like we are still strong on the 1-minute chart, and I cannot fade that. So the 1-minute mock candle was the buy. Guess we're going up a little, huh? Definitely the cards. Definitely a possibility here. Let's check in around the horn. Just want to check in on a few of my plays. My VG makes sense that that's going to be down. That's a war play. Energy export. Let's check in on AA. Oh, man. AA is looking really nice here, guys, for a swing. Really like Alcoa aluminum. Intraday, it looks like it broke out today, and it's flagging very, very nicely. I want to go to an hourly chart there. Let's go to a daily. Just show you how pretty that thing is. Boom. Nice range, break. Nice range, break. Pretty stuff. AA, we like that one. What else do we got? Yeah, Q's pushing the high of the day there. But meanwhile, USO not ready to drop quite yet. I'd like to see that flush if we want to see this move stick on SPY. Otherwise, still having trust issues. Tech needs less energy. Yeah. Totally. Everything is an energy trade if you think about it. It just depends on how much of an energy trade it is. And if it's not that much of an energy trade, well, look at that. It's an energy trade. It's a trade on energy because it's the important input cost. Regardless. Even if it's not an important input cost, the fact that it's not makes you trade off of energy too. Okay. We got 7 minutes left. 7 minutes left. What is popping up on my timelines? What's popping up on my scanners? Let's see if I can find something cool for y'all. Well, I am seeing one thing pop up on my screens, and that is flowers for Kevin Avery. That's our winner of the Market Madness Festival. Thank you guys so much for coming out, having a good time, and trading alongside with us. It's been a fun one. Gotta give it up to Kevin Avery. He took the lead early, and he never let go. That's our guy. And you gotta love it. So shout outs to both Kevin and also everybody on the back lines there who had, helped set up this whole event. It's been a lot of fun to be a part of, even though I got knocked out in the first week. And yeah, thanks to all the contestants, even the ones like me who got cooked pretty quick. It's been a lot of fun, and we're looking forward to the next event already. Speaking of the next event, what might it be in the market here? I'm just seeing the curl up on oil. I've got the heebie-jeebies, guys. I'm not ready to get bullish yet. And you know what? I might miss it. I might miss the bottom. You're out first week too, Joe. Yeah, we gotta hit the showers there. We gotta hit the bricks. Not our. I did a bad thing, guys. And mine, I was like, I'm kind of bearish, so I don't want to seem like a fool if the market rips. So hey, I will be like an analyst. I will be like a CNBC analyst, and I'll stick with the pack. Everybody's, for the most part, going long, except for Kevin and a few other guys. Chris, shout out Chris. He was a big outlier performer there, going short. But I said, I'll play it easy. I'll stick with the pack. If I'm wrong, I'll be wrong safely together with everybody else. And if it'll hedge my real money. So I guess it worked out, but I feel a little bit silly for not trading what I kind of thought would happen instead of just slapping a bunch of money in NVIDIA long. Yo. Hey, Larry, what's up, man? Blah day. Enjoy something every day. BLA, is this a ticker? There's the new high on Q's. Q's leading the way up. Will that get us a little bit of a head bonk on oil? We need oil to roll a little bit to give us more pressure to the side or to the upside. Tesla rips. Time for me to close the rest of mine. Dang. Glad I closed half, but do I really want to close it all? It does look good. Good bottom there. Oh yeah. Let's see. I don't want to part with too many of my shorts, even though they are telling me I'm probably gonna get dragged here a little. I already trimmed, and I got good fills on those. I'm gonna chill until the end of the day here in a few minutes, and I'll see. OIH is ripping. Let's take a look at that. Sheesh, nice read there. And XLE wants to go up, I guess, off of the OIH primarily. Interesting stuff. AA is getting... this one's going to break out soon, guys. I feel real good about this one. I mean, it already is breaking out, but... All right, what do I need to do? Do I need to manage any of my positions here? I trimmed earlier. I am a little overweight short. It's risky. It's risky being too short into this binary thing, especially when the market's kind of showing its hand at least a little bit, saying, hey, we want to go up. Question is, hey, can they? I don't know. I don't know. I can't take all my hedges off. I can't have full-sized hedges on, so I did. Yeah, like I said, a lot of those Tesla short shares are out of my portfolio. Have not redeployed the cash yet. Sitting on a lot of cash. So I don't know. I have trust issues, guys. Thanks for being my therapist here for the past half hour as I try to work through those. Yeah, so here's how I will frame this. Talk's putting a good spin on it. If things do not go well, it is a sad day for humanity. There will be a lot of pain in the world. It'll take a while to clean up. We don't want to see that. If that does happen, at least my puts print. Hopefully, we get some real, actual good news. We get some real resolution. We get a real path towards a sustainable agreement that we can, a future that we can all live in without bombing each other. That'd be pretty neat. So worst case is I make some money, and best case is everything doesn't suck completely. So I think that's how we frame it, right? All right, we got 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. So, guys, if you are too short, just be aware that, hey, every bottom has to start with terrible sentiment and a rally that nobody believes in, right? That's a prerequisite for every bottom. This could be the time. This could be the time. Brian, hold. I mean, I have a month. I have a month plus on my puts. So it's a little easier for me to say, hey, I'm gonna call BS on this. And I do have longs. I'm not leveraged long. I'm under longed, but I got longs. I'll survive if this is the bottom. I just don't really think that we're out of the woods yet, and it's tough. It's tough, is all I'll say. XLE, look at the push. Look at the push into the bell. It's hard to be too bearish on energy when XLE is doing that. What's oil itself doing? Guys, market's closing in 20 seconds here. Make sure you settle up. Holy moly. What a crazy candle on USO, though. What a truly wild candle. And man, talk is crushing it, because that's got to be OIH just, juicing out of the gates there. Whoa, my goodness, into the close, I should say. All right, guys, and boom. Boom, big candles up and pencils down. There you go. So, is this another very, very spooky close it high and then watch it die after hours thing? Was this the off-ramp, or was this the start of something new? Did big money just rotate back in off of the Pakistan deal agreement potentiality? We didn't get anything other than, hey, there was a deal and Tehran is potentially open to it and Trump knows about it. That's where we're at. So, guys, what's going to happen? I don't know. I don't know, but we're going to have some more information for you tomorrow. We're going to have a lot to talk about tomorrow either way. Make sure you are tuned in. Do not go anywhere. Well, you can go rest. Go rest. It's the end of the day. That's good. But tomorrow, be sure to tune in. We got a lot of good programming for you tomorrow. It is going to be, we're going to do our lunch show. We're going to be doing that. The me and Josh show in the afternoon. We got the great morning broadcasting as usual. Finishing it up with the power hour as always. And I think that there is going to be a lot of money to be made tomorrow. I think it's going to be a good day. So eyes peeled, head on a swivel. We're going to keep watching that Twitter feed and do what we can to make some money out of this really chaotic tape. Hope you guys have had fun. It's been a wild one. And we're going to be right back here tomorrow. So tune in, and I'll see you then. Later, guys.